Mic check. I cut that music off short. Sorry. I clicked the wrong button. Sorry. That feels unresolved. What a lackluster start to the week. That's on me. That's my bad, everybody. How are you? Happy Monday, everybody. We got a good show today. We got our friend Gadget coming on today, and he's going to talk to us about Andrew Tate. We'll do that for about 45 minutes or so. And then we'll get into some news that happened this weekend, because there certainly was plenty of it, but I missed you all terribly. I did. I was excited to come to work today. I was excited to get here today, mostly just because I missed all you guys. Listen. Does that count as a mute? I hadn't taken it off mute yet because it was already on mute. Does it count as a mute if it was already if it was on mute before? Does that still count? Everyone hear about Isaiah Martin's announcement? I didn't. What did Isaiah Martin say? I haven't seen anything about that. Let's see I'll check over on Twitter. Jen, I got to join that VC. You're Denied says, ask yourself why Andrew Tate's mother left their father. Really, just ask yourselves that. It will lead you to many more answers. Well, maybe we'll ask Gadget that when he gets here. Let's see. Isaiah Martin. What did he do? Oh, all right. Okay.
Wasn't so long ago that he promised you $0 income taxes, $1 and something for gas, and $2 eggs. But since he's been in office, you've got none of that. Prices are up and jobs are down. You're working harder than ever while Trump and his friends get richer than ever. It's left you asking yourself the question of who's fighting for me? I mean, seriously, who's fighting for you? It's certainly not Donald Trump. It's not the Republicans that shake your hand and ask for your vote, then do nothing for you. You see, they want you distracted. They want you angry at your neighbors so you don't pay attention to what they're really doing. Because if you see them for what they are, you know that Trump's America doesn't work for you. Things are bad right now. You know that, and I know that. They're throwing everything at you. So now's the time to be bold and fight fire with fire. You see, I believe in a Democratic Party that has a spine, a party that stands for something, a party that fights back. Because after all, we're the party that won World War II. We're the party that gave you Social Security. We're the party that's built the strongest economies in the history of mankind. We're the party that fights for you instead of the few. And it's time you wake up every single morning knowing that someone in Washington is on your side. Because I believe in an America where the retiree can live out their years without having to count pennies in the pharmacy, where the cashier can afford the groceries they ring up, where a mother in the ER worries about her child's fever and not the hospital bill, where the veteran has a home and not a cardboard sign, where hard work builds your future, not just pays the bills. That's the America that I'm fighting for. So if you're ready for something different, then you must choose something different. I'm Isaiah Martin, and I'm running for the United States Congress. Because it's time to send Donald Trump a message that Democrats are ready to fight back.
Oh, shit. What state where's he at? Where does Isaiah live? I don't know where he's at. That's awesome. Good ad. Good ad right there. Look, I think that it's time for some different people. I think it's time for a different type of people to run for office. I'm glad people that already have like some political clout are jumping up there. That's great. What's going on with Renee? What happened with Renee? Why is everybody congratulating Renee? What'd you do, Renee? Let's see. Cam says, let's play. What does RTP do over the weekend? My guess lies butt naked beneath the desert sky on a psychedelic adventure for 2 days until it's time to do the show again. That is a real. If I didn't have a child, that would be probably pretty damn accurate. I'll tell you, it was eventful. I had I'm wild, okay? I think a lot of you think based on me wearing sweats every day and based on my entire personality that I'm not a wild person, but I am wild. I'm crazy. Friday night, I watched 2 movies back to back with my daughter. Saturday, I played 18 holes of golf. Then I came home. I hung out with my daughter, and I stayed up till like 9:30 Saturday night. 9:30. And on Sunday, I took not one but 2 long walks. I did a hike through the desert and a long walk. Okay, so don't tell me I don't know how to party, because I know how to party. And yeah, all of that took place while I was baked. All of that happened too. We're gonna have Gadget joining us here in about 5 minutes. I don't know if I guess I better get in the VC with Jen before I get in trouble. Let's see here. Oh, Gadget's already here. All right, I'll get to you in just a second, Gadget. We're gonna have our guest right away. I just want to make sure everybody knows a couple of things. One, if you want to ask Gadget a question during the live, the best way to do it's going to be super chat, because we'll see that the quickest. But if not, you can use the PayPal and the Venmo links that are below the screen here, or above the screen if you're seeing this on YouTube, anywhere. If you're on Twitch, it's below the screen. Everywhere else, it's above the screen. So if you want to ask Gadget a question about that or anything we're talking about today, send it there. Asta Sophia says, happy Monday to my favorite YouTuber. I missed you over the weekend. Let's go and start the dollar train. Thank you very much, Asta Sophia. And then let's jump over here. And thank you very much. Tina said, let's go. Let's do go. Give me 1 second. Let me just add real quick what's come in so far, and then I'll bring Gadget on. Jen, is the video all ready to go for Gadget 2? We're already on that. That's pretty cool. We have yeah. Oh, 70, 70. All right. Do that math. Where the hell did my screen go? I was not super prepared on adjusting the screen. All right, and there's a calculator. I don't know how I just popped a calculator up. Don't know how I did that. All right, Jen, we're good. If his internet cooperates. All right, we're struggling with the internet. That's no problem. All right, let me pop this up. You'll see here now, you should see his name just populated here at Gadget440. That's his YouTube. His Twitter handle is a little lengthier. So if you're looking for his Twitter handle, just go to his YouTube. The handle's there. On Gadget's YouTube, he also has ways that you can support him through. It's like called like a cup of coffee. You can support him there. Make sure you're subscribed to his channel, and if you're on X, following him on X. Let me just tell you just briefly, Gadget and I don't really know each other. He does not even live in this country. He's across the pond. I'm not 100% sure where Gadget lives. I think the UK somewhere. But I've been following Gadget's reporting on YouTube and on Twitter for probably 5 or 6 months now. Being a former conservative in a conservative area, there's a lot of influence that Andrew Tate has had over people in my life. And Andrew Tate is a scumbag. He's not a good person. He's credibly accused of multiple crimes. He's under investigation, at least in 3 different countries, with charges in 2. And Gadget has gone above and beyond to follow this. I don't know that anybody that I follow online has a better understanding of not only what's going on with Andrew Tate, but does a better, I don't know of anybody that does a better job covering the lies that Andrew Tate repeatedly tells. Now, Andrew Tate has been here in America, and he's going on podcasts all over the place, paying people allegedly, and trying to clear his name from the fact that he has multiple sexual assault charges, sex trafficking charges. And so last week I reached out to Gadget just to see, like, hey, could we get you on? He was gracious enough to do it, had a little bit of time for us today. And so we're going to take care of that. Yeah, cue the Andrew Tate bros in the chat. They will be here. They will be reporting heavily. Fortunately for us, TikTok didn't let us go live this morning anyway, so we don't have to worry too much about getting taken down. Let me check with Jen one more time. I'll move it, Jen. I know it's hard to see on this screen, but when he jumps on, it should be better. Let me hop in here. Well, again, this is our first. I think it's our first video guest too. Let's see. Are we there? We are there. Let me pop this open. Move it here. Gadget, can you hear me?
Hello, Jay. How are we going?
Good, brother. How are you?
Good, thanks. Good. Had a bit of a tech issue with the camera, so apologies for that.
That's all right. It's good to have you. Thank you so much for making some time for us. I wanted to start just I went back. You've been covering Andrew Tate for over a year now, at least.
Yeah. Since mid 2023, I've been covering him pretty extensively.
How did this happen? How did you wind up covering Andrew Tate?
It's pretty wild how I fell into it. So, long story short, it kind of started with January 2022. So around the time of Tate's rise to fame and notoriety, I got very chronically ill post-COVID infection and became eventually unable to work in the job I was working and became very chronically online as I saw Tate's rise to fame, I guess. And so I was kind of watching, I was interested in the case and just the impact he was having on young lads and young men and boys. And I started really posting and initially campaigning about it when I went to do a thread on Hustlers University, which is now called The Real World.
Oh, they changed it to The Real World?
It's The Real World now. So
How'd they make it worse?
I don't know, but it all kind of. I initially started to do one thread after Tristan blocked me because I made fun of him or something. I can't remember. And I started researching for one thread just because I had seen all these videos of these kids promoting The Real World Hustlers University. And just researching for that one thread, I found actually that they were targeting like really, really young kids, like 11, 12-year-old kids, which was alarming. And then I started from there posting about it and sharing these videos. And it got to the point I had like a few lads reach out to me and say I was in there, and they described what I believe is like a genuine cult environment, that they were isolated from their friends and family. They were being pushed to cut out sleep and just do work for Tate.
No, for anybody who doesn't understand, Hustlers University, that's like an online, I wouldn't call it a school, but a program that he started, and his rise to fame, if I understand correctly, largely came from getting the people who joined Hustlers University to promote Hustlers University. So it was like an MLM cult where these kids got in and they just started pumping out like Andrew Tate videos, right?
100%. And so I started a petition at the time, and this is before I actually started on YouTube, about 6 months before, because I found that they were recruiting 12, 13, 14-year-old like schoolboys into what I believed was a pyramid scheme.
Yeah.
And then a cult environment from there. So I started a petition that got a 20-something odd thousand signatures to remove the app, because I had an app for The Real World in The Real World or Hustlers University in the Play Store and App Stores.
This is in the UK, right?
All over.
Excuse me. The petition was to get removed to the from the App Store in the UK.
Everywhere. So we got it removed everywhere. So Google took it down first, then Apple jumped in, and because I collaborated with a journalist who was working for Vice News at the time, who helped me put out some really good articles about how Tate was recruiting these young kids. And so we got the apps taken down. Then I don't know if you've seen one of his sidekicks, Justin Waller, who is this big musty guy with the tightest pants in the world.
I'll put a picture up while you're describing him. Yeah,
please do. But Waller, he was one of the ringleaders because Tate was banned on TikTok, and these kids couldn't post clips of Tate on TikTok promoting it to recruit more kids. So they started using Justin Waller. So he had a YouTube channel with 600,000 subscribers, And he was literally just straight out saying, "Oh, I've got kids that are 12, 13 years old making more money than their parents and their teacher," just targeting children.
And they were
So
making their money by selling Hustlers University, right? That's how they made their money, these kids?
Yeah, so they had one specific campus in there. They call the affiliates campus, like it's a university campus. And for those that don't know how this worked, and this is, like you said, is how Tate really got famous and all over social media, was because he had these kids that were getting told that they were going to get rich by chopping up videos of Andrew Tate talking in podcasts and posting them with affiliate links that they could make a small commission if they recruited other kids. But I spoke to countless kids that said no one in there was making any money. They were being promised that they were being told that all these little children were making $10,000 a week and all this rubbish, and so it was a whole mess. So that's kind of how I really started getting into it. And then I started my YouTube channel November that year, 2023, and then started getting into more covering the case in Romania and learning more about that, and covering some other characters on my YouTube channel, and that's kind of really how it all started. So I kind of got sick, was chronically unlight, and had too much time on my hands, and just started falling into it, and didn't expect to make a living on it, which I'm starting to do now. So
Yeah,
that's kind of how it all happened.
Your channel's growing quickly right now. I noticed the view count in the last month or so has exploded.
Yeah, it really picked up since last November, when Tate was doing a lot of scams, and I have, because all the time, because I'm covering the real world, and I'll have kids in there that have signed up, realized it was a scam, but got scammed into paying for like a year-long membership.
How much does a membership cost them?
$50 a month.
Okay.
And they'll push them to say, if you want to be a real G, sign up for 12 months. There's all sorts of grifts, but yeah, my channel really picked up in November because Tate was just doing a series of scams, just scamming all these kids in there, and he did a Lamborghini Lamborghini scam. So he said he was going to give away a Lamborghini if everyone was signed up to the real world, bought $1,000 worth of his shitcoin daddy.
Yes, that's right. I forgot about the shitcoin.
Yeah, there's a meme coin called Daddy.
Stupid.
So basically, give Andrew Tate money and you can win a Lamborghini. And what ended up happening was they were streaming. They did it live on stream where they gave away this car. And this is how stupid these guys are. They got this guy to fly in from Florida to Texas to the workshop where the car was to pick up the car in what was supposed to be a random giveaway. So this was meant to be at random, and then this guy's gone on interviews saying like, "Oh, Andrew chose me because I'm such a hard worker," and I'm like, this was supposed to be a giveaway. This was supposed to be a lottery. This is how he promoted it. So they botched it completely. So I started covering that and a few of those other scams, and that's when the channel really picked up from there.
Okay, so Andrew Tate, he was a former kickboxer, actually pretty good kickboxer. Then he got, I think he did the cam stuff before Hustlers University. Is that right? Like he was running like a cam girl business?
Oh, yes. So he started that in around 2012. And if you listen to him in interviews now, he will say, "Oh, they're bringing up 10, 15 years ago when I ran a webcam company." So he was running one of those, I guess, pornographic webcam companies from around 2012, 2013, all the way up until they were arrested in 2022. So they only stopped because they got caught.
Right.
And for those that don't know, they were charged with human trafficking. Andrew was charged with rape, forming an organised criminal group. And then later on, there was another investigation in Romania with more women and girls. So Andrew's charged for trafficking a minor and essentially raping a minor as well. So intercourse with a minor, the charge is called.
Tristan as well, too, right? Doesn't Tristan have one of those charges as well, his brother?
Absolutely. They were both in it together. So there was them and two women that were I would say essentially they're Ghislaine Maxwell's is the best way to describe them. They would have women that were managing the other women, acting as the muscle. One of the women, for example, has a charge for assault, for beating one of the women because Tristan told her to.
And we have
it's all caught
texts
in
of those,
text.
right? Like we have text messages of Tristan instructing her to do that, right?
Yes, and Tristan has a charge for inciting violence. And the lies that these guys tell about their cases are really incredible. So Tristan, for example, he went on a podcast with Michael Franzese, the former mafia captain.
Yeah.
And said that I got a charge for inciting violence because my girlfriend, we were teasing each other, and I said, "Oh, if you're not careful," or they got in a fight with another girl, and I said, "Kick her ass," and they charged me with inciting violence. When it's absurd. It's just a full text exchange that I've posted many times, where he said, "Throw her out." So this is a woman that didn't want to make pornography anymore in their trafficking ring. Who wanted to leave, didn't want to do it anymore. So Tristan instructed one of the female enforcers, you could say, to throw all her things in a lake and hit her. In those words, he said, "Hit her if you have to. You've seen me do this 100 times." So the evidence against these guys is pretty staggering, considering the amount of support they have. It's pretty wild.
Why do you think it's taking so long in Romania? Because when you hear the Tates talk about it, they'll say a couple of things. They say, number one, that the charges in Romania have been dropped, which have not been dropped, right?
I've said that several times. Yes.
Yeah. Were you on that call with Murder by Crayons, the Spaces? I can't remember if you were on that one.
I was.
That's right. Okay.
I was.
And they read the charges. So Romania charged them with multiple crimes, had them on house arrest. How did they get off of house arrest? How did that happen?
So Andrew was on house arrest for a lot longer than Tristan, and the reason that was cited by the judges was actually his charge for intercourse with a 15-year-old girl. So he was kept on house arrest for longer because the judges determined that he wasn't safe for society, essentially, for that reason. And Andrew was just recently removed from house arrest, just literally because there's a 180-day limit for house arrest in Romania, and that expired. So Tate and their fanboys have been going around saying that it's because the case is falling apart and there's no evidence. Not true. And that's not even getting into what happened a month later when they were allowed to travel to the US.
Yeah, let's talk about that, because I think that's for a lot of people. I mean, for those of us that kind of hung around that area of the internet, like we were aware of who Andrew Tate was, but a lot of people are being exposed to Andrew Tate for the first time as he goes on, like Patrick Bet-David and Candace Owens. You said Michael Franzese. I think Fresh and Fit had him on. Dana White had him at Power Slap. Like he's everywhere. And do you get the sense that like that was a way, like he thought he could come here and get enough support that Americans would say, we won't extradite you back to Romania?
I think 100%. I think so. And I think it's very much backfired on him that he has had these people you mentioned prop him up, but I think that he was expecting to get a hero's welcome, particularly from like MAGA and the right in America. And I don't think that's happened. The majority of them have just, I guess, only now learnt about the seriousness of his crimes and the fact that he's, for example, beaten a girl with a 15-year-old child with a belt on camera, and
that was the 15-year-old, the one that you
that was
see
not
on
the
camera with the belt.
So the 15-year-old that the video has gone around of him beating with a belt is actually the girl that he's charged with trafficking as a 17-year-old by the time that they got to Romania, because she was with him since 2012 in the UK when she was 14 years old, and at least, if not earlier.
I saw a clip of her. Is it some of these women who have been? Are or I guess crimes have been alleged against them. Some of them are defending Tate, right? And is she one of them that is saying like, oh, is she the one that's saying, oh, this was just a game, this was just like role play, or is that a different video?
That's her. Okay. So she came out and said this is a game, this is a role play. But as we know, children, minors can't consent to such a thing. Yeah. So yeah, and again, this is Andrew himself has said that she was a child. So in one of his videos where he's essentially teaching other men how to pimp and traffic women into sex work, and just put it all on camera like a moron, he literally said himself, oh, Vivian's 21, she's been with me 6 years, she helps me train all the other girls, just said it casually, so that she was with him at 15.
Just doing some quick math, yeah, that's 15.
Yeah.
The charges that are in that charge, was that in Romania, or was that when he was in the UK?
So that charge is for trafficking her to Romania. There is, I should mention, charges pending in the UK for extradition that was approved to go into effect after the Romanian legal proceedings, but there's not a lot of details on those yet. We know that it involves at least charges of human trafficking and rape. We know it involves both brothers again. I suspect that this girl will be involved in those charges, but there's not really much details about them yet.
And then one of the questions I've had is why did they wind up in Romania? Because he's not a Romanian citizen, right? He's a UK. Yeah. He's got American citizenship, UK citizenship. How'd they wind up in Romania?
Well, I believe that he and they fled criminal trouble in the UK to move the operations, the trafficking ring, and I say self-confessed trafficking ring. I say self-confessed instead of allegedly with these guys. So they moved because Andrew was being investigated for rape and assault with 4 women who are now civilly suing him over in the UK. And that kind of timeline all coincided with him moving from the UK to Romania. And the reasons that he's given in his own words, because of the Me Too era and that sexual assault allegations are taken less seriously in Romania. I could quote him exactly. He said, "In you can do whatever you want. You're more free." In his words, that's what he said. So he's literally quoted that as a reason.
Okay. I was wondering, the reason I wondered about that is with the elections that happened in Romania, it was a lot of these same podcasters who were platforming Andrew Tate who are openly saying like Romania is corrupt, that they canceled an election, like a legitimate election, even though everything we've seen on our end says that Romanian election was heavily influenced by Russia, and that they were creating TikTok views and kind of doing what Andrew Tate did. Like he kind of came out of nowhere and all of a sudden he was a leader. Do you find any connection there between all these same people seem to be involved with the same people?
Absolutely, yes. A good example of that, I think, is one of the biggest Twitter Spaces hosts, or maybe the biggest on X, Mario Nafal. He's been a massive, I don't know if I should use the word simp. I don't know what else to put it, a propagandist, you could say. Tate.
Cock is fine.
And he's and he's been pushing hard. The Romanians, they're reversing their election. It's all corrupt. And I think he has a vested interest. The way he has platformed the Tates and spread misinformation with a large platform with the backing of Elon Musk, mind you, is pretty bizarre. So coincidentally, he's been pushing that about the Romanian elections as well.
That's wild. So he's headed back, I think the 24th is when he has to be back in Romania. Is that right?
That's when he's due back. And this will be really interesting. I see a lot of different ways this can go. If they do go back to Romania at all, it's still a question to me. They're supposed to go back for hearing on the 23rd or 24th.
Are you thinking they're still going to try and stay here in the States when you say it's still a question for you?
I would not be surprised. I'll put it that way. If they stay and if they potentially get protection, because that's a whole nother topic as well, is the connections they have in the Trump administration and his orbit and his family that are friends with or that support or are fans of these guys. It's pretty wild.
Yeah. So for those who maybe haven't followed, Andrew Tate has met with Don Jr. at Trump Tower. I think Barron Tate is a huge fan. Or Barron Tate, shit, Barron Trump. Yeah, fair enough.
Might as well
Barron
be.
Tate, yeah, might as well be. And then you mentioned people that said they were a fan. I think you're referring to Alina Habba, who has had to walk that back. But just glowing over Andrew Tate, saying, "I'm such a big fan."
That was really bizarre. Yeah, yeah. She said, yeah, she was a massive fan and that she compared her quote unquote political persecution to Donald Trump, her client. So that was really strange. And the big one that is reported to have gotten them from Romania to the US is Richard Grenell, the
Yes.
special envoy. So he was reported to have met with the foreign minister of Romania. And there was reports that he was pushing them to allow the Tates to travel to the US. And at the time, we did have word and sources that this was actually a serious thing that might happen, and turns out it did. And he was asked about this, Richard Grenell, and his quote was, and this is again a official for the Trump administration. His quote was that I'm a supporter of the Tates as per my publicly available tweets. That's all he had to say.
Is there? Yeah, I've been trying. Like, I've been grappling with this. I don't understand what benefit anybody, any of these people in the right wing echo chamber, like the MAGA echo chamber. I don't understand what they get by bringing Tate. Like, is his popularity that big that they get something from it? Even at this point, with all the charges and what people know, is there still some benefit to them for bringing Andrew Tate on board?
I mean, with a very fringe audience, sure, but like as I mentioned, even like a lot of MAGA and like even big MAGA accounts on X have been very vocal against this. It's not got the response. Whether they misread the response that it was going to get from the Trump camp, I don't know. And whether Donald Trump himself knows or cares about them, I can't say for sure. But just for example, there's Richard Grenell. There's one of Tate's lawyers, former lawyers, Paul and Gracia. He was the liaison for the Department of Justice. And this guy has been on Twitter just fangirling over Tate, literally attacking his victims and doxing them by name. And just the bottom of the barrel Tate supporter was given a high-level role at the Department of Justice, which is incredible, just alarming stuff. So and then the connection with the Trump administration. I mean, I've had a few of my followers not keen to accept the idea, I don't think, but I think it's pretty undeniable. And I've been really pushing for, especially Richard Grenell, to clarify his stance, make a statement, and especially clarify if he's going to interfere with the investigation in Florida, because Ron DeSantis and Attorney General James Uthmeyer, when they actually arrived on the plane in Miami, said they knew nothing of this and they were investigating them and launching a criminal investigation.
I believe charged they or I guess an investigation. They haven't given charged them with anything yet, right? There's just an investigation ongoing.
That's right. And the reason that's pretty major is that one of the victims in the Romanian case is a Floridian resident, and Tristan recruited her from Miami. So if you see them in interviews at the moment, you'll see them saying, why is Florida investigating us? What could they possibly have? They know full well what they have. They recruited a girl at a War Room event for one of their events. Tristan invited her there and recruited her to Romania under the false pretenses of a relationship to try to get her to work on OnlyFans. So it's very clear why Florida is investigating them. And James Uthmeyer, the Attorney General, has said plural, there's victims, women, including minors. So it sounds like there's been others come forward about these guys with Florida jurisdiction as well.
Look, that's if the Republicans know anything, it's defending Florida residents who traffic children. Do you have any sense? I mean, you're so deep into this, and like if I scroll, like if I look over at the chat, it's it's you and I being called beta males, which is fine. Do you get a sense like how this became such a movement, like how these younger kids, like what benefit they're getting? Is it just hating women? Like what drives this type of loyalty to Andrew Tate? Do you have any sense of
that? Yeah, definitely, because that's a big part of it. As I mentioned, I've researched and covered his quote unquote university quite a lot, and spoken to a lot of these lads who even are in the program or have been in, and and a big part of what I try to do with my platform is to be welcoming to them. Because I've spoken to a lot of them who have left, and I felt like I was speaking to someone who had like the trauma of someone who's left a cult.
Yeah.
So there is some that are just nasty. There's some that just hate women and see the crimes that he's done and think that's awesome. I'd love to exploit women and hurt women too. But there's many of them who I believe genuinely are in a cult and are brainwashed and don't believe that he's done anything bad, and were recruited when they were either very young or very vulnerable or both. Many of them, they deliberately target, for example, kids from like third world countries with their promotions, saying that there's kids from Kenya and Bangladesh and all these things making money, you can too. So I think it's really desperate young lads who are in a bad place and then start getting fed that it's because the world is wrong and because women have everything easy and men have everything hard. And a lot of this, what I believe, is just really whiny kind of victim kind of messaging that doesn't help them at all. So
when you like when they sign up for, let's say, for Hustlers University, or what did you say it's called now? It's something way stupider.
It's called the Real World now.
The Real World, cool. An online cult that's called the Real World. That's cool. When they first get in there, is that the messaging that they're getting first? Like that you're a victim, the world doesn't like people like us. That's why you're down on your luck, or that's why you're not getting what you want. And if you just become alpha, if you exercise, if you make a lot of money, if you promote our cam girls, then women will flock to you and your problems are gone. Is that like the basic pitch?
Basically, the initial pitch is very focused on the get rich quick type thing. Andrew calls it the Matrix. He says the Matrix is going to enslave you, and all these things. And yeah, it's stupid. And you need to break free from the Matrix and learn to get rich and wealthy online. So that's how it kind of starts, and then. So this is where it gets kind of dark, I feel, as it goes into real fear-mongering, where Tate talks a lot about, like this enslavement thing, and he says he talks about, let's say, he ties in anti-vax stuff and says they're all trying to poison you, they're trying to kill you, they're trying to kill your whole bloodline and end you, and you need to get rich in order to do that.
Yeah,
and only I can teach you how to do that.
That's so stupid. Of course, they have the anti-COVID stuff, and I mean, I don't know if you know. Like, I grew up in a cult, so like I spent 30 years in a cult. So all this stuff to me, it just all rings very similar. Like the guy that started my cult also trafficked children, also figured out a way to like get past the idea that most societies have decided is like the foundation, which is monogamy, and they figured out ways around it and to teach people ways around it. But what's interesting with Andrew Tate, and you keep mentioning it, is like all cult leaders, he's actually the one with the group of women. He's actually the one with all the money, and nobody else, it seems, is really making it. I don't know. The guy you mentioned at the beginning, Skinny Jeans, was he famous before, or did he come through this program?
No, he certainly wasn't famous before. He joins so this kind of the program I've described there is, you could say, the lower end, but then there's the higher end of the cult that Tate calls the war room, that people need to pay at the moment it's $8,000 annually to join a Telegram group, basically. So Waller joined that in 2019. He's spoken about a lot. Met Tate. He's in a lot of the leaked like war room group chat messages where they're literally discussing together trafficking women, sex trafficking women. So they're literally teaching how to traffic women into OnlyFans and webcam. Waller was a feature in those. So
and that's
he was
using
involved
like
in all that.
lover boy method. That's what they talk about, right? They teach you to do that.
Yeah, the Loverboy method. And so they'll teach, and there's a lot of confusion about that. So Andrew's version of the Loverboy method is it's just being nice to someone at work, and then they charge you with human trafficking, which is absurd, of course, ridiculous.
I heard that. It's like, if I gave somebody a handbag, then forever I can be accused. It's like, I don't think that was the accusation, Andrew.
Yeah, he's saying that on Patrick Bet David during the last week, I think. He kept saying over and over that, you could buy a girl a handbag and you're charged with human trafficking. It's just absurd stuff. But no, it's actually it's just literally sex trafficking or human trafficking using a false romantic relationship to recruit usually woman. So that's what the Loverboy method is.
So these women are thinking they have like a relationship with him. They go over, in this case, to Romania, thinking, "Oh, I'm moving with my boyfriend." And then once they're there, it's like, and I've heard him say this, like, you know, it's one of his where he adds his background music and he has his shirt off, and he's like, "If your girl says go out on date, say fuck no, I'm working. You go, I'm working. I'm working out. I'm with the boys." Like, don't ever let your girlfriend take you out on a date. Like, I assume that's kind of the idea, is once they love you, you're like, okay, you've got to work. You've got to match my output. And that's how they put him as a camp, to say, like, keep up with me if you want to be taken care of, right?
Yeah. And they literally have a recruitment system. He calls it the PhD, which is, and he would sell a course called the PhD course, which stands for the Pimping Hose degree. Not even joking.
Jesus Christ, that's stupid.
Yeah, it's but they would literally teach this method of sex trafficking. So he, in a paid course, people would pay him, and he'd sit there on video like an idiot, describing his trafficking methods and techniques. So this is really like a lot further reaching than people realize, as in this is like a global, in my opinion, a global human trafficking ring that, for example, one of Tate's students is a man named Vlad Obu, Romanian guy. He goes by Joe Lambton on social media. He was in Tate's war room. Tate taught him his methods. This man is also now awaiting trial for human trafficking, and while he's waiting trial for human trafficking, he has courses he's selling to teach how to get women on OnlyFans. So it's just still going on. It's still just spreading like a sick freaking virus.
Yeah, it's interesting that they call their degree like colloquially growing up, like we would say things like pimping ain't easy, like we thought we were cool, but he's actually talking about like legitimately that's what they're doing. It's like it's an aptly named degree, a pimping hose degree. You're getting women and you're taking, from what I've read too, a lot of the times he was getting a 60% cut, and he would just tell the women, "Here's your cut." But like him and his brother texting back and forth, like, just give him 30% and tell him it's 50% or whatever. Is that right?
Yeah, Yeah, and he taught this too. It's on video from one of his courses.
Oh,
For example, him saying that I pay the women 30% and tell them it's 50%, but I say that the difference is in tax. But I don't pay taxes because it's in Bitcoin, and you don't have to pay taxes on Bitcoin, which is not true. He just doesn't pay taxes. So he would teach this. But the thing is that some of the women, he would take 100% of the earnings. So he would try to defraud all these women, but the ones especially that he would keep around for a long time, he would take 100% of their earnings. They wouldn't be allowed to leave the house without him or one of the supervisors. There'd be armed guards outside the house, CCTV monitoring them. So heavy stuff.
so what? I guess. Do you have a sense, like, is there enough of a social swell now that that you think we can get the Tates to face the music? Are there things that we can do? Obviously, outside of supporting, it's you and Murdered by Crayons, who I normally follow. Are there things that we can do to help your guys' work or to help get this this message out there? What can we do? Because I mean, I've got a daughter. And everybody here has a woman in their life that they love. And look, I've been catfished. I've been scammed. It's not like only dumb people who fall for scams, or maybe I'm just dumb. Could be that. But what can we do to, number one, help ensure that they see justice, but two, protect those that we love against these types of scams?
There's a few things. Well, firstly, the 4 women in the UK I mentioned are actually crowdfunding to bring Tate to court for alleged rapes and assaults that were just horribly botched by the police in a criminal investigation. So that's one way. If you search fundraiser for Andrew Tate victims, if you Google that, it'll come up. That's one way. But apart from that, yes, social media. So we've been, myself, Crayons, you mentioned, and others have been seeing we've been getting a lot more support, has been getting a lot more awareness of how sick these guys are and how serious it is. And we could always use more help because we need to make, I feel like we urgently need to make as much noise as possible so that, for example, the Trump and the Trump administration especially don't interfere with how it looks like they have with the Romanian investigation, with the Florida investigation, and with the UK, because with all this mess of them being allowed to travel to the US, there's I guess pushing in the UK to make that extradition immediate and just take them straight to the UK now, where they'll most likely be locked up pre-trial and await trial in the UK, which could be the best case scenario, I think. But yeah, just helping as much as possible. And it's important for the women as well, the victims that are out there as well, to see the support, because they, for their own safety, can't really come out publicly. So all the support and the posts that everyone does on social media, it actually helps them a lot too. I've had feedback from the lawyers in the UK that they see this and appreciate it as well.
Okay.
So yeah.
I'm seeing crowdjustice.com. Is that the one? It's Bring Andrew Tate to Justice in the UK? Okay. Looks like they've raised £62,000, which I don't know what the rate is. Okay. Well, we'll push that out too. Do you want to shout out your channels real quick, but before you go?
Yeah. So I'm on YouTube, Gadget440 on YouTube, and I post pretty heavily on Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, on Gadget440 27447. But yeah, big on YouTube at the moment. We're really busy pumping out videos on YouTube. So if anyone's interested, wants to follow the Tate case and his scams and the odd video just making fun of them and how stupid they are, you can find me there.
Well, look, I when I saw your work, I wanted to bring you on. I think it's incredibly important, and I know that there are victims out there who horrific things have happened to them. But I also know that you're putting yourself in the crosshairs, and I'm sure at times it can feel very dangerous to you. I see the comments that are left. I see the reactions on Twitter. So just man to man, I just want to say you're doing incredible work. It's brave, and whatever we can do to help. But keep going, man. I really admire what you're doing.
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
You bet, man. Let's do it again sometime.
Will do.
All right, brother. Be well.
Thanks, man. Bye.
We'll see you. All right, that's Gadget, everybody. Make sure there's the username right there. I'll blow it up a little bit. Gadget at Gadget 440. It's a little blurry. Sorry about that, but at Gadget 440, you can follow him over there. Incredible stuff. Like I said, he and Murdered by Crayons. You can go find the videos from X from the spaces where they confront the Tates. Both of them have confronted the Tates, and you can see the difference. Like they have their charges. They've done their homework, and the Tates can only do one thing, and that's insult them. Do basically what the Tate stands in the chat are doing here. Like insult people, call them betas. I saw a lot of people not liking my 49ers hat, so sorry about that. Bad news, though. I'm not from California, so you can't find me there. But anyways, thank you, Gadget, so much. And guys, make sure you're following Gadget over there at Gadget440 if you want to follow this stuff. All right. Let me hide that real quick. And I'll check messages with Jen real quick, and then we'll get going to the rest of the show. Johnny says, right on time, 17 minutes late. That's early. That's early for you, Johnny. It's good to have you here, my friend. Just a reminder, we are completely crowdfunded, so if you want to join in helping us out, the Venmo, Cash App, PayPal are right below or above the screen, depending on which platform you're on. And you can also support us through Super Chats. Jen, did you have anything you wanted to say? Or just say good morning? Nobody's heard from you yet.
No, you touched on the gift goal. So this is our job. We do this, some Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats. I'll go towards knocking that out. If you guys could help us do that, that would be fantastic. If you haven't subscribed to us yet on Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub. We've got 4 different memberships on YouTube. Want to check any of those out? Also check out our link tree in both bios. We're on all of the other platforms. We've got some different things on IG, and Jay's very active on X, Twitter, whatever the case may be.
Do you want to get give out the details for tomorrow night's debate as well?
Oh yeah. So we have a scheduled debate tomorrow. It'll be on Admir. Admir's live. We'll put it in the Discord. If you haven't seen it already, I'll create an event for it. It's going to be at 8 Eastern Standard Time, so 5 Pacific. I'll be on Admir's platform. They'll be debating tariffs, Department of Education, and Doge, depending on how much time they have for. But tariff specifically is going to be the main debate point. So I'll put the links of where exactly, and we'll be streaming it on YouTube also as well. So if you guys want to speak with Jay, you can DM me directly on Discord, and you can hop in similar to what Gadget just did with Jay. My Discord username is the same as the Venmo, so Jen, JENN, the DUBB, the number 1, and I can get you on to talk with Jay if you guys would like to do that. So
sounds like there's somebody in the chat that's anxious to do it. So
that's why I mentioned that. I saw something going on about that. So that's how you get on if you want to talk to somebody. But yeah. Why do sex workers wear high heels?
It's bad timing for this joke. I don't know.
So they don't sell themselves shorts.
There you go. And I got one for you from Brianna. What do ghosts drink on St. Patrick's Day? On St. Patrick's Day. There we go.
I don't know.
Booze.
That's funny.
I like that one.
Did you hear about the guy that proposed to his Irish girlfriend on St. Patrick's Day?
I did
with
not.
A fake diamond ring?
I didn't.
She said, absolutely not. That's a shamrock.
Stupid. Get out of here.
Bye.
All right. Back at the show. Like Jen said, if you do want to debate, you can get a hold of her. But we got some news here. Twitter's loading slow as hell today, so I apologize in advance for these links taking an hour to load. Elon seems to have not been paying much attention to his company, which is exactly what this video is about. This is from I believe from Comedy Central. I think that's where he's still at here.
On Monday, the company's shares fell 15%, meaning the company has now lost over $800 billion in the last 3 months. The losses are finally starting to get under Elon's skin. Here he is talking to Larry Kudlow.
You giving up your other stuff? I mean, how are you running your other businesses?
With great difficulty.
It is weird to like feel a little bit when anybody's sad. I'm good. I'm not muted. When anybody's sad, I like just reflexively, I feel for. This is a sad person. That was a real. Elon's not honest very often. This is a real honest interview in how, especially with his feelings, they are very much on the surface.
Other businesses.
With great difficulty. Yeah, I mean.
But there's no turning back, you're saying.
I'm just here trying to make government more efficient.
That is a man like discovering self-awareness in real time. And every man has done the eyebrow. Can we see it again? That is not confident eyebrow. Like, if anybody does that eyebrow after you ask them a question, you can't believe shit they say. Amber, ask me where I was last night.
Hey, Roy, where were you last night?
I was at home.
I don't believe you.
He's not doing great. Tesla's not doing great. Before I started the live, I checked their stock, and it's down another 5% today. So that infomercial, that embarrassing commercial that was shot on the White House grounds, doesn't seem to have done the trick. They just embarrassed America and made us look like we're the home shopping network for no fucking reason, just so that Trump could try and make Elon feel a little better. Ironically, like, Trump treats Elon like a child, like his child, more than any of his other children. Like, nobody's ever been so close to Donald Trump, and I think Elon legitimately looks at Trump like he's like a father figure. On top of that, this weekend we have Trump continuing his attacks on Canada, which don't make any sense. Nobody wants to attack Canada. Nobody wants to be at war with Canada. But this is Melanie Joy, the foreign minister from Canada, talking about the rhetoric and how damaging that is to Canadians and how she would just like it to stop, please. They're not going anywhere. Canada's not going to give up their sovereignty to the United States. And frankly, they're now starting to talk about things that will hurt Americans. They're talking about doing trade with other countries instead of with us. They're talking about expanding that. The United States is being left behind in almost all sectors. And that's what you get when you bring in an 80-year-old con man whose policies are from the 1980s. That's what you get. You get left behind.
Said to the secretary is Canada's sovereignty is not up to debate. Period. There's no argument. There's no conversation about it. There's no need to talk about it.
There we go, Twitter.
You're here. You respect us. You respect our sovereignty. You're in our country. You respect our people. Period. Yeah, I think many of my colleagues coming here thought that this issue was still a joke. And that, this had to be taken in a humorous way. But I've said to them, this is not a joke. Canadians are anxious. Canadians are proud people, and you are here in a sovereign country. And so, therefore, we don't expect this to be even discussed or clearly not laughed at. And so I think you should ask them that question today. The approach when it comes to a relationship with the U.S. and through my conversation with the secretary was we will put maximum pressure on the Americans. And meanwhile, we'll work on finding off-ramps. Because we know ultimately at the end of the day, the Trump tariffs are going to hurt Americans.
That's the part that was important. It's saying we're going to look for off-ramps. Like, we're figuring out ways to not work with America. Look, Donald Trump can say it all he wants, and Republicans can repeat it all he wants. They can say, like, Canada doesn't exist without us. They're dependent on us. No, they're not. They're not. They import things from us. There's trade deals with us that are important to them, and they can replace those trade deals. This idea that everybody is dependent on the United States is what's fueling this trade war, and it's wrong. It's just wrong. We are dependent on many other countries. In order for us to have lower cost of goods, we're dependent on foreign countries, and they're dependent on us. And that's a good thing. It's just called being neighbors. It's fine. It's good to get along with people. And what Trump has done in 2 months is taken all these people who were getting along fine and just been like, we're fighting with you now. We have to fuck things up. I don't really know what to do. I don't really know how to do peace. I don't really know how to do diplomacy. All I know is chaos. So I'm just gonna try and fight everybody, and that's where he's at. And it's gonna cost Americans money. It's already costing Americans money, and it's gonna cost us our relationships with other countries, some of which will be replaced by China and Russia, and we may never get our influence back with those countries, which is not a good thing. I would say that world peace is a good thing. I would say that countries around the world feeling like the United States is there to help them and not invade them is a good thing. If you're in the Middle East, you probably don't feel that way. One of the most bizarre things I saw this weekend was Trump. It came out on Friday, maybe Thursday, and I ignored it because I'm like, nobody's going to pick this shit up. But people started reposting this, and I saw it on Twitter, I saw it on YouTube, I saw it on TikTok, I saw it everywhere. Trump had put out this truth saying the pardons that Sleepy Joe Biden gave to the unselect committee of political thugs and many others, his names suck at this point, are hereby declared void, vacant, and of no further force or effect because of the fact that they were done by autopen, which is allowed, by the way. There's no law that says you can't sign things with autopen. It's nowhere. They're not void. So it was dumb until everybody started running with it. And I was like, oh my God, we're really going to do this. In other words, Joe Biden did not sign them, but more importantly, he did not know anything about them. The necessary pardoning documents were not, I don't know why those are capitalized, were not explained to or approved by Biden. He knew nothing about them. And the people that did may have committed a crime. Now, of course, all of that shit he's making up. He just made up all that stuff. There's no evidence anywhere that I've seen that says Joe Biden was unaware of these. And I don't know how that would be a crime. I guess maybe if they signed it without him knowing, it would be a crime. Therefore, those on the unselect committee who destroyed and deleted all evidence obtained during their 2-year witch hunt of me, another lie. The way you can tell if this is a lie is go on YouTube and watch the hearings. And if you can still see the hearings, then you can still see the evidence. And if you can still see the evidence, it's not deleted. So it's not deleted. Because their 2-year witch hunt of me and many other innocent people should fully understand that they are subject to investigation at the highest level. The fact is they were probably responsible for the documents that were signed on their behalf without the knowledge or consent of the worst president in the history of our country, crooked Joe Biden. He's not only is he crooked and sleepy, he's corrupt, but also doesn't know what's going on. Trump has a hard time remembering how he's trying to paint Joe Biden at any given time. He's like, he doesn't know what's going on. He is deviant. He is plotting. He is crooked. He has a hard time figuring out exactly what Joe Biden is. And frankly, if you believe this shit, and in fact, if you read this and you were and your response isn't what a fucking moron, I don't know what to tell you. Your brain is broken. If you read this and you think anything but that guy's a fucking moron, your brain's not functioning properly, and you should get that checked out. It's important. This is a litmus test on your sanity. If this doesn't make you go, that guy's crazy, go see a doctor. We're not diagnosing you here, but go see a doctor. There's something clearly wrong if you can read that and think that it's sane. However, if he were correct, let's just say in a hypothetical world where Donald Trump knows what the fuck is going on. Let's say there's a world where that exists, and signing things by autopen is somehow a crime. Well, all of the J6ers are going back to jail because autopen. All those J6. I mean, there were how many J6 pardons were there? The Federal Register has published 177 documents for Trump so far, just this term. Everyone with a reproduction signature. So I guess the pardons, the things that he's done, I guess those don't count either because those are auto pen. Just in a world where he was correct, which doesn't happen. But the good news is Trump isn't just out here for the weekend complaining about shit that doesn't matter. He's also actively destroying our country, which is cool. That's kind of his plan. Here is a 3-minute video that, again, X has taken its sweet time to load from, who is this? I don't know which, I think this is a Fox associate, WVLT. We'll see. I want to say it was a Fox, maybe CBS. What do we got? I'm trying to look for a imprint there. All right. Well, I don't know which affiliate this is. But farmers across this country are seeing the cuts in the Department of Agriculture, and it's hurting them in their pocketbook, and they're getting pissed.
Tonight, Doge cuts are showing themselves again in East Tennessee, this time when it comes to food at schools and at food banks.
2 programs from the Department of Agriculture are being cut. Our Sam Luther shows us what this means for East Tennessee.
We get something out of knowing that our kids are eating food that was grown locally, that's healthy, that they're learning how delicious fresh food can be.
In East Tennessee, farmers like Kevin Murphy take pride in knowing schools serve food that in many cases comes straight from local farms, a resource food banks like Second Harvest also rely on.
I'm here at the Sullivan family farm. They've been hard at work in Manitowoc County since 2014. They say this cut is a major blow after a quarter of their business last year came from federal funding.
I felt disappointed because Wisconsin was doing an excellent job with the program.
Sullivan says that contract made up a quarter of his business last year. He expected a similar amount this year, but he says his own farm was not his first concern.
The first thing we were thinking to do, how are we going to continue to move food into the food pantries?
Their main purchaser is Grow It Forward in Manitowoc. It's run by Amber Dogs.
This is an entire impact of a local food supply chain.
Dog says the LFPA benefited small pantries to large food banks and more than 300 farmers, just like the Sullivan statewide.
They were planted the last week.
Just so we're clear on this, it's not only are we taking money from people who need it. These are going to food banks. These are people who either can't afford food or can't afford enough food, and it's subsidized farmers because in this country, we allowed the price of goods to get so expensive that the cost of goods for farmers, like a head of lettuce, would be too expensive if we didn't subsidize it. It would be too expensive if we didn't take the food that they grow and make sure it went to people who are needy. And the federal government subsidizes that. So you're hurting people on both ends. You're hurting the people who can't afford food, and you're hurting the people who are growing the food. And if you take away those subsidies, they too won't be able to live. They too won't have the money to survive, and they'll either have to sell their farms or go find a different job and then enjoy the factory farming. That'll be sold off to some massive manufacturer who will lie to us about the pesticides that they put in food. They'll lie to us about the additives. They'll lie to us about what's being fed. And because we've got an EPA now and an FDA who are trying to deregulate everything, it's crazy. Like, we literally have RFK on one side saying we've got to get this shit out of our food, and then you have Trump and his cronies on the other side of this saying, hey, fuck the farmers. Let's make sure that this all winds up in the hands of factory farmers, who are the people who are fucking up our food supply anyways.
Of last September, which would have been...
When these strawberries ripened, they were supposed to be taken to the Food Bank of North Alabama. For the past 3 years, Jeremy Calvert has been a part of a federal program that paid Alabama farmers to grow produce for food banks.
We provided a product to the local food banks, a quality product. We didn't provide junk, and we were paid for it at a more or less an average market price.
The local food purchase assistance program funded by the U.S. Department of Agriculture was cut this week. This year's program promised farmers across Alabama a total of $5.6 million.
The Agricultural Department announced Tuesday it's cutting 2 programs that provide money for schools and food banks to buy food from local farmers. Gruber says those farmers are the ones who supply FoodLink's fresh foods.
More and more every year of what we're buying is from local farms. A lot of the money that was cut today is used on local dairy product. we have local dairy farms who've become very, very great partners of food banks and want to see these programs continue.
The ending of these programs will suspend more than $1 billion in federal spending. It's part of an effort by the Trump administration to shrink the federal government and how much money it spends.
I'm here because money that Shad had counted on.
See, and this is the problem when you fill a cabinet full of billionaires, is they don't understand any of this, especially billionaires. Like they haven't been involved in politics. They haven't been involved in government. They haven't been involved in food subsidies. This is the problem when you fill a cabinet full of loyalist donors, is that they don't recognize. They look at this from a top down, and the Republican voters just do whatever they say because they're like, well, we're stupid, but they're rich, so they must be smart. So they come in and they look at, oh, the government is spending on food. Well, we can cut that out. We can cut the money that we're spending on food, and not realizing that that means that there's going to be people who can't afford food, who can't get access to food. It also means that there are, again, farmers who are going to be disproportionately affected by this. It's not that it's just stupid. It's thoughtless. They're not taking any time to figure out where this money's going. They're just pouring through line items and deleting them when they're like, this in my head sounds like we don't need it. Bloop, deleted. That's the problem, is you don't have anybody in this administration with any expertise in any of the departments that they're leading outside of a handful. Like maybe you could say Marco Rubio. But most of these departments are just led by loyalist donors, and they're just like, we'll get out of the way while Elon cuts funding, and Elon doesn't know what's going on. The biggest problem that we have is you can say that they're evil, they're corrupt, whatever. If you paint them in the best possible picture, you're painting them as incompetent. They don't know what they're looking at. They defund things all the time. Some of it, the money has already been spent. And they're like, oh, we defunded that. We saved the American taxpayers $2 billion. Like, now the money was already spent. You just deleted it. You just deleted a sentence. That's all you did. You deleted a spot out of your Excel sheet. That's all you're doing. They have no clue what they're doing. And that level of incompetence is hurting people, but it's also giving MAGA this false sense that the people that they voted for are accomplishing the things that they said they were going to do. And they're simply not. They're not auditing the government. They're not. We have no transparency of any sort of audit. They're not cutting what they say they're cutting. They're cutting 10% of what they say they're cutting, and even that 10% keeps getting reversed by courts. They're firing people, and then they're like, oh, please come back. We're sorry. We didn't know what we were doing. And if I was MAGA, I would just be like, hey, look, I'm tired of you making me look dumb. Now, MAGA won't be tired of looking dumb because they think everything's 4D chess. They think every mistake that these folks make was on purpose. But if I was MAGA, I'd be frustrated with. Hoofty said, Sully said, happy St. Patty's Day. Hoofy says, great show as always, RTP. I'm glad to be part of what you're doing here. Hoofy's a machine. Hoofy edits so many of our videos just out of the goodness of his hearts. Thank you, Hoofy. W. Hoofy in the chat. And Amanda said, Brian, put your goddamn glasses on. That was an old one. I'm sorry. That was not timely.
From the USDA to help feed his neighbors is now going away.
I basically just wanted to feed people.
Shad's been able to support himself with just 1 acre. A big part of his income came from a USDA program that provided locally grown food to schools and food pantries. Now, that's all been canceled by the new administration.
All right. Let's get to more incompetence before we get to the meat. Let's see. Yeah, I thought this was interesting. One of the things that I think maybe this administration has been short-sighted on is that it's very true that the United States makes a majority of military equipment, weapons, ammunition, even tactical gear. But we aren't the only people who make that. And some of our allies have decided that maybe they just won't buy American military equipment anymore, which is a problem. Especially if you're cutting taxes right now and you're increasing the military budget, you need these military contractors to be able to make a bunch of money, and they're also going to be hurt. So now we've got poor people that are being hurt, we've got immigrants who are being hurt, we've got farmers who are being hurt, and now this is when we're going to find out what Trump's made of, because now the people who pay him, the people who are pushing him to go to war, which he's more than happy to do, they're going to start losing money too. And the problem with it, there's a couple problems here. I don't know if it has the intended effect, because I think Donald Trump is corrupt enough that he'll just say, all right, I realize that you're losing contracts all over the world because of my words. I'll just take us to war a few times. Mr. No New Wars is certainly pro-war.
This is massive. European nations such as Portugal are officially canceling their order for U.S.-made fighter jets like the F-35s, and they'll instead replace their aging F-16s with European-built fighters. This is thanks to Donald Trump's awful leadership as commander-in-chief, as Portugal and other European nations no longer
Thanks, Twitter.
trust working with the U.S., and they don't respect our current leadership. An official from Portugal's military said, quote, "We need allies we can rely on, and that's no longer the case with the U.S. Sweden is now likely to follow, and other European nations, along with Australia and New Zealand, are all reassessing their military purchasing plans. This shift is a direct response to the ongoing failures in the Trump regime, and it's set to deal a serious blow to American defense giants like Lockheed Martin, who's a major Trump donor. With our closest allies deciding not to align with us anymore, Trump is causing the rest of the world to lose respect for our country, all because of his incompetent leadership. Hopefully more and more countries decide not to work with us anymore, especially when it comes to the military-industrial complex, so companies like Lockheed Martin can no longer send Donald Trump billions of dollars."
That's when it's gonna get tight around the neck there for Trump. That's when that collar is gonna get a little tight when he's not paying out these military industrial complex. That's when it's going to be tough for him. I wanted to show you Virginia Fox. If you remember Virginia Fox, she's most famous for screaming, shut up, when somebody was talking, while I think it was maybe Andy Biggs was talking. Here's Virginia Fox, who I believe is now retired, explaining why she doesn't do town halls. And I appreciate the honesty, actually, here from Virginia.
Dr. Fox, no one ever outworked you. No one ever intimidated you, at least not when I worked with you. We see images of some tough town halls across the country. What would you tell the people of North Carolina wondering about efforts to reduce the size and scope of government? I mean, there's pain and anger, but government is too big. So how would you handle those town halls?
Well, first of all, Trey, I always tell people if they want me to have a town hall, please come to my office and sit down and talk with me. I'm happy to answer your questions and talk with you personally. I don't do town halls because I think it's just an opportunity for people to yell at their member of Congress. But
Yeah. If you're getting yelled at, it's because you're not doing a good job. People are upset. That's your fucking job. Your job is to go to the people. Their job is not to come to you. Come to my office. When? You're in Congress, in D.C., or when you're home? And when you're home, are you out doing photo ops, or are you actually in your office? Has anybody ever tried to get a meeting with their member of Congress, their elected representatives? It is not easy. And if you go in there and say, I want a meeting so that I can tell you all the things I'm frustrated about, they're gonna be like, no, they're busy. Virginia's busy today, and she's busy with donors. She's gotta pay for all that money that she's been given. She's got to do some handouts. Sid, thank you for the Cash App. It's great content. Appreciate it. All right, I'll skip that one. Well, I'll add that tomorrow. Let's go into this, because I do want to talk a little bit before we get into what's happening in Yemen and Israel. I do want to talk about some of these mass deportations, but specifically Mahmoud. This has been clipped everywhere. You've probably seen it. I don't remember the creator who first clipped it that blew up. He clipped this first clip as Ben Shapiro defending Mahmoud, which wasn't the case. It was an old Ben Shapiro. But I want you to see how, like, these people on the right who have to walk this line of, I know I've said things in the past. I know I've held positions in the past, principled positions in the past. But now that Trump's here, if I go against him, I'm going to lose. And so I have to completely change my principled position. Here's Ben Shapiro, I think in like 2011. This was just after he had, I want to say it was Berkeley, but he had gone to speak at Berkeley and there were too many protests. And so he just was turned away. Like, they couldn't even get in because the protesters was like, we don't want you here. And here's Ben Shapiro talking to Congress about what their role is when protecting speech, even speech that people don't like.
So let me suggest that as a legislature, your chief job is to ensure that my taxpayer dollars in this state go toward making sure that people like me and people with whom I disagree get to speak in places like college campuses, and not toward regulating what speech you find good and what speech you find bad, because it's a really dangerous business, and there's speech I don't like, there's speech you don't like. But if we can't agree that there is a difference between speech and violence, we're not going to be able to have a free state, let alone a free country.
Yeah. Yeah. All of that. Yes. All of that. Good job, Ben Shapiro. Now let's see younger Ben Shapiro, or older Ben Shapiro.
Democrats put out a tweet yesterday saying, free Mahmoud Khalil. I noticed they didn't have a similar tweet saying, free Idan Alexander, the actual American hostage, still being held by Hamas in terror tunnels.
Yeah, but mostly just because that was Hamas that was holding them and not our government. And so it wouldn't make any sense to put that tweet out along with the tweet of freeing Mahmoud, because it's not our government locking somebody up for speech, right? It's a war, and it's Hamas holding hostages. So it's different, right? But Ben has to do that, because what Ben's about to do here, and what he knows he's doing, is he's about to backtrack on everything. So you kick it off with some whataboutism, and that way your MAGA folks know, hey, whatever we're doing, we don't have to care about, because the left didn't care about this other thing. So if you poison the well with some whataboutism, maybe they won't realize that this MAGA movement is full of hypocrites. That they don't give a fuck about free speech. In fact, they're the opposite of free speech. They want to squash all speech that is against them. You'll see. Look at our chat here. Everybody here in the chat, like, they don't want us to exist. Every one of them tell me, "You go get a job. Go get a job. Get off here. Niners suck." And by the way, the Niners suck ones are the only ones that hurt me, because I know that the Niners suck, and I can't do a goddamn thing about that. So I do want you guys to know that those insults are landing. That does hurt my feelings.
Want to defend that? Go for it. Seriously, it's all you. And we all know, by the way, that if this person had been on campus handing out, as an immigrant, handing out Ku Klux Klan flyers, that person would be deported, and there won't be anybody batting an eye.
Incorrect. See, that's bullshit. If that were true, give me an example. You're telling me that we haven't had immigrants before that were handing out flyers for speech that people didn't like? It's happened my whole life. It happened post 9/11. It happened as we invaded Iraq, and it happened when we invaded Afghanistan. This stuff happens all the time. It's a very normal part of American life. It's one of the things that makes our country great, is that you can say, and again, you can even say really fucked up things. You can support really fucked up things. You should not have your status revoked in this country for words. Just regular ass speech. You're not targeting somebody, you're not harassing somebody, you're not threatening somebody, just speech. Nobody can tell us still, but what did Mahmoud say? What was the speech that they arrested him for? They arrested him for somebody else's speech, something that was on a website for an organization that he was a part of. That's what he was arrested for.
We all know this to be the fact. It is only that there are certain subgroups in the United States, particularly on the left, who are seen as too successful to be determined as quote-unquote minority groups. That's what's going on here. So another win for the Trump administration.
Another win for the Trump administration. Taking an expecting father away from his citizen wife, who's 8 months pregnant, even though he was legally here, and removing him from his family because you didn't like what he said. You didn't like that he pointed out that the Israelis are killing innocent women and children every single day, and that the Palestinians should be free from being attacked by Israel. They just should. We'll never get on the same page here, I guess. But for some reason, Republicans have decided that the actions of Hamas mean that you can just wholesale obliterate Palestinians. Just wholesale, it's fine. Because of the acts of a few, you can just obliterate innocent women and children. Bill Burr had a great line. I don't know who he was with, but actually it's part of his new stand-up act. He brought this up. He was like, and you hear the people saying, well, they're using women and children as human shields. Okay, go around it. Don't blow them up then. I think he said something like, if I wanted to beat the shit out of my neighbor's like holding his infant child, I'm not going to punch through the baby. I'm just going to be like, all right, I'll wait for my chance another time. Go around it. Republicans and Israel supporters, Zionists, like, you're justifying the murder of innocent women and children by saying, like, oh, these cowards are hiding behind them. All right, don't kill women and children. That'd be a good idea. That's what I would do. Is that that's crazy? Is that nonsensical? Rory said, thanks, Jay. I appreciate it. All right. There's a big jet going over my house right now. I don't know if you guys can hear that. Here we have, I don't remember who this was. All right. This is, forget this guy's name. Hussein Haz Shafleh. Is that an L? Shafie? I don't know how to say this. He's the national election coordinator for the Workers' Party of Britain. He's Iranian. He was born in I believe Saudi Arabia and English by upbringing. Here is law firm 899 as a TikTok credit here. What we see now is we see a return back, and we'll cover some more of this stuff later. But this is a rerun. This is going back to McCarthyism. This is the United States being afraid. I mean, I remember this after 9/11. Anybody who looked even remotely Arab in this country, they were stopped, they were harassed, they were threatened. Their neighbors, the people on the street would threaten them. There were calls for anybody who was Muslim to be essentially detained, similar to what we did to the Japanese in World War II. And now we're back. I didn't think we'd get there again. I thought we learned that. We avoided it after 9/11, thank God. But Trump is not trying to avoid it. Trump now just wants to lock up anybody who he views as the enemy. And by the way, nobody's saying free Palestine. Even frankly, nobody even defending Hamas is an enemy to the United States. They're an enemy to Israel, but they are not an enemy or a threat to us. That's not a threat to us. That's a threat to Israel. So even if you were to make up stuff about Mahmoud that he said that he didn't say, even then, I still wouldn't support this deportation. It's nonsense.
Baher Azmi, Baher Azmy, from the Center for Constitutional Rights. Mr. Khalil's detention has nothing to do with security. It is only about repression. The United States government has taken the position that it can arrest, detain, and seek to deport a lawful permanent resident exclusively because of his peaceful, constitutionally protected activism. In this case, activism in support of Palestinian human rights and an end to the genocide in Gaza. The government takes the position that because the Secretary of State finds his dissent unacceptable or contrary to U.S. foreign policy, he can be deported. As Ramsey suggested, it's largely unprecedented, save for ugly historical precedents, including the Red Scare and McCarthyism.
There we go. Tammy, you said, Tammy said it's okay to threaten lives of Jewish students. No, and Mahmoud didn't do that. In fact, that would be a threat. Like if Mahmoud was charged with threatening the lives of Jewish students, then we would have a discussion. But there's not even a charge of that. There's not even an allegation that he threatened Jewish students. In fact, everybody, even those he negotiated with that hold a different view for him, have come out and spoken kindly about him, saying that he is not a threat. He just happens to hold a view that they don't like. He just happens to hold a view that's different than them. The very people that he was protesting against on Columbia campus are not supporting this deportation. This is just the Trump administration trying to force people to stop saying things about Israel that are true. Jamar says, I really need to get into this parking spot, but there's a baby in the way. I guess I'm hitting the baby. Yeah. Yeah. That's the exact same reasoning. Jackie says $2 holla. Thank you, Jackie. Appreciate you very much. From the river to the sea. That's not saying from the river to the sea is not saying that you should harm Jewish students at Columbia. God damn, Tammy. fucking get it together. What are you doing? You're just out here like you're advocating that somebody be deported because of their speech, and you're only doing it because I'm guessing you're a Trump supporter. That's the only reason any of you guys are supporting any of this. You don't give a goddamn about Israel. I would imagine that most of you, if I pulled up a map, could not show me where Israel is on the map. I don't think you could show me where Gaza is. I don't think you could tell me anything about the Israeli government. I don't think you could tell me anything about the Palestinian government. I don't think you know any of this. I think that you just blindly defend Donald Trump. And I think, Tammy, I'm telling you this right now. Like, that's true about you. You know it's true about you. And I hope that you know that we all know. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And you're just doing this because you love Trump. That's my guess. Sorry if I misread your messages or mixed you up with a different Tammy. But saying from the river to the sea, by the way, that chant is used by both sides. It means different things to different people. And it's also been used by people who committed violence on both sides. It doesn't have a specific meaning. But even then, like even if he's chanting from the river to the sea, Palestine shall be free, how's that a crime? What crime did he commit there? From the river to the sea wouldn't even be talking about Jewish students. That would be talking about people in Israel and Palestine, depending on who you're talking about. It would have nothing to do with Jewish students. It's not a threat. It has nothing to do with them. Absolutely nothing. By the way, like I've actually seen threats from both Palestinian and Jewish supporters. None of them have been arrested. So you were taking Mahmoud here, who didn't do any of those things, has been arrested and deported. You can find video after video after video of people threatening each other with words, and their speech was protected. They were doing the thing that you're claiming Mahmoud did, and they didn't even get charged with anything. So what you're advocating for is that if the Secretary of State decides, I don't like that speech, you're gone. You can just be removed from this country. And if you think they're willing to do that, what do you think they're willing to do to United States citizens? You don't think that they might create a new law where you can't talk bad about Israel? And again, why? Why can't we talk bad about Israel? What defense do you have of Israel? I've never heard a good defense of Israel. Not once. Every country, virtually every country outside of America agrees Israel is committing a genocide and that they're essentially terrorists. Everybody agrees on that. Only in America, where we allow AIPAC money to come in here and to lobby, and where we've been so intertwined with Israel since the 40s, only in America do they have this type of influence because they can pay for it. And money works. So they pay for the influence, and then those influencers influence you. And you guys just baby bird, open mouth. Give me more Israel. Israel is great. It's very important that we are siding with Israel. I don't agree. I don't give a shit about Israel, to be honest. I don't. Not that government. I hope the people, when this war finally ends, remove that terrorist government that they've got there. I loved this. This just made me happy. There was an AIPAC luncheon in New York, in DC, excuse me. And again, Twitter's going so slow, but we had an AIPAC luncheon in DC, funded by AIPAC. I don't know who necessarily who all these people were. A lot of lobbyists, a lot of donors, and they're all sitting down having a nice meal. And this woman, I don't know her name. If anybody can find her name, that would be great. Is just going to do what we all should do. Not in a rude way, not in a angry way, not in a threatening way. She just wants to make sure that people are confronted with the reality of what they're supporting. It says stop the genocide in Gaza, and it shows victims, women and children. Pretty graphic pictures there. That's a picture of victims, women and children, that she's ripping up there, and is angry. How dare you show us what the Israeli government is doing? She's mad. She's mad. That women and children, that people are bringing up the fact that women and children are being murdered.
Wow. How shameful. Israeli war crimes and I know it's uncomfortable to think about, but it's
have you been there?
Yes.
You should go there.
I've been there.
Yeah, have you been there? Yes, you should go there. Whoops. She has been there. Whoops. Again, we don't care. Like, the indifference here is what's crazy. You can just look at that, total indifference. Yeah, I know that those are women and children. It's fine. You should go there.
7 times.
Yeah, when was the last time?
7 times.
When was the last time?
Last time I was there about 5 years.
Maybe you should stay there.
Well,
Maybe you should stay there.
Think about what this means to Israel's security. The genocide that's happening in Gaza right now. While you're having your lunch, just think about the children in Gaza who are starving. I think you need another one because somebody tore it up while you're
That one I love. Oh, it looks like somebody tore up your flyer. Here's another one.
enjoying your lunch. Think about the children in Gaza.
I mean, look, if I was confronted with that would suck. That might make me think the callousness that we have for these Palestinians while AIPAC's out here just feeding people. Come on in for a lunch, we'll feed you. Don't mind what the Israeli government is doing. Ignore that. Don't worry about the tens of thousands of innocent lives that have been lost. Don't worry about that. Just know you got a nice flatbread here and a Diet Coke, and you're enjoying yourselves peacefully. And by the way, people like her, we're going to talk to Trump. We'll see if we can get her silenced too. We'll see if we can start making this a crime to remind people what the Israeli government is doing. Sid said, great content. Thanks, Sid. Roy said, thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. And Soli, this is all just another reason to justify their racism. That's why they support it. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what the reason is. I mean, maybe we ask the MAGA in the chat, like, why do you support Israel? What benefit are you getting from supporting Israel? What benefit do we as a country get from supporting Israel? As far as I can tell, we just pay a lot of money. What's our benefit there? It's not even our fight. Actually, I'll bring this up because I think I'll move down here. Let's do, where did it go? Yeah, this. Here's what we get from Israel. We get a place to spend more money. We get an excuse to test out more weapons. We get an excuse to expand the military-industrial complex. Fucking Elon, can you stop with Doge and fix your website, please? Want to give credit here. TikTok handle is at I don't know what that first sign is. ON-UNC.
Later out and start boosting.
Let me just look at this. For all the talk we've had this month about and since really since the middle of the summer, all this talk we've had about the money that we send to Ukraine and Israel, all of a sudden we stopped talking about the money sent to Israel. Has anybody noticed that? Has anybody noticed Republicans the same ones that debated us, like, why are we sending all this money to Israel and Ukraine? Now it's just Ukraine. They've just completely abandoned that talking point. This war was supposed to be over on day one, right? Ukraine and Israel, both those conflicts were supposed to be over on day one. They're not, but we're just not going to talk about what we're spending on Israel now. We've got a new continuing resolution. That continuing resolution includes funding for Israel. Look how much.
Go ahead and get your calculator out and start boosting this video because everybody in America needs to see where our money just went. $3.3 billion for Israeli Defense Forces. $4 billion. Now get your calculations out for Israeli Iron Dome and David's Sling missile defense system. All because they want to keep killing children and doing expansion, by the way. This is all unnecessary. Go ahead and add that up. That's $7.3 billion so far. There's another $1.2 billion for Israel Iron Beam defense system. That's $8.5 billion so far. $3.5 billion for advanced weapon systems to Israel. That's $12 billion so far. Another billion for Israel artillery and munitions development. That's $13 billion so far. $4.4 billion to replenish defense articles and services provided to
17.4.
That's $17.4 billion so far. $2.4 billion for U.S. military operations in the region in response, like we're bombing Yemen right now, because there's currently a blockade and starving people in Gaza again, and they cut their electricity off, and they're calling it a ceasefire, but they're literally just trying to exterminate them. I mean, I'm not even keeping count. It's definitely about $20 billion at this point.
19.8.
All that for $13 billion in cuts to healthcare, education, public health, infrastructure, and environmental protection. Now you tell me, are you happy that...
Yeah, think about all the stuff we talked about right at the top here, taking away from American farmers, from poor people. Just think about all the money that we've cut for poor people through this country. $13 billion is what they want to cut, or what they say they're going to cut. And just a cool $19 billion going over there for Israel, who at this point is just the aggressor. We got Israel out here who is openly carpet bombing Palestine and Gaza specifically. Just all right.
All of your money is and more, by the way, because there's still even more going to bomb babies and your neighbors losing these things. I don't care who you voted for. This is egregious and disgusting. And you cannot claim to be a Christian and support stuff like this. I'm sorry. Bombing the children in the Holy Land is not going to make Jesus come back for people who believe that. And I just want to say that publicly with my platform, because that's ridiculous. This is evil. This is straight up evil. And don't think I'm letting the Democrats off the hook. I know the Republicans. We already know that. I'm just showing y'all. This is why we're here in the first place, because they took money from these people and put them first instead of winning. Yep.
Yeah, we got a problem inside of our own party too. It's not just the Republicans. In fact, I'll scroll down. I'm actually going to skip this. I'm going to go to the last one. Whoever's doing it looks like Kim's doing the outline. Here's Chuck Schumer. Why is that not working? My link's broken. There we go. Who has pissed off damn near everybody at this point. He doesn't have a lot of friends yet. This is from a New York Times article. Here's what he said. It's vicious of opponents to call what Israel's doing a genocide. Criticize it? For sure. Say Israel went too far? For sure. And you know what it does? It increases anti-Semitism, because they're making Israel and the Jewish people look like monsters, which they are not. Well, I don't know. How do you want us to frame this, Chuck? What should we say? If we're going to talk about the genocide, what do you want us to call it? It's certainly targeted at one group of people. It's certainly the Israeli government. I think what Chuck's doing here is pretty fucking disgusting. It increases anti-Semitism. Does it? Do we have evidence of that? You can point to the college campuses. I saw them protesting the Israeli government. I saw a lot of members of the Jewish community protesting the Israeli government. I don't know if it does that, but they're not the same thing. I certainly know that. And if you're saying that criticizing Israel increases anti-Semitism, then we've got a messaging problem, and we should figure that out. We should figure out why in America, when people criticize the state of Israel, it leads to anti-Semitism. We should discuss that. Maybe, just maybe, and I'm spitballing here, maybe that link occurs because the government keeps doing things that they think are biblical. Maybe that's why. Maybe it's because they keep linking it back to religion. Maybe when we moved the embassy to Jerusalem for totally religious reasons, that it brought Judaism into the conversation. Maybe. I mean, again, if it increased anti-Semitism, I think that's a fault on Americans. I think it's a fault on our discussion. And I think it's also a way for people like Chuck Schumer to shield themselves from having to discuss the atrocities by the Israeli government. I think the very fact that he's mostly talking about anti-Semitism and spends very little time criticizing Netanyahu and the Israeli government tells you exactly what he thinks about this. And it's also why he needs to go. It says, I will say it's a word that a UN special committee has used. Please, the UN has been anti-Israel, anti-Semitically against Israel. What does that mean? The UN's anti-Israel? Yeah, because they've been committing war crimes. Why is that anti-Semitically? I don't see the UN talking about religion. I don't see them talking about ethnicity. I see them talking an awful lot about the Israeli government. I'm tired of, like, frankly, I am embarrassed that our Senate leader sounds like he's the Senate leader for the Republicans, just playing identity politics to whitewash a genocide. Oh, the real problem here is not the genocide. The real fucking problem here is that it makes it makes Jewish people look bad. We're not even discussing Jewish people, Chuck. We're talking about a fucking genocide. You're making it about this. You got to go. Chuck Schumer's got to go. I don't know why Democrats are even doing anything today but getting rid of Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer's got to go. He fucks us every single time. And congratulations, Republicans. You spent a lot of time hating Chuck Schumer for him to save your racism. Here is former intelligence officer Josephine Guilbeault, I think is how you say that. It's French. You guys know I'm bad at French names. Former officer, retired, who now is joining on the streets, joining with the citizens, saying, "Hey, we got a problem here." She said they're bombing homes, knowing how many children were actually inside. I can clearly see this is not self-defense. Now we have people in our own intelligence who it was their job to understand this stuff, saying, they know what they're doing. They just don't give a shit. They're not accidentally going after women and children. They're targeting them. Cowboy Carter said, just want to make fun of the cultists in the chat who can't think of anything better to say, Trump, Trump, Trump. Y'all look silly. Trump 2024. I don't really understand what's going on, and I haven't been talking for a while, so I'm going to say Trump every time I get lost. I think that's code. If a Trumper doesn't know what's going on, you'll just see them say, Trump 2024, own the libs, cry more, cope. It's because you don't know what's going on. Just pay attention. Just hang out for a little bit. You'll figure it out. Just stop the yapping, start the watching.
We have technology that we can see exactly who's in these locations and buildings. So they're targeting and bombing homes, knowing who and how many children were actually inside.
My name is Josephine Guilbeault. I'm a 17-year Army veteran. I recently got out of the military last year.
Having that background as an intelligence officer and understanding what defense actually is, I can see clearly that this is not self-defense. The civilian casualties is catastrophic. They're targeting homes filled with children. The elite that sit in Capitol Hill sit there and lie over and over and over. I just want to highlight one of the biggest awakenings that I think I've had the last few weeks coming here and lobbying with the senators and the congressmen is just how corrupt our government is. And that anyone that's in the military is simply just one chess piece that they use at their leisure for their own internal gain to protect their own internal assets and money.
It's not like this is news, too. Like, I think for a lot of us, including myself, like I was late to the game when understanding the relationship between Israel and the United States and the amount of atrocities that we're regularly willing to overlook. But again, it's not like this is new. It's not like the knowledge that AIPAC is sort of running our government or has a very outsized size of influence. It's not new. Here's Jimmy Carter. This is, I think it was 25-ish years ago, talking about AIPAC.
The word apartheid is exactly accurate. You know, this is an area that's occupied by two powers. They're now completely separated. The Palestinians can't even ride on the same roads that the Israelis have created or built in Palestinian territory. The Israelis never see a Palestinian except their Israeli soldiers. The Palestinians never see an Israeli except at a distance, except the Israeli soldiers. So within Palestinian territory, they're absolutely and totally separated, much worse than they were in South Africa, by the way. And the other thing is, the other definition of apartheid is one side dominates the other. And the Israelis completely dominate the life of the Palestinian people.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
Americans don't want to know. And many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution that is far transcends what any outsider would imagine. And There are powerful political forces in America that prevents any objective analysis of the problem in the
Sorry about that.
Holy Land. I think it's accurate to say that not a single member of Congress with whom I'm familiar would possibly speak out and call for Israel to withdraw to their legal boundaries or to publicize the plight of the Palestinians, or even to call publicly and repeatedly for good faith peace talks. There hadn't been a day of peace talks now in more than 7 years. So this is a taboo subject, and I would say that if any member of Congress did speak out, as I've just described, they would probably not be back into Congress the next term.
It is interesting to see the Republicans here repeating dog shit talking points about how Jimmy Carter was the first Israeli plant. Let's hear him talk about the influence of Israel. Then let's hear him talk about it.
Why don't Americans know what you have seen?
So I couldn't find this clip without the background music without it being fuzzy. So enjoy the background music with it.
Americans don't want to know, and many Israelis don't want to know what is going on inside Palestine. It's a terrible human rights persecution that is
this the right one? Hold on, let me see if this is the right one.
Of the Palestinians.
No, that's the wrong clip. I don't know why that clip somehow came with the wrong one. All right, that was the clip we just showed. Did I do the wrong one? Or did I just post it twice? Interesting. All right, here's Richard Nixon on the. I think this is what you guys are referencing about Richard Nixon knowing about the AIPAC. But by the way, even if you guys are right about Jimmy Carter, let's just say that you're right. Let's just say all of that's correct. Your party's completely owned by AIPAC. So what are you talking about? Do you have a problem with AIPAC or not? It seems like you guys only have a problem with AIPAC when they're giving money to Democrats. But when your party clearly is doing the bidding of AIPAC, we're literally doing, we'll get to it in a minute, we're literally doing bombing for Israel right now. We're using our defense for Israel in other countries. And you guys you're cool with that. I don't understand your ideology at all. I don't think you have one. I think your entire ideology is just Dems bad, Dems bad, Dems bad. And if Republicans do the exact same thing, you don't care. What do you believe? What do Republicans believe about genocide? What do you guys believe about murdering innocent women and children? What's the stance for Republicans on women and children, innocent women and children? Should they be protected? Should they be carpet bombed? Are you justified to take the lives of innocent people because other people who happen to live near them committed crimes? Is that okay? What do you stand for? I don't think you give a fuck. I think you just literally are cool with anybody who opposes this administration dying, being put in jail, being thrown out of this country. I think that's honestly what you are, which is why we all called you fascists. And you're like, we're not fascists. And here we are 2 months in, and you're all a bunch of fucking fascists. Every one of you. You have no real beliefs. You just hate everybody who opposes you, and you don't care what happens to people who oppose you. Deport them, throw them in jail, lock them up, get rid of their speech, cancel their funding, make it so that you get rid of their colleges, change the rules so they can't play sports, whatever it is. Anybody you guys don't like, you don't care what happens to them. And that's fundamentally un-American, and it's fundamentally fascist, which is why we all call you fascists. And you guys need to own that. Either own it or change. But you can't keep saying you're not fascist when you keep doing this.
The fact is that American Jews support Israel, and I understood that. And the fact is that every Jewish prime minister that I have known has enlisted American Jews to bring as much pressure as possible in the political process on American presidents. That's understandable. I don't object to it. Now, a president must not go along with it on occasion, because let me
on occasion, not always, just every once in a while,
explain something about what is called the Jewish lobby in this country. In the first place, Jews, understandably in the United States, because of what happened in World War II, because of the Holocaust, are going to put first priority on the survival of Israel. Now, as good Americans as they are, they believe that America's survival and security is directly related to Israel's. In other words, their belief is that being for Israel first means that does not mean you're putting America second, because they think it goes together. An American president, however, has to approach it in a different way, in my opinion. He's got always to think first of what is best for America, and that's true whether it has to do with the Israelis or whether it has to do with the Irish or the Germans or what have you, or the Poles, etc. Usually what is best for America is also best for Israel and vice versa. But on occasions, for example, an American president must make a decision that does not in effect give the Israelis a blank check. And one example of that is a decision that I made. I decided early on in our administration that we were going to seek good relations.
Sorry, I'm sorry for laughing. I just saw a moron in the chat say Antifa is short for Antifada. It's Intifada. It's spelled with an I, you dumb shit. That's MAGA for you. Like, look how mad MAGA is. Like, we're just watching this. Like, get it together, guys. Get it together. What are you raging at? This is Richard Nixon. This is your guy. How the fuck do you guys not? How are you not sitting here with a hard on right now, looking at Richard Nixon? He was a crook. He was impeached. This is the type of shit you love. You love criminals. You love people who are impeached. You love strongman authoritarians. This is your guy right here. He paved the way for your fascist movement that you've got going right now. Celebrate this. Don't argue with everybody else in the chat. Watch, look, this guy paved the way for your guy to be a convicted felon in the White House.
With Egypt and others of Israel's neighbors. Many of my Israeli friends didn't like that because they wanted a special relationship with Israel and Israel only. But I have always said that Israel's interests are better served to have the United States a friend of Israel's neighbors and potential enemies than to leave a vacuum which the Soviet Union would fill. I still believe that, and I think that should be America.
He was also right. That's what happened. We chose to just side with Israel and not the friends, not the neighbors. We just sided with Israel, and we created a vacuum. And in came the Soviets, in came Russia, and they filled that vacuum. And they got. That's why Iran and Russia are so close. He was dead on. That's a Look at me. Look at this. We're balanced. I showed Jimmy Carter and I showed Richard Nixon. They're saying the same thing. He's making a prediction. He got it right. And MAGA's like, this is inconvenient. I do not like this. MAGA 2024. Get a job. Get out of your mom's basement. Guys, got to be better. You got to be a little smarter. You don't feel dumb? Like, honestly, you don't feel dumb right now? You can insult me in a minute, but like for a second, just let's talk. You don't feel a little dumb right now? You don't feel a little dumb that everybody talked about this? You don't feel a little dumb that your guy said I'm gonna end that war on day one, and now he's expanding the war? Now we're bombing other countries. Now we're talking about actually going to war. He escalated both wars. The two wars he said he would end on day one, he's escalating both of them. You guys don't feel a little dumb? Not even like just a tiny bit. You should feel a little dumb. I gotta stop talking with I gotta figure out my camera, because when I move my hands, see, wait, if I do that, if I make that, I don't know, how do you do that? Anyways, it keeps auto adjusting the camera. I don't know how to fix that. It's kind of fun though. Anyways, you guys should feel dumb. Stop allowing yourselves to be dumb. You should be better. You want to talk, this just made me mad. This next clip, this is Vivek Ramaswamy, who clearly is reading a speech that was written to him or written for him by somebody from AIPAC. Like, if you've ever watched Vivek talk about...
Okay, let me do announcements before you go to the next clip.
Go ahead. Sorry.
And don't do it the camera thing. You're going to break things. Don't
well,
do
keep
this.
Israel... Sorry.
Well, stop doing it, because then you're going to break something.
My
We know how this goes.
Hands down. Got it.
Okay. All right, so... if you guys didn't already know, this is our job. We do this every day, Monday through Friday, from 9:30 a.m. Pacific time to 1 o'clock Pacific time. So we've got about an hour and a half left. If you look in the top left-hand corner, that's I don't know if that's the current gift goal number, but that's our gift goal that we need to knock out by the end of the show. So if you could help us out with Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all that goes towards the gift goal to knock that down. If you guys could help us out, we would appreciate it. If you haven't already subscribed to us on Twitch and YouTube, please do so. On Twitch, you can use your Amazon Prime sub, and we've got 4 different memberships over on YouTube. And if you guys would like access to our Discord, any mod can send you a link. And check out the link tree in our bio, because we're on other social media platforms as well. If you're on YouTube, if you could like the stream, that would be awesome. And then what else? Oh, if you guys are opposition and you disagree with Jay and you'd like to talk to him, the other way to do that is to DM me on Discord. It's the same as the Venmo, so Jen, JENN, the number 1, and we can get you on to talk to Jay. So that's how, if you guys would like to talk to Jay, you guys don't have to chirp in the comments and cry. You can actually come up and talk. So that's how that works. Yeah. What's green and sits on an Irish deck?
An Irish deck? Is that what you said?
Yep.
I don't know.
Patio furniture.
Stupid. Shout out to my friend Patio Sullivan. All right, here's Vivek, who's leaned into this. And this is when you see, like, on full display. I've watched Vivek debate Israel and Palestine, and he's not well-versed on this. But when you give Vivek a teleprompter, boy, howdy, can he deliver a speech. Here's Vivek reading clearly a speech written to him by AIPAC. One of the most disgusting things I've heard. Honestly, like, the thing about this new masculinity approach is they love murder. They love revenge. They love violence. And this was pretty sick to hear a person who hasn't been affected by this at all, and who barely knows anything about what's happening in the Middle East. But God damn it, he's a good actor. God damn it, he can really sell something. Here's Vivek with his tough face on, talking about what he thinks American foreign policy should be regarding the Palestinians.
If Israel,
also Tony said, "I don't care what happens to Nazis." To be fair, I do think that's fair. I think it's fair. This one also has music to it, so I'm going to turn down a little.
Israel wants to destroy Hamas, Israel should go ahead and destroy Hamas. If Israel wants to destroy Hezbollah, Israel should go ahead and destroy Hezbollah. If Israel and Mossad want to pull off Munich 2.0 and take out every last leader of Hamas, wherever they may be hiding from Doha to Dresden, host a red wedding at the Four Seasons in Qatar, the next time Haniyeh and Mashal show up, they should go ahead and do it. If Israel wants to at long last abandon the myth of a two-state solution, Israel should go ahead and abandon a two-state solution. The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of since 1948. I would love nothing more than for the IDF to put the heads of the top 100 Hamas leaders on stakes and line them up on the Israel-Gaza border as a sign that October 7, 2023 will never happen again. That is Israel's decision to make, not ours. That is what David Ben-Gurion would tell Israel to do. That is what George Washington would tell the United States to do.
George Washington didn't go to other countries. George Washington didn't dictate the foreign policy of other countries. You see how they do this? They just justified a genocide. He just justified a genocide. He said, "Remember what happened in Europe to the Jews in Europe? They were thrown out of different countries." You know, remember what happened in the Middle East when Jewish people were thrown out of country? Well, fuck it. Now it's all fair. Let's do it now. Let's not learn from any of that. Let's not learn from previous genocides. Let's not learn from forcing people out of their countries previously. Let's just do it back to them. And that's the problem I have with Republican politics in general. It's cruel and it's dumb. It's a place you can go. And as a former Republican, I can tell you, the great thing about going to any Republican event is you didn't have to prepare anything. You just show up with the same fucking talking points that you've had since 1980, and everybody nods along in agreement. You never hear anything new. You never. Every once in a while, though, somebody gets pissed off and starts talking about, killing people, especially in the Middle East, and then the Republicans get excited. Then it's like, oh, it's hype time. We're talking about killing people. The reason they get so excited about that is because, again, they've heard the same shit their entire life. They've heard the same tired, failed economic policies their entire life. They've heard the same tired, failed border policies their entire life. Nothing has changed for them ever. So the only thing now that ever excites them is going after libs or going after specifically Muslims in the Middle East. That gets them worked up. That's when they get real excited, which is why this hype video has like millions of views on social media. They love that. When we're talking about killing people, nobody gets harder faster than a Republican. That's what they love. I think it maybe ties back to like why they love Andrew Tate. Whatever it is that they can't accomplish, whatever it is that they can't attain, it's never their fault, and they should attack whatever the perceived obstacle in front of them is. And that perceived obstacle is generally some marginalized person, almost always. You should be embarrassed. You should take a second to reflect on why you guys are so murderous, why you are so bloodthirsty, but you won't. You'll just hide behind your Christianity a little bit longer and be like, well, you know what? There's religion and then there's the real world. And in the real world, we got to murder people. It's what we do over here at the GOP. It's our favorite thing to do. Speaking of Republican hatred, Donald Trump has issued an executive order invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by Tren de Aragua, which is crazy. I just want to, before we get through all this shit, like, basically Trump is now trying to claim that Tren de Aragua is invading our country. It's an act of war, and they're here to undermine our country, and they're here at war with our nation, which is untrue. I have no problem with members of the Tren de Aragua gang being rounded up, putting in prison, and deporting them. I have no issues with that whatsoever. In fact, I don't know anybody who has an issue with that. What I do take issue with is pretending we're at war when we're not. How can you go on TV and every day talk about how you closed the border and nobody's coming through the border anymore, and then also say, like, we've got a war? There is no war. The gangs are here because this is a place that people like to sell drugs, because Americans like drugs. And so the gangs come here and they sell drugs, and then they fight with other gangs for territory. So we could do something about the drugs, or we could not. But Trump, instead of doing something about the drugs, he's just going to deport more people. So here's what he says. Section 1, I find and declare that Tren de Aragua is perpetrating, attempting, and threatening an invasion of predatory incursion against the United States of America. Tren de Aragua is undertaking hostile actions and conducting irregular warfare against the territory of the United States, both directly and at the direction, clandestine or otherwise, of the Maduro regime in Venezuela. No, they're not. They're not conducting irregular warfare against the territory of the United States. They are not trying to take over the United States. They're not trying to claim territory or gain territory for the purpose of an act of war against the United States. It's just not true. And by the way, this has already been shut down by a Supreme Court today. They issued it. The ACLU was ready. The Supreme Court, or not the Supreme Court, excuse me, a D.C. Circuit Court judge has already shut this down, and it'll go to the Supreme Court, and we'll figure out what we'll find out. I think this will be shut down, like most of the things that Trump's doing. But again, like it's always like this strong arm tactics. Look the other way. Don't pay attention to us absolutely fucking the future of our economy. Don't pay attention to us stealing money from poor people so that we can give it to our rich friends. Don't pay attention to us gutting Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. Don't pay attention to us firing tens of thousands of workers, including thousands of veterans. Don't pay attention to that, because we're at war, guys. And by the way, this is all part of Project 2025. This is in Project 2025. The idea is here, if you can declare a state of emergency here and you can declare a war on Tren de Aragua, then you can invoke the same emergency powers that Netanyahu and, frankly, Zelensky are using in their countries. And then what happens? Then you don't have to have an election. The problem with designating this as a war is that it's not a war and it's not defined. And if this is allowed to stand as an act of war, and we're allowed to use special powers that only apply during wartime, then why would we not be able to implement martial law? That's the plan, just so we're clear. That's always been the plan. The plan has always been to designate these cartels as gangs. First, then you designate the border as a national emergency. Then you designate those gangs and the national emergency at the border as an act of war. Then you use your wartime powers, your extraordinary wartime powers, to fundamentally undo the protections or the checks and balances that the judicial and the legislative branch have. And you place that power in the executive branch. That's Project 2025. It was written out before. We told you guys were going to do this. Y'all told us this that you weren't. You guys are full of shit about Project 2025. That's not happening. Trump said it's not happening. Well, it's happening. So for those who are new here, I've got a question for you. And maybe you can answer in the chat. You can answer it to yourself. Were you lying then? Were you lying then and you knew this was happening? Or are you finding out about it now, but you don't care that the people lied to you? There's not a different answer. There's no third option here. Those are your only two options. You knew about it then and you lied, or you're finding out about it now and you don't care that you got lied to. Those are your only two options. And if you knew about it then and you were like, yeah, I'm just going to lie about it, you're a fucking fascist. And if you didn't know about it then and you're finding out about it now and you're choosing to support it now, you're a fascist. And that's the thing about fascism, is it's not something you get to declare on your own. It's not something that you're like, I'm a fascist and I can't be a fascist unless I say I'm a fascist. You're fascist. That's what this is. I just ask yourself that. Tell me you're not a cuck. If you didn't know about this and you're cool with it, now explain to me how you're not a cuck. How you're not just force-fed your opinions. How you're not just being led around like a little sheep. Explain that. We're not at war. We're not at war with Tren de Agua. They're not trying to undo the sovereignty of our country. It's just another power grab. And frankly, I don't even think the analogy of like, would you like this if it was us? Because like this wouldn't happen on the left. You guys, you spent 4 years calling Biden a fascist for having the audacity to have people wear masks and socially distance. You're like, our rights are being stripped. Okay, how about our rights now? Are those being stripped? Or your rights being stripped now? You guys talking about that? Not going to talk about that, are we? Not some of the things are coming true from Project 2025. All of the things, and you guys fucking lied about this thing specifically. You guys lied about declaring a national emergency and using wartime powers. You lied about this exact thing. Everything you've done is Project 20. What has Donald Trump done so far that wasn't in Project 2025? To the Republicans in the chat, what things has he done that weren't scripted for him in Project 2025? Speech has been stripped, Scott. Freedom of speech has been stripped. How about that? The ability to self-identify. The ability of somebody who's here on a green card to criticize our government. That's not allowed anymore. They're taking, in fact, in the government, people are being censored in the government. Who was it? I can't remember the congresswoman the other day that was silenced and was not allowed to put things into the record. She wasn't allowed to read articles into the record, which is a fundamental right. That's being taken away. Access to health care. That's been taken away. You guys are so busy defending Donald Trump, and you care so much about Donald Trump. You have such Trump derangement syndrome that everything you hear that's bad, you knee-jerk react, like your knee-jerk reaction is to just defend it. None of you think about any of this and the implications of this. And frankly, it's simply because he shares your view. Well, he doesn't share your views. He gives you your views. He hands you your views, and you just gulp them down like the good children that you are. But that's why, like, you don't care about fascism. You don't care about rights, as long as it's not your rights that are being infringed. If it's your rights that are being infringed on, you won't shut up about it. It's literally wearing a mask, which you didn't have to do, by the way. You didn't have to wear a mask. You just couldn't go into public areas without it, depending on where you lived. But now we're attacking speech. We're attacking schools. We're attacking the free speech. We're going after the press. We're suing law firms who had the audacity to do their job. They were hired to prosecute, and now they're being investigated for fraud. They're being blacklisted from government projects just simply for doing their job. It's exactly what the Nazis all did. Most of the Nazis were just like, it didn't affect me. No, you guys are overblown. Yeah, this is overblown. It's all overblown. This does end poorly. No matter, I don't know how it ends, but it ends poorly. Donald Trump's not just going to go quietly into the night, unless he dies in the night. Then he'll go quietly into the night. And then you guys will come up with some conspiracy theory that like somebody had him killed. We're at a place in this country now. Donald Trump has fucked things up so bad that on the day that he dies, millions of people are going to call it a conspiracy theory. Millions. If we have another disease that goes through our country more dangerous than COVID, we'll lose millions of people. Millions. Because you guys have been convinced that like science is bad now and science is against you. And that really all you need is like that some whole milk and some colloidal silver and you'll be protected. And it won't just be you. Like it's one thing if it's just like a virus comes through and it just kills people who try and protect themselves, who are vaccinated, who wind up wearing masks and social distancing. Some of those people will die too. Because Republicans don't care about anybody but themselves. And now you guys are fighting science, you're fighting facts, you're fighting reality, you're fighting the Constitution. Every day you guys have to wake up and explain why this president is doing something that no president has done before and is against what the courts are ordering him. They're openly defying court orders now. You want to talk about constitutionality? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about Donald Trump and his administration openly saying, if a court rules something, we're just going to ignore it from now on. If we don't like the court's ruling, we're going to tell them to fuck off, which is exactly what Project 2025 said that you were going to do. You guys are acting out a script. This is from this morning. The Trump administration has transferred hundreds of immigrants to El Salvador, even as a federal judge issued an order temporarily barring deportations under an 18th century wartime declaration, the one we were just talking about. We have checks and balances. What's the check against the executive branch? The judicial branch. What are they saying to the judicial branch? I don't give a fuck. We're going to do whatever we want. James Boasberg, a U.S. District Court judge, issued an order Saturday temporarily blocking the deportations, but lawyers told him there were already 2 planes with immigrants in the air, one headed for El Salvador, one for Honduras, and Boasberg verbally ordered the planes be turned around, but they were not, and he did not include the directive in his written order. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the administration did not refuse to comply with a court order. The order, which had no lawful basis, was issued after terrorist TDA aliens had already been removed from the United States territory. Excuse me. How is a court order not have no lawful basis? The order was you cannot use that act. This is not an appropriate use of the act. That's a lawful order. And just because the planes happen to be in the air doesn't mean that they can't turn around. In a court filing Sunday, the Department of Justice, which had appealed Boasberg's decision, said it would not use the Trump proclamation he blocked for further deportations if his decision is not overturned. Trump sidestepped a question over whether his administration violated a court order while speaking to reporters on Air Force One on Sunday evening. Just openly defying court orders. Tom Homan is out here saying, we're not doing, like, who cares what the courts say? Who cares what anybody says? Who cares what judges say? Who cares what mayors say? Who cares what the police say? Who cares what governors say? I'm Tom Homan. I don't give a fuck. Donald Trump won the election, and so we get to do whatever we want. I have to extend out those intros because Twitter's so slow today. Elon Musk sucks.
So Tom, what's next? Because I'm getting a little worried about the manpower. These guys they have to be tired. You got 30 guys in a stack going on different busts every single day. You're going to run out of money. It doesn't look like you're getting support from the Democrats on this. You're going against the judges now. What's next?
Another flight every day.
He tried. Okay, so you guys are just telling everybody to fuck off. What are you going to do next? Tom Homan, I'm going to do whatever I want. I really hate immigrants.
What's next?
Another flight. Another flight every day. The teams are going to be out there every day. Every day, the men and women of ICE are going to be in the neighborhoods of this nation arresting criminal, illegal alien, public safety threats, and national security threats. Lawrence, you're not going to stop us.
What words is he saying? Dude, can this guy, what words? Let's hear it back. What did he just say?
Public safety threats and national security threats. Lawrence, you're not going to stop. Public state, criminal, illegal alien, public safety threats and national security threats. Lawrence,
what is he saying? I think public safety interests and national security interests. God can barely function, barely get a sentence out. I don't care about anything. Public safety, I don't care about public safety interests and public interest interests. Bring a report. Men and women, I should be on the streets from now on. Thank you, Tom Homan, for joining us today.
you're not going to stop us. We made a promise to the American people. The President Trump has made a promise to the American people. We're going to make this country safe again. I wake up every morning loving my job because I work for the greatest president in the history of my life.
Here's a fun thing to do. Go watch anybody from this administration on TV. It is a prerequisite that when you go on TV and you speak for more than a minute, you have to stop at some point and gargle Donald Trump's balls. You have to talk about him like a savior every time you go on TV. I've got more clips later on doing this. It is remarkably weird. It reminds me so much of the cult that I grew up in, where no matter what happened, like we'd just be having a nice like a get together, a group picnic, and somebody would pray, and they're like, "We're so thankful for our prophet for leading us through these turbulent times and allowing us to even have a picnic because we have a prophet who speaks to God and who is wonderful and infallible." They all talk about him like that. It is so goddamn weird. You guys are so goddamn weird, and we're going to keep saying it. And listen, there's a lot of people saying, like, Democrats' approval's at a historic lows. True. They said Donald Trump is at his highest approval rating ever at 47%. That's his highest. There's only one way to go, and it's up. And we're going to do it slowly, and it's happening. We're going to do it by showing that you are not the anti-war party, that you are pro-war. We're going to do it by showing that you're not the law and order party. You break the law. We're going to do it by showing that you don't give a goddamn about our Constitution and the political structures that have been set up so that we have checks and balances. We're going to do it by showing that all of you are just absolute cucks to one man, that the entire Congress, both the House and the Senate, have laid down for Donald Trump and said, "Give us more orders, daddy." Not everybody wants to be in a cult. Not everybody. And that's why you can point to our numbers all you want. That's fine. Democrats should have low approval ratings. I also don't approve of the Democratic. If I was part of that poll, I would have said I have no faith in the party. None. But we're going to run some of those people out, and we're going to put new people up. And you guys are going to have to, at some point, defend why you just sat back and let these people dictate what you believe, what you think, what you do, what you say, even the catchphrases that you use. You guys are, it's like the reason that you guys get called bots all the time is because you all say the same fucking thing. Always. None of you have any substance. How many times have we invited you guys to come up here and have a discussion? How many people challenged me already today? Like, oh, I'll debate this guy. None of you show up. You don't have any fucking substance, and you don't have any fucking substance because your leader is a moron. He doesn't have any substance. He doesn't know what's going on. He's making it up as he goes. That's why none of you have the balls to show up and be like, let me defend these actions. This guy can't complete a fucking sentence. You're telling me, somebody tell me Tom Homan's a smart guy. Tell me this is intelligence here. Is a bootlicker. It's a bootlicker who takes all his pride from being picked by Donald. He picked me, so I'm important. You were picked because you're a moron. You were picked because you don't have any courage. You were picked because you don't have a spine. And you'll just do whatever Daddy Trump tells you to do. Just like all you guys. You show up every day and go, oh, you guys are losing Trump derangement syndrome. We don't have any substance. Not one of you has any fucking substance. None. In fact, I'm going to have a debate with a conservative tomorrow night. And you know what's going to be the interesting part about that debate tomorrow night? Is she's going to have to take positions that Donald Trump himself doesn't take in order to debate. Because we're debating about tariffs tomorrow. So I'm debating a Republican tomorrow about tariffs who is going to have to admit that tariffs are paid by us and not foreign countries. And your moron in chief keeps telling us that tariffs are paid by foreign countries. That's the world we live in. If you as Trump supporters are going to go into a public space and debate people on policy, you have to take positions that Donald Trump himself won't take. Because they're that painfully stupid. I don't know why you guys are supporting this. I get why you don't like us. I get why you don't like our politicians. Fuck, I don't care if you don't like Kamala Harris. None of that matters. Why are you allowing yourselves to look so fucking dumb? You have to defend literally the stupidest. Our Secretary of Defense is a Fox News host. That's the equivalent of his qualifications. You just hired a bunch of podcasters who spent the last 4 years gurgling Donald Trump's balls, and that's how you got your appointment. That's how Kash Patel is the FBI director. Because he went around and he lied for Donald Trump about dumb shit that you guys all know isn't true. You all know the election wasn't stolen. You all know this stuff. But you have to repeat it because the morons at the top of your party are saying it. So you either have to say, like, oh, well, they're just tricking you, or you have to defend stupid positions.
Morning, loving my job because I work for the greatest president in the history of my life, and we're going to make this country safe again. I'm proud to be a part of this administration. We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think. I don't care what the left thinks. We're coming.
I don't care what the judges think. You said, am I mad, bro? Fuck yeah, I'm mad, dude. Fuck yeah, I'm mad, Andrew. Andrew Paintball 246. I'm probably just as mad as you get when your mom doesn't let you go play paintball with your friends because you didn't turn in your fucking homework. Same, probably about that same level of angry. Yeah, I'm angry. I'm mad that you guys let this happen. You could have. We probably still would have lost. You could have put up Nikki Haley. We would have lost, and you wouldn't have to defend stupid shit. You could have put up Ron DeSantis. We probably would have lost, but you wouldn't have to defend stupid shit. You guys chose the dumbest guy, not the dumbest guy on stage, because he didn't show up on stage to debate with any of the Republicans because he's a coward. You chose your dumbest guy and put him up, and now you're defending him. You could have just had like a regular person with a normal brain that functions, and instead we got this fucking mouth breather here who can't complete sentences, and he just finished his interview by saying, I don't care about the courts. I don't care about anything but Donald Trump. He is who I look to for guidance. I love Donald Trump. So yeah, like we're a little upset. You guys should have been better. We shouldn't have a moron running our country. That'd be cool. Either way, you would have won. Wouldn't you have liked to like have sensible foreign policy? Wouldn't it be nice if you guys got the tax breaks that you wanted, but like every country didn't hate us? Wouldn't you like that? Wouldn't that be nice? If we like got along with other countries and we were able to work out trade deals with Mexico and Canada that made sense, that actually made prices lower and not more expensive, wouldn't that have been nice? But no, you had to get a freaking blind horse in a china shop kicking around, and you're just scrambling all over the place to defend this. Again, where are you guys? Well, we're in the chat. We stay in the chat because we know if we have to have a conversation with somebody, we can't defend any of this. So we're going to stay in the chat and criticize you from afar. Yeah, I'm mad. I'm real fucking mad. Is this who we are? This what we want to do now? We're this country. We're doing just straight up propaganda. We're using humans as propaganda. This is what we're so pumped about. Cool. Why does this make you happy? Why does it make you happy? Like I get, like, let's say every member of this gang is Tren de Agua. Why does this make you happy? Why do they have to all have their heads shaved and do a perp walk with a hand on their neck? Why does this make you happy? Because you love cruelty. You guys are just as bad as any of these gangs. You guys want more violence than they do. You would love violence. If Donald Trump gives you guys permission to do some violence, you're on. How many more of your organizations need to be labeled as domestic terrorists? I mean, Tren de Agua is listed as a terrorist activist or group. So are the Proud Boys. So are the Oath Keepers. So are the One Percenters. So I don't know if Moms for Liberty is. I forget what they're labeled as. Can we get rid of you guys? Please? One of the real problems we have with these people that are being deported is that, and again, because say it right to you guys, you're cucks. So because you guys are cucks, we don't actually get information because you don't force Donald Trump to tell you the truth. You just take him at his word. You take Elon at his word when they tell you that they've cut $10 billion for Doge, and then we find out it was like $500,000. You don't care. It doesn't bother you that they lie. You believe it. So when Trump tells you that they're deporting gang members, you just believe it. Well, let's talk about some of these gang members then. This is Jasmine Mooney. She's a Canadian white lady. You think she's a member of Tren de Agua? She was in the movie or the series, the American Pie series. She's gone. Disappeared. Can't find her. And finally did. She said, I was chained up for 24 hours in chains. What's the crime? Oh. Do you guys know what crime was committed there? How about here? This is Jessica Brochet, a German. Come on, Twitter. Nice website, Elon. You're doing great. Before anybody says internet, this whole show's on my internet. So this is Jessica, I don't know how to say it, Brosch, a German who CNN did dirty with this photograph, was tormented for over a month, 8 days in solitary confinement. How about here? Rebecca Burke. She's a British backpacker. She's picked up at the Canadian border on her way out, and they held her just to torment her. She's still being held. Gang member? Is Tren de Agua gang member here? How about here? How about Fabian Schmidt, German green card holder, was violently interrogated at Logan Airport for hours and stripped naked. His mother said he hardly got anything to drink, and then he wasn't feeling very well, and he collapsed. Is that a gang member? Where's the charges? Of course, Mahmoud Khalil, green card holder, model Palestinian, worked with the British Embassy, just abducted, disappeared. For what? For speech. Is he a member of a gang? Nope. He just doesn't like that Israel's doing a genocide. How about here? This is Dr. Rasha Aliwea. I don't know if I said that. Aliwea? I don't know how to say that. Transplant doctor at Brown on an H-1B visa, abducted and disappeared from the Logan Airport. Then she was deported despite a court order halting the deportation because we don't listen to laws anymore. Transplant doctor. You know how hard it is to be a transplant doctor? You know how many transplant doctors there are? So not only is she gone, but now there are people awaiting transplants, and they're under staffed now. So more people will die. Is she a member of a gang? No? These are all, it goes on. These are still all model victims, apart from ISIS' usual campaign against the poor, huddled masses. Also remember that people are not just being deported, they are being tortured. They are being tormented. They are being questioned. They are because they are not citizens, the normal rules, apparently, according to Tom Homan, don't apply. So they use accelerated interrogation techniques to torture people. The message is not to shut the fuck up or get the fuck out. Now they're saying that America isn't safe for anybody. They'll just randomly get rid of anybody. And laws also, when crossing into a stolen land run by thieves, they don't honor anything. Are these gang members, MAGA? That looks like you. That guy looks like he came from a MAGA rally. He's from Germany. Were you big Tren de Agua presence in Germany? These German green card holders are coming over from Germany with their gangs. These don't look like these don't look like the type of people that need to be deported. I'm reading everything about them. Not one of them has any charges against them. Not one of them. What are we doing here? It's cruelty. That's what you guys want. You love cruelty, and you'll sit here and you'll justify this. You'll be like, well, you know, some people are going to get caught up, but ultimately the goal is to get rid of the dangerous ones. It's the same justification Israel has for murdering innocent people and for performing a genocide. Oh, well, we had it on good authority that there were some Hamas folk nearby, and so we just killed all these women and children. Hey.
There you go.
Do it real quick. Just the lack of humanity out of you guys is what pisses us off. We can do politics. You won. You should be celebrating that you won. That's fine. Like you win and you lose, and you won, and you're not getting anything that you wanted. You're just getting cruelty, and I guess maybe that's what you wanted. Go ahead, Jen.
All right, just checking in. So just want to remind everybody, we've got about 15 minutes left before the end of the show. So we're a little bit of a ways away from our gift goal. So if you guys could help, Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats, all that help us go to knock out that gift goal. So if you guys could help us get there, we would greatly appreciate it. If you haven't already subscribed to us over on Twitch, please do so. You can use your Amazon Prime sub. And on YouTube, we've got 4 different memberships that you guys could choose from as well. We have tomorrow evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 5 o'clock Pacific Time. We have a pre-scheduled debate with Conservative Lens. It'll be on Admir's TikTok Live platform. So we'll be streaming it on YouTube as well. So take a look out for that. And then I've seen some people in the comments. It looks like some people are chirping. If you guys want to talk to Jay, want to debate Jay, you can download Discord if you don't already have it, and DM me on Discord is the same as the Venmo, Jen, JENN, the number 1, and we can get you on to talk to Jay. So,
but make sure you ask your mom first if it's okay, if you're going to come up here.
Yeah, and if you're not over 18, we don't talk to kids. So there's that too.
We're not Andrew Tate. We don't talk to kids.
No, we are anti children trafficking stuff. So if a king sleeps on a king mattress and a queen sleeps on a queen mattress, what does a prince sleep on?
I mean, it's got to be Prince mattress, but I'm going to guess that's wrong.
That's wrong. An air mattress.
Oh, nice. I actually like that one. I liked that one.
Yeah. A lot of people have noticed also that they want you to take off your hat. They're concerned you're balding.
Oh, well.
Do you want to prove that you have a hairline?
Nope. No, let's just let them think it. It helps them.
It does.
Well, yeah, it's going to help them if they think it's a bald guy that's talking to them. And then that's how they get to justify their cruelty. But no.
Right. It's probably projection too.
That's right.
So. Right.
All right. Thanks. Tina said, why did they not have tattoos? The gang members that were being deported. I don't know what the rules are to join Tren de Agua. I don't know if you have to have tattoos. I know that there was one guy. I don't remember if I have this here. Let me see if I have this. I was reading this story earlier. I may not have it. There was a guy who was deported for gang tattoos, but they weren't gang tattoos. They were just tattoos. Some of them have like different meanings. It'll be like I wish I would have put that on the outline. But like there's certain words that some of these gangs have that they tattoo on themselves, but other people could have those tattoos as well. So I don't know if you have to have tattoos. I don't know if the tattoos were under their shirts. I don't know how they've identified those people. I have no idea if those people in that picture were gang members. And frankly, none of us will know because the Trump administration has decided they're just not going to tell us. Like, even though they've been ordered, even though it's by law, they have to tell us, they're just not telling us. They're just like, nah, we're not going to tell you. Just trust us on this. It's always trust me, bro. And the bros trust him. It doesn't do much for men. It doesn't say a lot about the younger men who follow this shit and think Trump is their daddy. Doesn't say much for your future. Let's see. Melissa said a dollar train. Thank you, Melissa. I appreciate it very much. Let me go back here. And like Jen said, if any of you guys ever want to not be a keyboard warrior, you're welcome to come up at any time. Because obviously I'm dumb, right? I'm just a soy boy liberal cuck without any information. That's why you guys are mad. And obviously, in just a few minutes, you would be able to explain it to me, which you can do. We can talk calmly. I would love it. I would love to be convinced that Donald Trump is doing good things for this country. I wish that I could just blindly accept everything that he's doing is good. I wish I was that dumb. But maybe I am, and you guys could come explain it to me anytime if you'd like to. Let's get to the last part. What do we got, 50 minutes? We may end a little bit early today. We'll see. Here's Pete Hegseth. This is a full interview, so this is a 10-minute interview. We're going to stop at plenty. He was on with, I think it's Maria Bartiromo, and I first want to point out that, like, this isn't normal. It's not normal for a defense secretary to be this public all the time and to make this many public appearances. It's also not normal for a Secretary of Defense to consistently invoke the name of the president who put them in place. In fact, historically speaking, SecDefs were really, really careful about being political. So they wouldn't talk about things that were politically motivated. They wouldn't talk about things in the political sphere. If you saw them on television, it was generally just to talk about defense activities. But not Pete Hegseth, because Pete Hegseth is Trump's SecDef. So just like in North Korea, just like in Russia, you cannot go on television and make an appearance without filleting the commander-in-chief. You have to fillet the boss. That's part of the deal if you become a member of the Trump administration. Fillet, and boy, do we have a lot of fillet.
Sunday morning with President Trump's new message to Iran, with the commander-in-chief ordering a powerful and deadly attack against Iranian-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen over the weekend. Multiple rebels dead after the strikes hit the intended targets in Yemen's capital city on Saturday, with President Trump writing...
What happened to no new wars, guys? Republican, what happened here? What happened to no new wars? We doing new wars now?
On Truth Social, the Houthis have waged an unrelenting campaign of piracy, violence, and terrorism against American ships, aircraft, and drones. Your attacks must stop starting today. And if they don't, hell will rain down upon you like nothing you have ever seen before, right?
Now, I've spent the last 2.5, 3 years on TikTok debating conservatives every day. And we were debating conservatives all the time about Joe Biden and how he was such a warmonger. And those same conservatives would point back at Bush and the neocons, and they would point to our invasion of Iraq and our invasion in Afghanistan and our activities all over the world where we intervened. And Tulsi Gabbard, you guys love Tulsi Gabbard. She talked about regime change wars. She talked about how when we go into countries to go after terrorist cells, we wind up bombing indiscriminately and we kill innocent people, and then more and more people are radicalized. That's how this grows. So now what we're doing, the no new wars guy is going to do poorly targeted strikes killing innocent people, which will create more radicals. He's doing the exact mistake. That's why you told us that you were bringing on Tulsi. Because Trump and Tulsi had the same foreign policy, that they didn't do regime change wars, that they didn't do invasions to these half-assed invasions where they go and they just haphazardly blow up cities. And now here we are, and we're blowing up cities. We're killing innocent men, women, and children in the name of fighting terrorism. We're making the same. This is Bush. Trump is just Bush. It's somehow dumber, though. Like, it's great. We got like a dumber version of Bush. Imagine that. You go, we're going to drain the swamp. Nah, never mind. We're just going to do Bush-Cheney 2.0. The only difference between Bush-Cheney and the Trump administration is that, like, at least Cheney had the decency to create, like, this line of separation between him and the military contractors. Trump's just putting the military contractors right in office with him. You just got Elon Musk out there with him. Like, I'm just going to bring all the military contractors in. They'll just be part of the administration. We're all going to get paid.
Writes the president. Trump also sending a direct message to Iran, warning the Iranians not to support terrorist proxies. The president following up after breaking news on this program last week that he sent a letter to the supreme leader of Iran asking to open up talks regarding Iran's nuclear ambitions.
I've written him a letter saying, I hope you're going to negotiate, because if we have to go in militarily, it's going to be a terrible thing for them.
You wrote a letter to the Khomeini,
Yes.
the leader? When did you send the letter?
Yesterday.
And you said you better negotiate, or we want you to
I didn't
negotiate?
say you better. I
Okay.
said, I hope you're going to negotiate, because it's going to be a lot better for Iran. And I think they want to get that letter. The other alternative is we have to do something, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon.
Those comments sparking.
You know, we used to have the ability to go into to Iran and inspect their weapons. And that ability ended, like 6-7 years ago, when Trump ripped up the Iranian nuclear agreement. And now we have no eyes on what they're doing. So a good thing would have been to not withdraw from that agreement, so we still knew what Iran was doing and we weren't just guessing. But in Trump world, you fuck something up and then you just pretend that you didn't fuck it up, because your supporters are so goddamn dumb that they'll never figure it out anyways. They don't know anything about this. So they're like, oh, I wonder why we don't have transparency on Iran.
A response to the interview from Iran last weekend, with the supreme leader saying Iran would not be bullied, writing, the insistence of some bullying governments on negotiations is not aimed at resolving issues.
Oh, we have somebody here. Sorry about that. I didn't know we had somebody here to debate. Let me go to, let me find it. Find where you're at. All right, you picked the wrong one. What's up, brother?
How's it going?
Good, man. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing?
Really good. What did you say you had something you had contention with? What did you have contention with that I said?
Well, I had contention with a few things. One of them was the freedom of speech issue and the essentially the curtailing of freedom of speech, saying that Trump was more against freedom of speech than, let's say, I like to say, let's clarify our terms. Sure. I like to say leftist as opposed to liberals, because classical liberals were like our founding fathers. You know, they believed in freedom of speech, freedom of, autonomy, things like that, kind of libertarian type views.
Sure. Yeah.
Whereas modern day leftist Democrats have gone so far to the left that I feel that the curtailing of free speech in the pursuit of not wanting to offend has had more of a detriment on freedom of speech.
Where's an example? What are some things that the left has made so you can't say?
Well, I mean, just look at the examples of hate speech, how they use hate speech, and it's a very broad brush. Who defines hate speech? So, you know, they say hate speech whenever
it's defined. In order for it to be a criminal, it's defined.
Yeah, of course. In order for it to be criminal, but you act as if not all leftists abide by those rules.
Well, but
I've seen people use hate speech in regards to just something that offends people. You know, it hurts my feelings, so it's hate speech.
Sure, but that's not an attack on free speech, right? An attack on free speech has to be like saying that we have the freedom of speech means we are free from the government intervening in our speech. Like, people can say whatever they want. Like, if you're, you know, if I was around you and your friends and I said stuff you didn't like, you're more than welcome to kick me out of wherever we're at. And just because of what I said, that's allowed. But the government can't force speech. So I agree. I think speech is quelled all over this country. But this administration is using the force of government to silence speech, and that's what's different.
And you don't believe that Biden had a large impact in terms of kind of towing the line for transgender issues, things like that, in terms of not wanting to it was hateful to be against, let's say, New Age gender ideology when you just simply wanted to acknowledge facts, such as biological males and biological females.
Sure, I don't know if he said that, but anybody who says that, like, that's their opinion. The government was not legislating against that speech.
I disagree, because there are a lot of Democrats, such as Nancy Pelosi.
But could you give me legislation, right? It's got to be a law. So we're talking about laws. We're not talking about what people say. People in the government also have freedom of speech, and they can call anything you or I say hate speech. It's fine. They're allowed to do that, but they're not allowed to suppress your speech with the law.
How about the fact that the Biden administration revoked 400 journalists' press passes because they did not want them, in the room in regards to going and talking to the Speaker of the House, in terms of them wanting to, that was something that was a governmental policy where they revoked journalists. And journalism is something that has gotten way out of control in terms of curtailing their freedoms.
Why did they? I know this story. That's a total number of people who lost their press passes just during the administration. And those press passes could be lost because they no longer worked for an organization. It could be because they no longer work for their own organization. It could be that they no longer are credentialed media members. That 440 number is just a number of people during the Biden administration who lost their press passes. Could you give me an example of one of them who lost it for specific speech?
Or specific, off the top of my head, I can't give you a specific, one example.
Okay, well, I can give you examples of Trump doing that.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Trump administration. How about the fact that they won't give the AP questions anymore because the AP asked a tough question?
That's incorrect. They won't give AP access to the Oval Office. To Trump's office.
No.
That's not the same as not allowing them in the room for
excuse me. Caroline Leavitt said I'm not going to give them any more questions.
She just gave him questions the other day. Okay. She just allowed the AP to ask her a question more than a week ago.
And then she said I'm not going to give you any more questions after they asked that question.
She said she regretted it.
And then later
she said I regret giving.
I agree. And then later on she said she's not going to give them any more questions. Now I don't know if she's followed through on that. But if she did follow through on that, I think we'd probably agree that's a suppression of speech, right?
Well, but if she did follow through, but she didn't follow through. You wanted examples?
Yeah, let's just talk about Mahmoud Khalil. Let's just use that example then.
Mahmoud Khalil?
Yeah, he is imprisoned for his speech.
And why was he in prison?
For his speech. Because
speech against what?
Israel.
Israel, okay. And was he someone who was here on a visa?
He is a green card holder.
He's a green card holder, and that comes with stipulations, does it not?
No, you still have free speech.
He's not a U.S. citizen yet.
But you still
has a green card.
Green card. If you're a green card holder, you still have free speech. You are still protected by the Constitution.
He lives and works between Alexandria and Beirut.
Excuse me.
Studying
we're still talking. We're still talking about Mahmoud Khalid. Yeah. Why are we arresting people?
So
why are we arresting?
You can give.
Why? No, I want to stick to this example. Why would we arrest? It
was because.
Excuse me. Why would we arrest? Excuse me. Why would we arrest somebody for their speech?
Because his speech was anti-Semitic as well as inciting violence.
What was anti-Semitic about his speech?
Calling Israel genocidal and saying that we need to have an intifada.
Why is that?
Do you know what intifada means?
Why is that anti-Semitic to say that Israel is committing a genocide?
Do you know what intifada means?
Why is that anti-Semitic to say Israel is committing a genocide? Watch this. Israel's committing a genocide. That's not anti-Semitic.
Because it's not factually accurate.
Well, even if so, we could agree to disagree on whether it's factually accurate. But why is it anti-Semitic? So if something's not accurate, it is therefore targeting. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just as if someone were to say anything against Palestine and the fact that Hamas is in control, and they often get silenced on social media. They get silenced
Do they get
all
put in
over the
jail?
place.
Do they get put in jail? Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about the government
Again,
actions.
you can pick.
We're talking about government actions.
One
So when you're
act-
talking about silencing on social media, with all due respect, you're talking about the actions of individual companies, which is allowed under freedom of speech. I'm giving you an example of an administration who not only arrested somebody, but put them in jail and is going to deport them for their speech. I need you to explain to me how that's not an attack on free speech.
Because he does not have the same rights as a U.S. citizen.
Excuse
he
me?
does not.
Excuse me. What are you citing?
Some
What
with
are you
agree-
citing?
I'm citing the rules. If you read into the rules of a CB1 visa and in terms of a green card, it does not. It strictly says that you cannot be against the U.S. government. You cannot
That's
incite.
Israel.
You cannot.
Wait, is Israel the U.S. government?
No, but the U.S. government backs Israel.
Okay, but that's not against the U.S. So you're telling me that if you come here on a green card and you talk openly about a country that is allies with the United States, you can be arrested and deported?
He didn't just talk openly. He created protests that made Jewish
illegal?
students in fear for their life.
Is that illegal?
Yes.
How? What
Making
what are you
Jewish
citing?
students in fear for their life?
Yeah, being afraid of your life is not evidence of a crime. What crime
Incitement
did he commit?
Incitement is a clear delineation between.
What did he incite?
He incited hatred and
hatred against the
vitriol
law? Is vitriol against the law? Hatred and vitriol, are those
just
against the law?
talking about hate speech.
Are those against the law?
You were the one just talking about hate.
No, you were. I'm talking about free speech. You brought up hate speech, but I'm asking: are hatred and vitriol, are those reasons to be arrested, or can you be hateful?
You can be hateful as a U.S. citizen
and as a green card holder, correct?
Okay,
then what are you citing?
I'm citing the actual U.S. government's rules on a CB1 visa, which you're required to. Do you want me to give you the exact code?
Yes.
I mean, you're really asking for a lot here, because you're giving me one anecdotal thing where I gave you 400 press passes that were rescinded. You don't think 400 press passes rescinded is more prevalent of silencing people than one person who was a CB1B holder?
No. Because one, you don't know. I asked you for any of those instances of those 440, if you could tell me why any of them lost their press passes. You don't know any. So we're left to just.
You're expecting me to give specificity that you're not giving me.
Excuse me. I'm giving you specificity. If you can see the screen right now, if you see the screen right now, I'm on USCIS.gov, and these are the rights and responsibilities of green card holders. As a green card holder, as a permanent resident, you have the right to live permanently in the United States, provided you do not commit any actions that would make you removable under immigration law. You can work in the.
And what are those actions?
Well, we'll get there. You can work in the United States.
Exactly.
We'll get there. Yeah, we'll get there. Chill, dude. As a permanent resident, your responsibilities are: you are required to obey all laws. So these are these are your responsibilities. This is what you can be deported for. Required to obey all laws of the United States and localities. What did he break any laws?
He broke immigration law.
What immigration law did he break?
The requirements that are required for CB1 visas and what you're not supposed to do in order to become ineligible.
Brother,
and he didn't just
this
get
is
arrested.
brother.
He got deported.
He's not deported. These are the rights and responsibilities of a green card holder. This is USCIS.gov. I'm on the website. Where is this law that he broke?
The Nationality Act.
What did he break?
Speech. Siege. Charge. Let's see.
You know he's. Do you know he hasn't been charged with a crime?
When was he arrested?
Last week.
Exactly. So
brother, you're charged with a crime when you get arrested. You can't arrest somebody without charging them with a crime.
That's not correct. You can be
Excuse me?
arrested but not charged with a crime.
You can? Give me an instance where you
Yes.
can be arrested but not charged with a crime.
You're arrested for a DUI.
That's a
but it's not
crime.
until the DA decides. No, listen, but it's not until the DA decides that he's going to charge you with the crime of DUI that you actually go through due process.
Yeah, but this has already gone through that, right? Like we're already to that point. So this isn't an arresting officer giving some, like this is backwards. This is a DA saying I'm charging somebody with a DUI, and then they go and get arrested. Right? That's this step.
Okay.
This isn't he was arrested and then later charged with the crime. They charged him with nothing.
Okay.
They just went and they picked
Ben,
they just went and picked him up.
You want specifics? Okay.
Yes.
All right, here. Section B, terrorist activities, right here. It's Section B, 3, okay, has under circumstances, okay, or sorry, 4, is representative of a terrorist organization, political, social, or other group that endorses or espouses terrorist activity.
Who was that?
Now, for him backing and basically justifying Hamas and
When did he do that?
Palestinians in terms.
Wait, when did he back Hamas?
He did that during his protest.
When?
He did that in his protest.
What did he say?
He had tons of people. He had people there, and he was saying that Israel is a genocidal, maniacal,
That's protected speech.
Organization.
That doesn't mean I say that.
Not
I say
for
that
a CB1 visa.
No, I say that too, and I can and I can also say that Hamas acts as a terrorist organization too. He was protesting on behalf of innocent Palestinians.
Innocent Palestinians. Now, see, here's the thing. Okay, now, have you ever heard of the son who was the son of the leader of the creator of Hamas? Okay, and he came out speaking about the blurring of lines between Hamas and Palestinians.
I don't care.
Okay? Now, the
Wait, but I don't.
children,
Wait, but I don't.
No,
I don't care
the
if you can't. I don't
You
care
may
if
not
you
care.
can't point to. If you can't point to him supporting Hamas, then I don't care about this. You have to first, before I'm going to care about that, you've got to point to an instance where he was supporting Hamas.
Well, I didn't come in here with citations for very specific quotations. My main issue with how you're portraying this is you're calling Trump a fascist.
He is.
You're saying, oh, he's against free speech.
He
You're
is.
saying all these things, and the thing is, if you knew anything about fascism,
I do.
You would not. Yeah, or even Nazism. You conflated it with Nazism.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I didn't. I said fascism. I said the Nazis, who were fascists, they didn't call themselves fascists, did they?
Oh, come on.
Did they? Did they call themselves fascists? Wait, no, just
you know
answer.
what
No,
game
let's
you're
have
playing.
I am playing. The game
who cares what
we're
they call
playing.
themselves?
The game that we're playing is in the history of this world. There's one group of fascists who have ever called themselves fascists, and that was the fascisti. From every other fascist, every other fascist group has denied being fascist. Every other one has said we are not fascist. So
Who cares? If
exactly.
They deny it?
So self-identifying.
The Nazis denied.
So self-identifying.
The Nazis denied they were fascists.
Self-identifying.
Oh, big whoop.
So self-identifying isn't good enough. In order to determine whether or not somebody is
it's not.
fascist, you have to look at fascist
actions.
movements and you compare. And there's two different. There's the 7 characteristics of fascism or the 14 characteristics of fascism that are most widely accepted. And in both of those, Trump fits all the categories, every one.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You want to look at them? Let's look. Okay, let's look at the 7 tenets of fascism then. Let's see. You tell me if Trump fits all of these. Powerful and continuing expressions of nationalism. And again, now I just want hold on, wait, real quick before I do this. I want you to understand before we start this that I understand that qualifying under one of these doesn't make you fascist. So even if you're a nationalist, but if you fit all 7, then you're a fascist. You have to fit all 7, not one by one. So let's just go one by one and see how many out of the 7 fit. Okay?
Let's do it.
Okay, so powerful and continuing expressions of nationalism, I think we agree. Trump's a nationalist, right?
Yeah, which
Okay.
are most people.
Okay.
The last election proved that.
Disdain and for the importance of human rights.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, well, he sides with Israel. He's not doing anything to shut down the genocide in Palestine. He's not doing anything to step in and try. In fact, he's started to call
He's not trying to make
excuse
peace?
me. He started he started to call the leader of an invaded country,
funny.
Ukraine, a democratically elected leader in Ukraine. He's calling him a fascist when they are the ones who are losing their human rights, their own sovereignty, and he defends them.
So Zelensky's a good guy. Zelensky's a good guy.
I don't
He's
care.
always been a good guy.
I don't care. It doesn't matter. If
You want to ignore inconvenient facts.
Yeah, if whoever the worst human in the world is, I don't care who they are. If somebody invades their home, even if I think they're the worst person, if somebody goes into their home and commits a crime against them, the person who invaded their home should be convicted of a crime. I have no problem with that. Russia invaded Ukraine. So I think that Trump continuously shows a disdain for the importance of human rights. He has taken, his presidency is stripping away even just the ability to self-identify for trans people. He likes human rights that he likes, and that's it.
Let's stick on Zelensky for a minute. Okay, I could not disagree more about your saying
Was he invaded?
doesn't want human rights.
Was he invaded?
No, hold on. Listen to what
No,
I'm
no,
saying.
no,
Listen to what
because we're doing the
I have to
fourth.
say.
No.
Hold on, listen.
I'm going to mute. No, I have to mute. I have to mute you. Be quiet. All right. Listen.
Oh, okay.
We're doing the
Yeah,
seven
I'm saying
tenets.
too many facts.
No. We're doing the 7 tenets of fascism. You can debate me on Zelensky after, but we're not going to get away from what we're talking about right now. He does have
Why
a
don't we
disdain
go
for.
one by one?
We
You should
are.
go
We're
one by
on the
one.
disdain for the because you're talking about Zelensky and we're talking about Trump. If you want to talk about Trump and his record on human rights, fine.
no,
but I'm not going to
I
play.
will.
But I'm not going to play whataboutism with Zelensky after this. If we want to do.
No, I will.
Okay.
I will.
So
Let's go
Trump does Trump
Fuck
have
Zelensky.
does Trump have disdain for the rights of trans people?
No. Hold on. You switch from Ukraine to trans people. Let's stick on
we're
Ukraine.
talking about we're talking about disdain for the importance of human rights. And you asked for examples. I
And
gave you
talked
multiple.
About Putin. You talked about Putin invading Russia. You didn't give me a chance to respond. Okay.
Okay. Go ahead.
Putin invading Ukraine. Okay.
Go ahead.
So, yes, Putin is horrible. He's a dictator. He's the bad guy, the evil guy. Okay. I don't disagree with that at all.
I don't
okay?
care.
And what has Trump tried to do? He's tried to
Nothing.
broker peace.
By giving
He's tried to broker peace.
by giving away Ukrainian
giving weapons?
by giving away Ukrainian land that is theirs because Putin invaded to Ukraine and Trump's deal with Ukraine is to say, hey, I know you guys think you have the right to be a sovereign nation, but really you don't. And so that's why I'm going to give some of you, and that's why I'm going to give some of the Donbass, and that's why I'm going to give Crimea to Russia.
This is what shows your contradiction, is that you say he doesn't have respect for human rights.
Correct.
He wants to stop the killing. He wants to stop the killing.
At,
so you know what? If you got to give us a little land,
at the expense.
If you got to give us a little land,
at the expense of human rights.
So what's more important, land or human life?
Both. They're both very important. But you can.
No,
the thing about Trump is
what's more important.
The thing about Trump.
You don't think human life is more important?
No, because he can do both. He can broker peace and
Really?
Ukraine can keep all their land. Yes, because Russia has lost like hundreds of thousands of soldiers. They have an outdated military. We could blow them off the map in 5 seconds. So if Trump really wanted to do what was right, Trump could go stand. No, it wouldn't start World War III. Putin's a bitch. Putin would go back to Russia and he would take orders because he doesn't have the military force to fight the world. Trump could go sit on the border of Ukraine and Russia and say, don't take another step, Russia, and they wouldn't, because if they did, the American military would absolutely crush them. But instead, it's also a guess. Everything's a guess. He hasn't negotiated any deal yet. Everything's a guess.
He's tried to negotiate a deal. He's been trying to negotiate a deal.
With who?
With Putin.
When did he meet with Putin?
Zelensky.
When did he meet with Putin?
He's been talking with Putin over the phone consistently for weeks.
When?
For weeks.
Weird. He said he hasn't.
For weeks.
He said he hasn't.
No, that's incorrect.
Excuse me?
That's incorrect.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Trump said he's been talking to Putin the last couple weeks?
Yes.
All right. When did he say that?
He said that not more than a week ago when he was doing a press conference and he was answering questions from press. Which, by the way, you want to talk about suppression of freedom of speech? He's been taking more interviews, more questions than any other president in history.
I don't care about that.
First
yeah, I don't care.
Of course you don't.
Well, because
it's inconvenient to
No,
your
we're gonna get back to this. No, I don't care. Look, I don't care if Donald Trump does 1,000 interviews a day. It doesn't fucking matter because he lies, and you guys won't admit that he lies. I don't care how much the president does
What has he
interviews
lied about?
because he lied. Well, we can get to that. Well, how about he lied about the people he was deporting? How about that? He said he was only deporting gang members. And now we can't even see the names. Now they've deleted the names. Anyways, we're gonna go back to this. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to this. No, we're gonna go back to this. No, we're gonna go back to this. We're gonna go. You're muted, so nobody can hear you. No, we're gonna go back to this.
That's convenient.
Number three. Number three is the identification of enemies as scapegoats as a unifying cause. Does Donald Trump use his enemies as scapegoats as a unifying cause?
No.
Oh, so
I mean,
like when he ran on the election being stolen.
No. Enemies like criminals, like illegal immigrants that are criminals.
No. What about the Biden administration?
The Biden administration tried to sabotage
he
Trump when
he said
coming
we're
in.
the enemy of the people. He said they were the enemy of the people. So does he use use his enemies as scapegoats? Okay, so great. So 3 for 3. We're on the same 3 for 3. The supremacy of the military.
We don't agree on that.
An avid. Yes, we just agreed on that, dummy.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, no, you don't care that he did it. You agree that he did it.
No, I think he was justified.
It doesn't matter if he's justified. We're going through these one by one to see. No, it doesn't, because what we're finding out here is
scapegoat is someone who's undeserving.
Excuse me. What we're finding out here is it's enemies / scapegoats as a unifying cause. It could be enemies or it could be scapegoats. But he blames everybody else and he targets certain people, and that's a unifying cause. Number 4, the supremacy of the military. I don't think anybody would disagree with that, right? It's the only place he's not going to cut. What did Pete Hegseth says? We're manning. We're going to make it more.
Into the Pentagon?
Excuse me.
Why is Doge looking into the Pentagon?
Excuse me. Well, it doesn't. I don't care what. It doesn't
an audit of the military.
They didn't. They haven't looked into the Pentagon. They didn't. What are you talking about?
No.
Doge did a Pentagon. Doge did.
No, the military. The
military has.
They did all the military branches.
Who did?
And the Marines were the only ones who were
who did
pass their audit.
Wait, who did?
Doge
audited the military. When did they do that?
Yes, they did that less than a week ago.
Doge audited the military. Where do I find that?
Look at the website.
Wait, wait. You're talking about the publicly available data that they posted?
Yes.
That's not an audit. We already know that.
We already an audit.
No, that information was already public. They're just reposting shit we already knew.
Really? We knew that we were spending billions?
Yes.
We knew we were spending millions for Iraq to have Sesame Street for transgender people?
Wait, that was USAID. That wasn't the military, dummy. That was USAID.
No, but that has to do with auditing.
We're talking about the military. And yes, we did know. Yes, we did know that USAID was doing Sesame Street. All he's doing is reposting public information,
and pushing
USA
and
spending,
pushing
USA
ideology,
USA. Yes, all of that
over the globe.
All of that was publicly available. All of it.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was on USAspending.gov. No, but it was publicly available.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
When do you think USAspending.gov came? When do you think that was launched?
You think most people, most Americans,
can you answer a
that
fucking
we were
question?
Spending billions on
no,
that?
almost nobody. Almost nobody knew, but it was publicly available.
Exactly.
Dude, we're saying the same thing. Listen.
Publicly available. Hold on. Publicly available amongst the billions and billions of wasted fraud and corruption that
what
our
does
government
publicly
spends
available mean?
On bullshit.
What does publicly available mean?
How does that?
What does it mean? Jesus Christ! What does publicly available mean? What does it mean?
It means It means it's one of the millions of different things that people have no idea and no
No,
ability to
shut
keep
the fuck
track
up.
of.
All right, you gotta be quiet. Publicly available means it's available to the public. It was on a website. All Elon Musk has done is reposted. Shut up. I'm going to teach you something. If you go to usaspending.gov, that's where Elon got all of his numbers. He has not performed an audit. He went through usaspending.gov, which is a publicly available website, which has been around since 2009, and he started reposting shit from usaspending.gov on his own website, and he convinced you morons it was an audit. And it's not an audit. He's just posting shit that we already could find out. I agree with you that most Americans didn't know, but that's because most Americans are lazy. And so when Elon just starts reposting things, you guys think he's doing an audit. And by the way, it was a great dodge of you to say that Elon did an audit on the military, which he didn't do. And now we're going to go back to this. Does Donald Trump believe in the supremacy of the military? Is he an avid military man? Have we got a runner? You there? Did we run? All right, well, while we're waiting, that's 4 for 4. Rampant sexism, that's obvious. 5 for 5.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, yeah, but two things.
No,
okay.
no, wait.
Firstly,
you have to respond to what I said first, because you're playing
what
whataboutism.
is it?
You're playing whataboutism all day long. Does Trump?
No, I'm not.
I'm
giving
Does
counterfacts.
Trump? No, you're playing whataboutism. Does Trump support the supremacy of the military?
He does not.
He doesn't. So he doesn't consistently talk about how our military is greater than everybody else.
That's not supremacy.
That's the fucking definition of supremacy. Yeah, it's also
a fact.
It can be a fact and it can be supremacy. Again, none of this is. I'm not saying Donald Trump's wrong on any of this. This lays out what fascism is. He can be wrong. I don't think you know what we're talking about here. We're not arguing on whether or not he's wrong. Yeah, we're arguing whether or not he's a fascist. And you don't seem to know what fascism is. So I'm trying to help you understand what fascism is. Okay, so there we go. 4 for 4. How about rampant
Mussolini, Italy.
How about rampant sexism?
Rampant sexism, really?
Yes.
How so?
Well, one would be his view of women serving in the military.
He just wants them to have equal requirements in order to get in.
Yeah, they do have equal requirements, but Pete Hegseth, his nominee, says women, regardless of completing the requirements, should not serve in combat roles.
And there's a reason for that.
No,
he
said regardless of whether or not they can pass the physical requirements, they should not serve in combat roles. Give me a justification for that. Yeah, yes. If somebody's qualified to serve, but they can't serve because they're a woman, yeah, that's the definition of sexism.
No.
Excuse me?
It's because from the beginning of freaking time, women were the ones who were childbearers, and they were the ones who.
You're doing sexism now. Now what you're doing is sexism. If a woman is if a woman is qualified to do the job, even if she's the first one ever to do the job, it is sexism to say she can't do the job because she's a woman. Because for all of time, women didn't fight in the military. It's still sexism.
She didn't say she can.
No, he did. He said women will not serve in combat roles.
When did he say that?
I can play it. It was on a podcast. You can go look it up if you want. You don't think you really don't know that he said that?
I don't follow every single thing he says. See, and here's another issue.
I know, but
I do,
and it's my job.
You guys care more about what he says than what he does.
Well, have
you
women
guys care more about what he says than what he does?
Since Pete Hegseth stepped in, have they changed anything? Have they said women are going to serve in combat roles? Has he clarified that at all? Has he walked?
But
okay,
he's kind of been doing a lot of stuff. He's been doing a lot of promises.
So until he walks it back, it's sexist. If he decides to walk it back, I'll be the first one to say, I'm glad he walked that back. But
And
his
I see Pete
stance,
Hegseth
his
saying that. I don't
stance
see
is
Trump saying
sexist.
that.
Well, Trump nominated him.
That's not the same thing.
Okay.
That's a red herring.
Is it? Wait,
That-
so are you
that's-
saying Trump didn't know that he said that? He didn't vet him? Nobody vetted him?
That's irrelevant.
No, it is
That's
relevant.
irrelevant.
No, because if you're going to hire somebody to run the military, and the military has women in it, and women are in the country, and you are vetting them, it is your responsibility to vet them. Everybody in the Republican Party that did this vetting knows that Pete Hegseth said that. They all know that he says that. Everybody knows. It's not a secret.
He can't be everywhere at once. He can't be everywhere at
It
once.
doesn't. This was
He's
before
doing,
he was defense secretary. This was part of the vetting information.
And-
The
and
reason
why-
we
and
know
why did
this.
he nominate
The
him?
reason
Hold
we
on.
know
Do you
this
think-
is
do you
because
think he
Trump.
nominated
The
him
reason
because
we
of
know
that?
this. No, it doesn't matter. The point is that he is
It does.
sexist. No, again, it's not why he nominated him. The point is sexism. Sexism is rampant in the GOP. It's incredibly rampant. Excuse me. You guys are literally running on like. The GOP has been hijacked by people who think that women should stay at home. That's sexism.
No. The GOP, no. I think that's a mischaracterization.
Charlie Kirk didn't say that?
I think the GOP is rampant with people who think that men and women serve different roles in society.
Yeah, that's
and
called
I think that's
that's
true.
called sexism. Yeah,
No,
that's sexism.
that's not sexism.
Yes, it is.
Do
yes, it is.
Do you deny that?
You're saying men do this and women do this.
No, I'm saying men tend to have a certain role and women tend to have a certain role.
Everybody knows
okay?
that, but it's about wanting
exactly.
that. Wait, but hold on. It's about wanting that, incentivizing that, pushing for that. That becomes sexism. If the cards just fall and men do certain things more than women, and certain women do things and certain men do things, there happens to be more women doing it than men, it's not sexism. It's sexism when you try and determine that role for women. When you tell women you cannot do this.
They didn't say you cannot. Okay. Pete Hegseth did, but Trump didn't say that.
No.
Okay?
But it's not about
secondly,
it's not about lawfully, because then they went and what did they do in the military? They just went and they fired basically any female leader in the military.
But how do you deny? Okay, look.
Why'd they
at
do
the
that?
Scandinavian
Why did
companies.
they
Hold
get
on,
rid of the women? No, we're not talking.
Let me get my point.
We're not talking about
Let me get my point.
You got to answer my question first. Why
No,
did they fire all the women leadership in the military?
I will answer your question. I promise you that. Okay. Have I not entered this in good faith? Do I seem like I'm calling you names or that I'm?
No, but I
okay,
do think
I'm
that you
this
have.
in good faith.
I do think you have avoided answering any questions so far. So I'm going to
I've
ask you
answered
to
a lot
answer.
of questions.
Okay, go ahead. Answer this one.
Okay. Well, but I'll answer that as soon as I say this one point. Okay. Scandinavian companies have gone the furthest in the world in terms of egalitarian policies, and what we have seen.
What's
is that the
egalitarian? What do you mean by that? What do you mean by egalitarian policies?
Equality between men and women, and not socially conditioning them in order to be, hey, women, you do this, men, you do that. Okay.
Okay.
So egalitarian, equal. Okay. So the social constructionists have said that when we do that, women will be more open to doing these jobs, and they won't be, shut out of these jobs. They'll want to do more of these jobs, and there'll be more of a mix.
Cool.
But the exact opposite happened.
Don't care.
The exact opposite.
That's
happened.
irrelevant.
Okay.
No, it's not relevant.
No, it's not relevant.
It's not relevant because
it is relevant.
Wait, excuse me. Here's why it's not relevant. It's not relevant because if it shakes out that way, it's not sexism. If you refuse to hire women because you don't believe, even though they're qualified, if you decide not to hire women that are qualified to do a job because they are women, you are sexist. It doesn't matter what happened in Scandinavia. It doesn't matter if this is the first. It doesn't matter if it's the first woman ever to do this job. If you decline to hire somebody simply because of their gender, in this case a woman, you are sexist. That's how it works.
Tell me this. Why are there no women Navy SEALs? Is it because they stopped them from doing that?
No, I don't think they're allowed to.
No, they are allowed to. Look into it. They are allowed
well, then,
to.
not anymore.
Not one of them.
I don't think they're allowed to anymore.
No, they are allowed. They are allowed. I've looked this up. Okay, and so they are allowed to, but not one of them have been able to pass the program.
That's fine.
That is for Navy SEALs.
That's fine.
Okay.
Wait. I'm okay with that. Nobody's arguing that. God damn, this is the problem. What we're arguing now is, let's say a woman goes through buds and she is qualified and now she doesn't get the job simply because she's a woman. Would that be sexist?
That would be sexist, but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening.
I'm saying. So when Pete Hegseth says women can't serve in combat roles, it doesn't matter that they don't have women in combat roles. It doesn't matter that nobody's ever been a Navy SEAL. He is predetermining that women are unqualified to serve in that role no matter the qualifications. That is sexist. We're on the same page now. Thank you. That was the whole point, dude. We lose you again? Well, I can hear you now, yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm double checking everything just to make sure, because I always want to make sure I'm factually correct. So if I'm wrong, I'll admit I'm wrong.
On what?
You know, I'm more than open to that.
Wait, but we just
Okay?
we just agreed though that Pete Hegseth saying serving in a combat role, you can't serve in a combat role if you're a woman. That's sexist.
It's because during the Obama administration, the requirements for women during combat roles was lowered, and you can look that up.
He said women should not serve and will not serve in combat roles. You keep obfuscating, but we actually agree on this. I don't know why you keep running away that we agree on this.
No. You know why? You know why he said that?
No, because he's sexist.
It's because
probably.
No. It's because the military isn't about what's fair. The military is about how can we have the strongest fighting force that is capable and able to do the job.
And if a woman passes the requirements, if she passes the physical requirements, why would that make the military less lethal or less powerful or less effective?
Because you're talking about the exemption from the rule.
No, I'm not. I'm talking about if she meets the exact same requirements as the men. Why would that make the military? Of course, that's what this is. This is a hypothetical. If she meets those requirements, should she be able to serve?
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth disagrees.
You know why?
He's a sexist.
In his extensive military service, he has seen
he's in the National fucking Guard. What are you talking about extensive? He's
he has multiple Medal of Honors
in the National Guard. I had school teachers that outranked him, that were active in the National Guard, that outranked Pete Hegseth. He does not have extensive military background. He doesn't have any background working with special forces.
Really? What did he do in Africa? What did he do with NATO? What did he do in terms of
Well, I know he wasn't special forces. I know he wasn't special forces.
What does that matter?
You're talking about special forces, and you said because of his extensive background and knowledge in the military, he knows what it takes to be in special forces. Does he? Because he wasn't in them.
No, he's seen the military. He's seen the average. Okay, he's seen.
Did you say he had several medals of honor, by the way?
Yes.
He does?
Yes.
The Medal of Honor?
I don't know if it's he's got let's see, he's got.
He has a Bronze Star, a Joint Service Commendation Medal, Army.
That's what it was.
Okay, yeah, these are just like you. Some of them may have been because he saw combat. Well, the Medal of Honor is different. That's all I'm asking. That's why I was saying it. He doesn't have the Medal of Honor.
Oh, okay. He doesn't have the Medal of Honor. I was wrong about that.
He also doesn't have extensive. He has no experience when it comes to dealing with special forces. I'm just telling. I don't know why we can't agree on this, dude. I don't know why we can't.
Military service, 2003 to 2006, 2010, 2014. Okay, 2019, 2021. Okay, he worked with the United States Army in a Reserve Officer Training Corps program.
Yeah.
Okay, he headed up. He was guarding detainees. Okay, He served in the 3rd Battalion, 187th
Yeah,
Infantry Regiment.
none of these are
101st
things that
Airborne
special forces
Division.
do. Like, you're just reading his resume, but none of these things are what does special forces guard detainees?
No, but that means he had experience with people on the battlefield. Okay, and
But we're talking about special
women
forces.
are physically weaker on average than men.
Nobody
weaker,
disagrees with
okay?
that. We already agreed on this, though. If a woman can pass the physical requirements necessary to serve in special forces, should she be allowed to serve? You said yes. Pete Hegseth says no. I don't know why we're still talking about this. You disagree with Pete Hegseth. That's fine.
Because she can pass that doesn't mean that if someone's wounded by her, that she can pick up a 300-pound man and get him out of harm's way.
You're telling me the SEALs don't test for that?
No, I'm talking about standard military service.
Oh my Christ, dude! We're talking about Navy SEAL training, buds. I specified buds.
Why are we?
Because we're trying to work.
These
because that's
things?
what we're talking about. He says we're talking about in combat roles, and then you brought up special forces, that they can't serve in special forces, and I said if a woman can pass the requirements, like going through buds and for special forces, should she be able to serve in special forces as a Navy SEAL? You said yes. Pete Hegseth says no. I don't know why we're still disagreeing here, dude. You and I agree. What are we disagreeing on? You and I both disagree with Pete Hegseth.
It's a nuance of it. It's a nuance of it.
You're providing nuance that he hasn't provided. You are justifying the things. If he's going to do nuance, let him do nuance. If he's going to start putting women in combat roles, like I said, if he starts doing that, I'll be like, good. It must have been nuance, but he's not doing that. He's specifically not doing it. He hasn't done anything to make it more accessible for women. They're not recruiting women. They're specifically recruiting certain people. It's fine. But we're going to go to the next one because I feel like we've been on this forever and we agree. And I don't want to argue back and forth about Pete Hegseth.
We agree on most of it.
Yes, but we agree. Like, I mean, listen, sexism is rampant. If specifically, like, I know people justify it for different things. I grew up a Christian. Christianity is fundamentally sexist. It just is. And when you have a group of Christians trying to say that they're not sexist, it irks. You know, I mean, Christianity is sexist. You might justify it, and that's
how so.
Oh boy, women need to be subservient to their husbands.
And okay, and let me ask you this, then. If that's not true, then why is it that women were happier when they served more of a subservient role to their husband?
It does. Again, it does. Listen, sexism. There are
because
people,
men
listen, hold on,
are the leaders.
Hold on, brother. Hold on. It's still sexism. You can justify the sexism all you want.
Call it that.
No, it's what it is. What is sexism?
Sexism is the unjust hatred or fear.
Unjust? No, excuse me. It's prejudice or discrimination based on sex or gender.
There you go. Prejudice or discrimination. Now, is it prejudice to acknowledge fact? Is it discrimination to? We all discriminate in one way or another. That is not bad. We discriminate against a criminal. And that's not bad. Okay. We have
sometimes it is,
crimes.
but it doesn't matter. It's still sexism, right? You can justify it. You can say like, oh, well, this is women were happier than. I don't care. It's still sexism. So we can move on from sexism. Then we agree on that one. How about a controlled mass media? Now, I would argue that no president ever in our life has attacked the media more repeatedly than Donald Trump. Would you agree with that?
He has attacked unfair media.
So
media,
when he attacks people for saying that the election was not stolen, is that an unfair attack?
I don't agree with him on that.
Okay, well, but anybody who reported that is being barred. Anybody that's reported that is being barred access from the White House, and he is suing.
Really, CNN?
No, anybody, not any. No, not any network. Anybody. Right, so he's gone after specifically people who the field reporters, not all of them. He's also sued multiple outlets. He's suing journalistic outlets
for straight up slander.
What slander?
Calling him a rapist.
Well, he did.
No, he didn't.
He didn't?
No, he didn't.
What happened in the E. Jean Carroll trial? Did I miss that?
Yeah.
Okay, what was it? What did the jury and the judge conclude there?
Was it a criminal trial or was it a
It
civil
was
trial?
civil. It was civil. What did they conclude?
Exactly.
What did the jury and the judge conclude
Is rape
there?
a civil charge?
No. So what you do, the reason people say rape is because it was sexual abuse is the civil charge for it. And what the judge said is if this was a criminal trial, if the statute of limitations didn't exist, this would fit the definition of rape. So nobody is saying you can say Donald Trump is a rapist. But and that is correct. What you can't say and have it be correct is saying he was convicted of rape, because he wasn't. He was found civilly responsible for sexual abuse, and he is a rapist. That's not wrong. You can say that.
It's actually they defined it as sexual assault, not rape.
Sexual abuse.
That's not the same as rape.
I know, because it's a civil case, and civilly there is no charge for rape. So what the judge clarified was that if this was not a civil trial, if there was the statute of limitations had not been surpassed, he would have been charged with rape. So it is fine. By the way, are you saying that if somebody rapes somebody and they're not convicted, that you can't call them a rapist? Is that illegal?
I'm saying there was no concrete proof. What one judge says, I mean, if you want to talk about judges and their bias,
I don't.
Look at Judge Merchan.
I don't want to talk about that.
Look at Judge
I don't
Merchan.
want to talk about
I
that.
bet you don't.
I don't want to talk
bet
about
you
it.
don't.
Well, we can go. You can come
Because
back any other time, but right now we're going to stay on topic. So he sued people.
Yeah,
And by the way, did any judge side with him?
Was what?
The networks were guilty of libel or slander?
Yeah, actually.
Who? What? When?
Yeah, they fired. They fired.
No, a judge.
Bud.
A judge. Did a judge or a court say that he was libeled?
Filled with biased judges.
There's Republican biased
Merchan.
judges too. Trump can go have that court or go have that heard.
And where was he tried? He was tried specifically. I mean, just look at
I'm
the
just
Merchan
wondering.
case.
Why are you avoiding this question? Why are you playing what about? You're
I'm
like,
not
I'm
avoiding
doing
it.
this in good faith. You're doing whataboutism again. Has any court ruled that Donald Trump was libeled, either civilly or criminally?
That I don't know offhand.
Okay, so it's okay for you, without a civil or a criminal conviction, to say he was libeled, but with a civil conviction that matches the requirements of rape, then that is libel, right?
Because that is libel.
Well, then how come he hasn't sued anybody? How come he didn't win any lawsuits?
You just said he sued people.
Well, sorry, yeah. Why hasn't he won any lawsuits?
They're still, a lot of them are still in process.
No, they're just paying him off. They're giving him like $10 million to make it go away because it's cheaper for them to pay him off. And it's what he's done his whole life. Donald Trump always sues people to get a payout. What he does, he just locks people up in litigation, and they look at their numbers. They're like, all right, it's going to cost me $50 million to litigate this, or if he'll take $10 million, it all goes away. We won't admit any guilt. And they've all done that. They've all given him money and admitted no guilt.
And you don't think that it's motivation for people to go after him. You don't think that the sloth there was something that was very serious, and there was a lot of judicial misconduct in these cases.
I think there was zero judicial misconduct. But we can go back to that in a sec. And the last one.
You think a lot about
real
our
quick.
system
I'll let you go back to that one. The last one is obsession with national security. I think we would agree Donald Trump is pretty obsessive rhetorically about national security, right?
Is it obsessive to not want 11 million
no.
people
Again,
it's
not about why. It's not about why. I'm just saying, we agree, right?
Context matters.
No, it doesn't. Not in this case. In this case, it would matter if I said. In this case, it would matter if I was saying we shouldn't be obsessed with national security. We're not debating whether or not he should be obsessed with national security. Is he obsessed with national security?
I wouldn't say obsessed. I'd say he's adamant and passionate about it.
All right. Well, virtually everything he's done, he says every time he speaks, he talks about national security. So I would say obsessed. That's 7 for 7. But now you want to go back to the judges.
He's justified.
Now you want to go back to. And now you want to go back to the judges. So I'll give you. I'm a little over time, but I'll give you 10 more minutes if you want to talk about the weaponized. Do you want to talk about the weaponized lawfare against Trump?
Oh, please.
Okay.
Okay. So. this case against Judge Mershon. Okay, first of all, there was the real estate case, which was insane.
Why was it insane?
Because no one has ever been tried in this statute in the same type of situation as he was.
There's been like 300 people charged with that exact statute in New York.
No.
Yes.
That's incorrect.
No, it's correct. No. Wait, excuse me. It's correct, and you can Google this. But there's been like 300 people charged with this exact statute, which the statute is falsification of business records in furtherance of a crime. Are you telling me that that's not what brought down the mafia?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the real estate one. I'm talking about the one where they said he overvalued Mar-a-Lago, which is insane.
He did.
Yeah, that was insane.
Wait, he did?
No, he didn't.
Wait.
No, a lot of independent real estate people basically said that no, if anything, it was undervalued.
So wait, but hold on. But wait, hold on. So he has an easement on his Mar-a-Lago property. So what Donald Trump did is he got a public easement, basically saying that Mar-a-Lago, I think it's like a historical property. And the reason that he wanted that easement, that he actually went and he petitioned the local government to give him this easement. And he did it because it devalues his property. So he didn't have to pay as much in property taxes. So the number they pulled, which was like 18 million, that was the number that Palm Beach assigned to that property in which he paid taxes on. So he was cool paying taxes when the value was 18 million. But when he wanted to change the reason he was caught doing all this stuff, it wasn't just Mar-a-Lago, it was all of his properties. He would say, let's say Mar-a-Lago was worth 50 million. He'd say it's worth 100 million. Let's say his Trump Tower is worth 100 million. He says it's worth 150 million. You can look at every property that he listed to get those loans, and he lied about the value of every single property. And again, this statute has been used multiple times because once you acquire a loan illegitimately by fraud, whether the bank, it doesn't even matter if the bank cares. If you commit fraud in order to obtain a loan, that is a crime. Doesn't matter if the bank is charging you or not. You can be charged even if the bank is
it doesn't matter even
hold on. Yeah, let me explain.
There is no victim.
Yes, let me explain. Even if the bank is in on it, it's still fraud. You're not allowed to fraudulently fill out business loan applications. And then the way that the statute works in New York, and they've used this to go after criminal organizations for a long time. The way that statute works is once you've obtained that money, any monetary value you make from then on, because he's taking that loan and then you have the valuation increases from what he purchased. And then if you use that as collateral to get other loans, any money you make from that point forward, you have to give back. Every cent that you make from there going forward, you have to give back. And so it's true that nobody else had ever seen an amount that big, but it's just a calculation. It wasn't like the judge didn't do anything differently than he would have done for any other case. You take the amount of money that you made off of the fraudulent activity, and then all of that money has to go back. Like, have you seen American Gangster?
So
just real quick. So remember at the end of American Gangster when they're raiding his houses and they take all that cash. Some of his businesses were legitimate. He had a tire shop. He had legitimate businesses. Those all got seized. All the profits from them got seized. When they sold them, all those profits went back. Every dollar he made from the fraudulent activity going forward had to go back. So that's why Trump's number was so big. It wasn't a fine. It wasn't arbitrary. It was math. And he was bound by the math to charge that much. I think we lost you again.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now you're back.
Okay. So it was just a coincidence that they didn't go after him for years, but then as soon as he decided to run for president again, same with the Mershon case, that they decided to go after him.
Well, two things. One, they actually charged him before he announced he was running for president again. Two, these charges were actually brought up while he was president but there is standing DOJ policy that you cannot prosecute a sitting president.
A standing president.
Yes,
yeah.
and 3, the reason that the only reason these charges came later is because Donald Trump refused to turn over his taxes, right? And then because he had other litigation, other entities were able to sue to get access to his tax returns. Once they saw his tax returns, they realized that he had committed massive fraud multiple times, which is probably why he didn't want to give the tax returns in the first place. But this happened while he was president. So you had to wait until he left office to bring the charges. But the crime was not discovered until he was sued in another lawsuit, and we got access to his tax returns. And that's when we found out there was a crime. So the first time you ever could have prosecuted him was when they did.
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. I don't know enough about that case to defend him, so I won't. But I want to go on to the Merchan case while we have time.
Sure.
Okay, so this was the most egregious level of judicial misconduct I've ever seen in my life.
How so?
Okay, and so because there are multiple reasons. The Merchan case was done after he announced for president. Okay, they changed a misdemeanor that had already passed the statute of limitations. They turned it into a felony, and not only did they do that, they turned it into a felony.
Why was it?
Why did it get?
Wait. What was the legal reasoning given for turning the misdemeanors into a felony?
And see that's the most egregious part.
No. What is it?
They gave each juror the ability to decide.
No. Please answer. Listen, I know you want to tell that story, and I'll let you keep going. But I want to know.
That's true.
Excuse me. I want to know if you know the legal justification for those misdemeanors becoming a felony. Do you know?
The misdemeanors becoming a felony
because it was in furtherance of another crime, right? And there were 3 other crimes. There were 3 other felony crimes that those misdemeanors led. Like he created.
Which were?
One of them was campaign finance. I don't remember. I know it was campaign finance. I don't remember the other 2. But one of them was.
Finance,
we can just use
interference.
Yeah, we only need one though. That's the thing. You only need one. So if he uses improper bookkeeping and he edits his if he forges documentation in order to cover up a crime, then all of those misdemeanors that he did, because they were used to cover up a felony, become felonies. And that's New York, and that's New York state law, and it's the exact law they used to take down American Gangster, to take down the mob. That's the exact way they did it.
It was payment to a lawyer for a legal matter.
But the lawyer, the problem with that is the lawyer had already pled guilty and went to prison for this exact crime. And the lawyer said that we did this to cover up the fact that he was paying. Now, again, it doesn't. But wait, but
who's the lawyer?
It was
a trustworthy individual?
Yeah. Well, and let me tell you why it's trustworthy. I don't care like if he's telling the truth or not. The facts are the facts. Who paid Stormy Daniels?
He did.
Okay, and
she agreed.
And why did he pay Stormy Daniels?
Because he didn't want to deal with it when he was about to run for a re-election.
He did. Michael Cohen didn't, or Trump didn't?
Trump didn't.
Okay, so Michael Cohen, because Trump didn't want to deal with something during an election, because let's be honest, he didn't want that out there. It looks bad on him, right? Whether it's not a crime, it's not a crime, but
what did Cohen tell him?
Just let me
Cohen tell him, I'll take care of it.
Just stay with me.
I'll take care of it.
I know. Just stay with me. So Trump did that because he didn't want it out there, right? And so Cohen said, I'll take care of it. We'll work out the repayment details. So Cohen pays it. That is an illegal campaign contribution. $150,000 is way above the legal amount that you can pay for a campaign contribution. So when Michael Cohen did that, he made an illegal campaign contribution. Now, if a campaign gets an illegal contribution, their job is to reject that contribution, and they should let the authorities know. They didn't do that. So Michael Cohen pays her off, and then works out repayment plans with Alan Weisselberg that says, hey, instead of just paying you back this lump sum, because that's going to look weird, we're going to pay you out, and we're going to say they were for attorney fees, and we're going to double what you paid because you're going to get taxed on this. It's such a high rate, you're going to get taxed. So you're going to get taxed 50%, and we're going to pay you double the $150,000 or $130,000, I think it was, $260,000. That's what you're going to get. And they wrote it down. They wrote out the payment plan, and Trump signed the checks. And Weisselberg, who is also in jail for fraud, and refuses to rat on Trump, Weisselberg was in on it too. So it was easy. Michael Cohen already went to prison for that exact crime. The Trump's team didn't even come up with a defense. Their only defense was Michael Cohen isn't trustworthy. There was no defense for why they lied on their books. So where's this judicial malpractice? Did we lose you? Did we lose you, bud? Oh, you're muted. You might just not know you're muted. There you go. You there? You there? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, come back another time. That's the end. That's the end, anyways. Today. All right, let me read some comments. We'll get out of here. I'll check Jen's too. Wasn't me says the incels need to come get their boy. Casper says your voices are very important. Nice work, staff. Thank you. Got here. Happy St. Patrick's Day, by the way, everybody. I think I forgot to say I didn't wear green because I have a green screen behind me. Let me check with Jen's here. Boston Brian says, ask this twerp if he could pick up a 300-pound man. Hey, Boston Brian. Oliver said, Trump removed us from the UNHRC February 4th, 2025. Thank you. I should have looked at that earlier. Steven says, crash out is about to happen. T minus 10 minutes. All right. Thank you, Jen, for those sources. We have this one here. This was from Al Jazeera. Let me get through the comments there and make sure I got everything, and then we'll go. Jimmy Dean says, what's worse than ants in your pants? Uncles. That's true. Melissa, thank you for joining the dollar train. I think we got all of those. Oh, Jen, I need to be in VC. Sorry. My bad. Let me get back over there. Let me see. You're still here? Are you still here, brother?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, there you go. All right, go ahead.
Okay.
I thought you were gone.
Okay. Yeah, because I wanted to get this last point out. Okay. So I have four aspects of judicial misconduct that are very important. Okay. First of all, I want to talk about campaign interference. The way that the media in Mockingbird style touted the whole 34 counts, 34 counts, 34 counts. They were all just the separate payments for the same thing. Okay? That's a bullshit way to represent that, that trial.
Why?
Because you're saying, oh, okay, we're going to charge you 34 counts, but it's all about the same exact charge.
Well, it's not the same charge. It's different each time, right?
Why is it different? It's all
because
different
it
payments.
Yeah. It's like saying like you wouldn't call somebody a serial killer because they just killed a bunch of times. It was the same crime every time.
Same thing.
Why is it not the same thing?
No. I'll tell you what it's saying. It's the same as saying, oh, you stabbed them 34 times, so we're going to charge you with 34 counts of murder.
No, because each stab isn't a new count, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't be. Just like 34 payments shouldn't be a new count.
Oh, so you think, so if you're committing fraud, you're saying if you're committing fraud, you should just, like, it should be like either 1 or 500 times. It's all the same. There's no difference?
If it's about the same exact thing, yes.
All right. Well, I think that's silly. It's like if you're going to shoplift, you might as well shoplift 1,000 times because it's all the same thing.
No, but that's
Oh.
like I stole 34 things from the same store at the same time.
Well, he didn't
and
do it at the same
then-
time. It was each month. He was doing it every month.
Oh, he did separate payments. Yeah, I forgot.
Yeah, and then they falsified
It's-
records in their own books. So not only did they do the payments, then they falsified records. 34 different times they falsified records. And the reason that they do that, by the way, is again, it's for kingpins. It's for people who run criminal organizations who protect themselves. And Donald Trump's really good at protecting himself. And so what you do is the reason
Let's not get into criminal organizations.
the reason that New York did this law was so they could bring down like the mafia.
Like the mafia, exactly. Groups of people, multiple people, RICO. Not one person for one thing that.
So if one person does it, we should just ignore. We should just ignore it if one person does it.
If it's 34 payments for the same
We should
exact
just ignore
thing,
it.
yes.
So what do you think we should do? Just ignore it? We should just been like, never mind.
No,
Trump.
you should. If you want to charge him with one. And secondly,
So we should have.
okay,
So we should have
never,
changed.
Never
wait.
before,
So hold on, real quick. So we should have changed the law for him to make it more fair to him. That's what you're saying.
No, you should have charged him as appropriately.
Well, but
You
then
should
we would have.
charged him
Yeah, we would have had
appropriately.
to change the law in order to do that. So you're saying the law shouldn't have
No,
applied to him in the
you
same
di-
way
you,
it does
you didn't have
others.
to go. Well, what is RICO for? It's for criminal organizations.
He wasn't charged with RICO.
Okay, he was charged with fraud and campaign interference. Okay.
Not campaign interference. Campaign finance.
Campaign finance law, fine. But he actually argued that it wasn't for the campaign.
Yeah,
he
but
argued that he
argued-
didn't want to put his family through it.
Yeah, well, he can argue whatever he wants, but the other guy already went to jail. The jury saw it differently.
So-
and by the way,
so
it
you
doesn't
believe
but
Merchan-
it doesn't matter why he did it. That's the thing. That's the part you're missing. His intention.
You believe Merchan,
his
but not
intention-
him.
No, his intention is irrelevant. The very fact that they used money to cover up something so that it didn't get out is while you're campaigning, that's against the law.
Non-disclosure agreements happen.
Why the fuck would that not
Because-
be against the law? Why would it be legal?
How many
real quick,
non-disclosure agreements?
Just real quick. Why would it be legal when you're running for office?
Have you ever heard of equal application under the law?
Excuse me. Why?
I'm answering a question.
Why would it be legal?
I'm answering
I
a
haven't
question.
finished it yet. Why would it be legal when you're running for office to be able to pay off people to not tell a story they have about you? Why should that be legal?
Because he started that 7 years before he even ran.
Started what?
That's why. He started doing the payments. That's why they had to change the misdemeanor into a felony.
I don't know how to tell you this, but the payments didn't start until after he was in office.
The first time.
No, dude, do you remember the Access Hollywood tape?
Yes, I do.
Cohen paid Stormy.
Access Hollywood happened the first time he was in office.
Well, it happened before he was in office, as while he was campaigning, and that story came out
the first time.
The first time. And a week after that story broke is when Michael Cohen paid Stormy Daniels.
Exactly, the first
So
time.
what's the 7 years?
The 7 years is what passed between his first term and his second term when he announced he was running, and they changed it from a misdemeanor into a felony.
They didn't change it. They
But-
were legally obligated to charge him that way because
Not at all.
Yes, because the misdemeanor.
Then why didn't they do
because
it?
the
Then why didn't they do it in those 7 years?
Because the misdemeanors. What are you talking about? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking. What 7 years are you talking about?
Between his first term and his second term.
They charged him with. He was charged with that in like 2021 or 2022.
As a felony.
Yes.
That's why he went through the trial while he was doing his campaign this time.
Yes. But well, first of all, he's the first person.
Doesn't make any sense.
Well, first of all, he's the only person in my life that announced his campaign like 3 years early. And he did that so that he could get people to be like, oh, they're only doing this to him because he's running for president. He wasn't like, he announced it when he knew the charges were coming so he could use that as cover. But it still doesn't matter. That was their first opportunity to charge him. They couldn't charge him while he was president. We already covered this.
Okay, last two things. These are the most egregious, okay? First of all, in terms of his gag order, what are gag orders for?
Well, they can be for a lot of things, but generally speaking, generally speaking, well, yes, they can. But generally speaking, a gag order is used so that you're not able to influence the jury
against the defendant, right?
What?
Against the defendant?
No, a gag order can go on the prosecution or the defendant.
No, but it's meant to not prejudice the jury against the defendant, right?
No, it's not meant. It's meant to not prejudice the jury. Period.
And who is the jury prejudiced against?
I don't know. Did you ask him? There were Trump supporters on that jury. There were people that voted for Trump on that jury. But why did those Trump supporters then say he was guilty?
Hold on. It's a very easy line of logic.
What line of logic?
If you don't want to bias. What is the jury deciding on? Are they deciding on the prosecution or on the defendant?
They're deciding on whether or not Donald Trump committed 34 felonies.
Exactly, which is the defendant, right?
Okay. But you said, what are they used for? In this case, yeah, the gag order was issued to the defendant.
Exactly.
Yeah, because because he kept referencing people who then were getting death threats from his dumbass followers. And if
I don't care the reason.
Well, that's why you would get a gag order, because you can't. You also give a gag order to protect people from retaliation. Do you not? You just allow a defendant to go up there and every single person who's ever, like every member of the mafia got gag orders on them because they were giving these veiled threats to people. A gag order is often used for a defendant, especially one like Trump, who has a massive following, who can sick their people on other people. Yes, it happens often in high profile cases. It happens. Absolutely. We already know Trump's people will be violent for him. We had already seen it on January 6th.
Oh, don't bring up violence. Don't bring up violence, because I'll bring up the BLM protests and the riots.
And if the BLM leader was on trial and the BLM leader was saying, hey, to all those marches, like it started naming names, the judge should put a gag order on the riot leader. I would support it that way too.
There's no comparison between the left and the right.
You're not gonna switch now. Let's just be honest. Do people act violently in the name of Donald Trump sometimes, even if he doesn't specifically say it?
What?
Yes, people act violently in the name of Donald Trump, right? Whether he directs them to do it or not. Are there instances of people acting violent? Were people getting death?
There's one instance.
Were people getting death threats during this trial because of people that Donald Trump named? Yes.
I'm sure there are. I'm sure that happens in a lot of high-profile cases.
Yes, that's why you have a gag order. So you try and limit that exposure.
But 99 times out of 100,
so why is that
not prejudice the jury against the defendant.
Well, 99 times out of 100, you don't have a politician with millions of followers who are willing to do whatever you say. It's a special circumstance. Why is it egregious to put a gag order on him? And by the way, the gag order was just like naming certain people. Right. He could go talk about his case. He just couldn't name certain people. He couldn't attack people by name. That was it. That's egregious. You guys,
they did a really strict gag order.
No, he didn't. He went and talked to the press every day after trial. He was on Twitter or Truth Social every day, truthing. Listen, you guys are so obsessed with being victims. It's crazy. Like, why can't you just look
Not at all.
Yes, you are.
I'm
Everything's
just
weaponized against Donald Trump. Every court is against.
No, it was.
Well, then why did the Trump supporters on the jury find him guilty? Why did the Trump supporters on the... Excuse me?
I don't know. I can't be in their mind.
Well, you haven't shown what's weaponized yet.
Okay, second thing, another judicial misconduct on Rashawn, okay? He allowed the jurors to independently choose what they wanted to make the felony.
No.
He gave them options.
He said...
Yes, he gave them options
he said
to decide what they...
Correct, because in order for those 34 counts to become felonies, they have to be in furtherance of another felony. So if you had two jurors who both agreed that all 34 instances were in furtherance of a felony, then he would be charged, even if they didn't agree on which of the 3 felonies it was. That's not unusual. That's the law. The judge didn't make that up. That's the law. He was following the law, which is why this case didn't get overturned.
Oh, it will get overturned in time.
No, it won't. No, it won't. It's never going to be overturned.
Because they suspended it.
Yeah, so he doesn't. So why isn't Trump doing anything about it? Because it's not going to be overturned. But again, like, that's just the law. That's how the law works. He didn't make up new laws. You guys are just like, you guys hear something that you think is weird, and you're like, this is judicial malpractice. It's the law.
He did something out of the ordinary.
No, he didn't.
He did something entirely out of the ordinary.
No, he didn't. He followed the letter of the law exactly. It's just that you don't regularly have somebody who commits 34 misdemeanors in furtherance of multiple felonies. If Trump had only committed one felony, if Trump only had one felony on the books, then he would have said, all right, these 34 all have to be in furtherance of this specific felony. But because there's 3, in order for those to become felonies, they just have to be attached to one of these 3. That's just the law. You guys are upset that the law exists, and that's why I said you're desperate to make Donald. Trump. You're so desperate to make Donald Trump a victim when all Donald Trump.
No, he's a victor.
All Donald Trump had to do is stand in front of the American people and say, "Look, this is Stormy Daniels. She claims we had an affair. I don't think we had an affair. That's it." And it all would have been over. You guys would have voted for him anyway.
He said it was consensual.
Hold on. Stay here. You would have voted for him anyways. It wouldn't have made a fucking difference. He chose instead of he chose instead of being honest with the American people and leveling with the American people, he chose to cover it up. And you guys are like, "Oh, he's such a victim." No, he could have just been honest. It wouldn't have made a difference. We saw the Access Hollywood tape didn't hurt him at all. He would have been fine. They were just afraid that he wasn't going to win, so he committed a crime to cover it up. They thought they'd get away with it, and they didn't. And you guys are out here like, "Oh, it's so unfair." Nobody else has ever done it before. He's the first one.
You're right. He's the first one to be treated this way.
He's the first one to ever have any evidence that he committed 34 misdemeanors in furtherance of a felony while running for president. It's the first one ever.
No, to have a judge who was biased against him.
Who else did it? Who else paid somebody off with campaign funds? Who else?
Have you ever heard of Congress? Have you ever heard of 90% of Congress who have people sign NDAs constantly?
Well, NDAs aren't illegal. In fact, as long as you're not having somebody, as long as you're not having somebody, again, I've explained this like 5 times. He's not in trouble for an NDA. He's in trouble for campaign because that was a campaign finance violation. You can't do that. You can't cover up. You can't cover that up from the American people and take more money than you're allowed to take in.
Which they argued was campaign interference.
No, campaign finance, not campaign interference. Campaign finance. You keep saying that so that you can loop in all this other shit and make it seem like, oh, everybody's picking on Trump. It's how they get you to the point that you are now, where you're out here openly defending a man. You don't understand any of the charges at all. And you don't even understand. No, because you keep saying election interference. You don't even understand the charges. You have no idea what these charges were. And you're just out here defending him because you're a person who has been easily convinced that he was a victim. And all you really have to do,
you don't know anything about me.
I said you
don't know anything about me.
You are a person who was easily convinced on this because all you had to do was watch the case. All you had to do was read
you
the
have no idea how much research I do.
Well, then where the fuck did you do that? Where was your research on this one then? Because you're way off.
I honestly look at ground news a lot because they show both sides of the spectrum.
Where was your research on this? Well, first of all, there's no both sides on the law. The law is on the books. There's no both sides on what he was charged with. He was charged with campaign finance. And you keep saying campaign interference. That's not a law. It's not what he was charged with. That's what I'm saying. Like,
oh, really?
You don't even know what he was charged with.
Well, hold on. Former President Donald Trump has been found guilty on 34 counts of falsifying business records to influence the outcome of the 2016 presidential election. That's campaign interference, guy. Okay.
Did it say campaign interference?
Oh my God! They didn't use the exact words, but they used a synonym. They used something that means exactly the same thing.
No, I'm using the legal terms of what he was charged with.
How, again, this is why context matters. Okay, whether you say it's influencing the campaign or interfering with the campaign.
I'm just telling you. No, I'm just telling you what the charge was. I'm just telling you what the charge was.
Okay, well, I'm telling you what the facts are. And the facts are is that he was accused essentially of influencing the election in a way that interfered with the public's ability to know the facts
What was the
and to know the
interference?
truth.
What was the interference?
By apparently falsifying business records.
To do what?
To influence the outcome of the
pay back what?
2016 presidential election.
To pay back what?
What do you mean to pay back what?
He falsified records to pay and hid a repayment.
Pay back Stormy Daniels.
No, he didn't. He didn't pay back Stormy Daniels. He paid back Michael Cohen.
He paid back Michael Cohen.
Okay, and Michael Cohen went to jail. Michael Cohen went to jail for what? Among other things, campaign finance. Right?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
How does that change the fact that that's undue influence on the election?
I'm not saying it's undue. I'm just telling you what he was charged with. That's all I'm saying.
But see, here you do this thing where you want to focus on one specific thing and then ignore all the rest of the context.
Well, because you're telling me what people said. I'm just telling you about the charges. I don't really care about what people think about it. The charge. I'm talking about the charges. I'm trying to help you understand how 34 misdemeanors became a felony. It's happened before, and you keep saying this is judicial malpractice, and all you can come up with is, it hasn't happened before.
It's malpractice purely because, first of all, 34 counts is ridiculous. Okay, for one event, for one.
Did he do it? Did he falsify 34? Did he falsify 34 records?
I don't think he falsified them.
He didn't. So when they said they were for attorney fees, but they were actually for repayment, that's not falsification.
Oh, you're repaying your attorney who is taking care of your legal fees.
But that's not what they did.
How is that not?
Because those weren't legal fees.
That is what they did.
Those weren't legal fees.
So
if they
paying money to Stormy Daniels.
Yeah. It's not a legal fee.
Stormy Daniels.
How come Trump never did this with all his other NDAs? How come he just paid cash on his other NDAs? Trump has tons of NDAs and he just paid out a cash settlement. How come this one time he decided to do it a different way?
According to him, he didn't want to.
Yeah, he wasn't trying. Yeah, it wasn't because he was trying to hide it. It's just because this time he chose a different way. Right? Just happened to choose a different way. This time he's like, you know what I'll do? I'll put it on my books and I'll mislabel it. I'll mislabel what it really is, just because I want to.
How was it mislabeled?
It was labeled as attorney fees. And Michael Cohen wasn't doing any work for him, which he's testified to, and there is no evidence that he was doing work. The Trump team, if they wanted to show evidence that Michael Cohen was actually doing work for them, they would have been able to show. And Michael Cohen, if you look at the history with them, he would give Donald Trump a bill, and Trump would pay the bill. There was no bill given to Trump. They made up these numbers. He and Weiselberg, and so
let me ask
everybody involved said, yeah, this is a repayment.
Let me ask you this though. Okay, if it's not judicial misconduct, why is it that Alvin Bragg stepped down as the third person at the DOJ in order to specifically prosecute Trump?
You're mixing up Alvin Bragg and I forget the guy's name. It wasn't Alvin Bragg though, but I understand what
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Why did he step down?
Yeah, why did he step down from the DOJ in order to prosecute Trump? In order to go, huh?
Well, I could only.
Oh no, I don't know. I don't know him on a first talk basis.
You and I could only guess, but let's make it worst case scenario. Okay, let's say he stepped down because hold on, hear me out. You're going to be with me on this one. Let's just say, for argument's sake, the reason he stepped down from the DOJ and took this job as third in command is because he hated Donald Trump. And he wanted to see Donald Trump rot in hell because Donald Trump said he had a micro penis. And he wanted to get back at Donald Trump. So he quit his job and joined the prosecution. Now, what crime is that?
That's a crime of not equal process under the law, or equal treatment under the law.
So as
that's not equal treatment under the law.
You're saying a prosecuting attorney.
That's
you're saying a prosecuting attorney is not allowed to have disdain for the person they're prosecuting?
No.
They're
supposed to be unbiased, and they're supposed to go based on the facts.
Their job is
they're supposed to go based on the facts of the case.
No, their job is to be biased. Their job literally is to make the best case possible for their side. And Trump's lawyers are also supposed to be biased and make the best case for him. They are under no obligation to both sides this shit. It's their job. So even if he hated Trump,
not both sides.
No, I'm saying they don't have to bar. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you're a prosecutor and you target somebody. No, it doesn't. Because first of all, he didn't get to choose to bring the charges. If he had chosen to bring the charges, you might have something to say. But the charges were already brought. I don't remember if this was Bragg or Letitia James. I always forget.
Yeah, it was Alvin Bragg. I just looked it up.
Okay, so Bragg brought the charges. And again, even if you bring charges, it went before a jury, and the jury of his peers determined that he was guilty. All this stuff you guys want to look at, like, how come you guys never want to talk about the fact that the jury that had Trump supporters on it unanimously said guilty? You guys never bring that up. You always want to talk about Judge Merchan. He didn't rule on the case, right? His job,
because Merchan gave them wide berth.
Merchan
gave them wide berth.
But it was legal
in terms of what.
Correct, and legally he did the right thing. Yes,
have you ever heard of the spirit of the law?
No.
Ever heard of the spirit of the law?
Yeah, that exists everywhere.
Not the letter of the law?
Yeah, that exists outside of the law. Inside of the law, it's the letter of the law. Nobody ever gets prosecuted for the spirit of the law.
Apparently he did.
No, he didn't. It was the letter of the law. That's how they came up with the total amount that he was charged. Because they literally used math. Judge Merchan's job was to give the jury instructions. The jury was supposed to take the evidence, decide whether or not he was guilty, and then once they decided whether or not he was guilty, Merchan took a calculator and did a fucking math equation that is built into the law that said this is how much Donald Trump has to pay.
You still haven't answered the question that I asked earlier of when before in history has any judge allowed for the jury to independently decide, okay, you can choose this and that makes it a felony, and then you can choose that and that makes it a felony, and then you can choose this third thing and that makes it a felony. That doesn't happen.
It happens all the time.
That doesn't happen.
It happens all the time.
It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. It does. Listen, look. Let's just say that it's me, right? Let's say that I've lied on my taxes. Let's say not only did I lie on my taxes, but I lied on my city taxes, I lied on my state taxes, I lied on my federal taxes, and I lied on a bank. I lied on a bank loan. I lied in my bankruptcy filing. So I lied 6 different ways. I lied, and those 6 different ways that I lied. All use the same accounting. My accountant lied for me. He cooked the books for me. And so I'm charged now with all 6 of these crimes. Okay? In order for, and let's say I've got 100 entries. And those 100 entries, because they're fraudulent, are misdemeanors. And I have 100 entries there. And they are deciding, are all 100 of those entries going to become felonies? They would go through one by one, each one of those counts, all 100, and they would say, was this done in furtherance of one of these crimes? And out of all 100 of those, maybe 25 went to one, 25 went to another, 10 went to another, 15 went to another, and so on and so on. They're all linked to different crimes. I would still be charged with 100 felonies, even though not all of them, they didn't link all of them to the same exact crime. Now, in this case, if I remember correctly, I think it was unanimous that all 34 counts actually also applied to all 3 charges. I'm fairly certain on that, but even if I'm not, it falls well within the law. Hold on, because those are not evidence of the crime, which is what you guys keep positioning it like. Those need to be, in totality, need to be evidence of the crime. Those are separate crimes, and they are elevated to a felony if each entry there's 34, entry 1, Michael Cohen repaid $20,000. Was this in furtherance of one of these 3 crimes? Yes. Okay, this is now a felony. Charge 2, Michael Cohen, $10,000. Was this attached to any of these 3 crimes? Yes. Okay, now it's a felony. So you take them one by one, and you take each one and compare it to the 3 crimes, and you say, was this done in furtherance of one of these 3 crimes? And if it is, it's a felony. It doesn't matter if it applies to 1, to 2, or to 3. If it was done in furtherance of any of those 3 felonies, it is elevated to a felony. This is not unusual. It was not it was not judicial misconduct. It's just that you guys have been told something that you don't understand. And so they positioned it to you as if these were all evidence of a crime. And like, it didn't matter if all the evidence added up. No, they were individual crimes. And if they were done in furtherance of another of those 3 crimes, they were elevated to a felony. That's why Trump didn't offer a defense. We read the transcripts.
I watched the whole case.
Well, it wasn't televised, so you read it, right?
Well, you know what I mean. I followed along with the whole case.
I don't think you read it, because if you read it, you would understand what this is. You would understand that those.
I did, and that's
well,
where
then,
my.
Then why are you saying it's weird that he said that it could be any of these 3? They're one by one. It's not 34 combined. It was 34 charges. And by the way, it could have come back 13 of them were elevated to felonies, and the rest of them weren't. It could have come back 1 was elevated for felony, and 33 weren't. But they went through one by one, and they said, was this done in furtherance of one of these 3 crimes? If it was, it's a felony.
There have been hundreds of lawyers who have come out and said, juries do not get the option. It matters. Juries do not get the option to just pick and choose.
Brother, it doesn't. You're now citing lots of lawyers.
You're the one talking about one judge. You're the one talking about one judge who's against Trump on the immigration thing.
I'm talking about the law. I'm talking about the law, the way that the law is written.
And I've read law.
What's that?
The lawyers don't matter in regards to the law. They don't know what they're talking about.
Oftentimes, lawyers are wrong. Yes, all the fucking time. Are you kidding?
So judges can be wrong too.
Yeah, but he wasn't, because I can read the law. You can read the law too.
Because it fits what you want.
Why are you then taking the opinion? I've heard some lawyers. You're like, I read everything. Well, apparently
it's not that I've heard lawyers.
Apparently you didn't read the law, because the law is pretty set in stone. What? In fact, I would challenge. I would imagine.
You know what? You know what the law says?
I would bet.
Because
even Bill Barr says this. I would bet that any of these attorneys that you're claiming you heard aren't saying that the law wasn't followed. I bet what they're saying is, you know what? Normally this doesn't get caught, so it's unusual that Trump got caught. And
almost always.
Listen,
not doesn't get caught. No, doesn't get caught.
Wait, hold on. Let me explain this. Let me explain.
It's given to the judge discretion.
Because if Trump had not run for president, he would not have been caught for all the fraud he did in the other case too. It is 100% true that the only reason Trump was charged with these crimes, well, not 100%, let's call it 98% true, that the only reason Trump was charged with these crimes is because he ran for president. I agree with you there. I agree.
How is that not an indictment upon the judicial system? How is that not judicial misconduct?
Good question, and I'll answer that. The reason is because we are severely understaffed for investigations into financial crimes. We're severely understaffed at the IRS, which would have started most of these investigations. And the IRS is really fucking bad at auditing rich people. So the reason Trump wound up getting audited in the first place, the reason we got his tax records, is because he was campaigning saying, I'm going to release these, I'm going to release these, I'm going to release these, and he wouldn't. And then finally, there was a judge that ruled there are certain people who need access to your tax returns for ongoing litigation. And once you have tax returns and once Trump sits for a deposition, all of that stuff can be used against him. So it wasn't until he ran for president, when he was forced to show his books, that we found out he committed a crime. So what you're advocating for is when people run for office, if we find a crime that they committed that most people get away with, we should ignore it. And I would argue that when somebody's running for office, you should hold them to a much higher standard.
What I'm arguing is equal application under the law, regardless of who you are.
It is equal application.
It's not.
Yeah, in order
when you're targeted.
No, in order for it to be, in order for it to not be equal application, you would have to show me somebody who was charged with the same thing, who it was not, and then it wasn't applied in the same way. You're talking about application of the law, and I'm talking about finding out that a crime was committed. Once we find out the crime was committed, now you've got to show me the application under the law that was changed, and it wasn't. You'd have to show me another case where they decided not to elevate those charges to felonies.
And I brought up the gag order for a reason earlier, because, okay, you want to talk about judicial misconduct. Okay, Merchan gagged Trump, which is defendant is usually more often than not the one who is protected by gag orders, not the one imposed gag orders on.
It doesn't matter.
And what happened? Hold on. But what did he allow? Merchan allowed Cohen to go on live streams and slander Trump and say this and say all that and bias everything. And
are you unaware? Are you unaware that Cohen was slapped with a gag order too?
That he was never held to.
Well, actually,
he was never held to, and yet Trump was warned multiple times.
I hate to tell you this. I've had discussions with Michael Cohen. I've sat there one-on-one with Michael Cohen, and he specifically, we probably have the recording. He specifically said, I can't talk about those things because I'm under direction of my attorney because of a gag order. So yes, Michael Cohen,
he could live stream during the trial.
Michael Cohen, just like Trump, was allowed to speak. Like Trump spoke to the media every day, but there were certain things that Trump wasn't allowed to speak on. And there were certain things that Michael Cohen wasn't allowed to speak on. But they don't, when you get a gag order, they don't take away your ability to speak. Michael Cohen was allowed to go on and speak about certain things just like Trump was. That's why Trump was able to do
campaign. That's why
Trump was doing campaign rallies in front of tens of thousands of people. Cohen was doing TikTok lives in front of 1,500 people. Brother, you're so desperate for Trump to be a victim that you just obfuscate.
Not at all.
You just obfuscate all day long. You can't,
I'm about fairness. I'm about fairness and truth.
No, you're not.
That's what I'm about.
What we've laid out today is that Trump absolutely committed all of those crimes.
I didn't even vote for Trump. I didn't even vote for Trump in 2016.
What we've laid out today is that Trump absolutely committed all those crimes. And you're trying to figure out, you're just like, well, yeah, he did commit the crimes, but like, what about everybody else? Who fucking cares? He's the president of the United States.
I never said he committed the crimes.
If we can't hold the president of the United States to this standard, what do we have left?
I've never said he committed the crimes. I said they twisted a misdemeanor into a felony in order to target a political opponent.
Yeah,
and that is a dangerous precedent to set.
That's a cute thing to say, but they didn't, because it's just the law. If you commit a misdemeanor in furtherance...
The facts prove they did.
The fact, he was guilty. He was guilty unanimously. What the fuck are you talking about?
Then why did they leave him alone for 7 years? Why did they leave him alone for 7 years?
Fuck. First of all,
then suddenly
first of all, yeah, let's cover this. First of all, it wasn't 7 years. I don't know if you know how years work. Trump was in office for 4 years. Through all 4 of those years, you were not allowed. You can't prosecute him because he's the sitting president. Now, Michael Cohen, Michael Cohen,
was in office for 4 years.
Excuse me.
Biden was in office for 4 years.
Excuse me.
Funny. 4 years and 4 years. That's
I'll just fucking mute you. All right, nobody can hear you now. Great. Michael. You could not prosecute him because he was in office. Now, Michael Cohen was prosecuted while Trump was in office, like 2020, I think it was like 2019 or 2020. And Michael Cohen was named as a defendant, and there was another person as a co-defendant listed as co-defendant number 1 or something like that, which was Trump. And the reason he wasn't named is because he was the president. So those 4 years you don't get to count on the 3 years. Now, once he left office, the charges were brought within, I think, like a year or a year and a half. And that's because you then have to go in. Now that he's out of office, you can subpoena things, which you couldn't subpoena before he left office. You had to wait till he was a private citizen to subpoena and charge and build a case. So then they built the case. Then they brought the charges. Then they came to court. Then Trump's team didn't offer a defense. The jury that included Trump supporters voted unanimously and quickly, might I add, very quickly, because there was no defense provided. And then he was assessed the fine. That's what happened. This 7 years shit is just you playing whataboutism about another thing that you don't understand. At most, it was
wrong.
At most, it was a year and a half because you couldn't bring those charges. But secondly, we didn't even know these charges existed until like 2020 or late 2019. So even if you're using those numbers from 2019 to 2022, at most, it's 3 years. At most. But some of those years years he was the president, you couldn't prosecute him. So we're talking 18
What
months.
is 4 plus
You're
3?
talking 18 months approximately that they built a case,
What
and
is
you're
4
saying
plus
that's
3?
not fair. What?
What is 4 plus 3?
7.
The 4 years he was in office. Exactly. Exactly.
What year did he enter
That's
office?
my point.
What year did he enter office?
2016.
What year did we find out about this crime?
2019.
2020. So why are you
2020?
why are you including the years before we knew about it?
Because he wasn't his trial didn't come to fruition, and they didn't officially charge him and get him in there until around 2022, 2023.
2022 is when it was. But I'm asking you why you're counting the years before we knew he committed a crime. We didn't even know he committed a crime until specifically because his name was redacted. Like those of us on our side had an idea that he was co-defendant number 1 or whatever he was listed as, but they never confirmed it. We didn't know till he was out of office that he had committed a crime. So why are you counting all these years he was in office in order to make, what's your point?
Because of the fact that it just so happens to coincide with his announcement that he's running in 20.
The charges were before that. I'm pretty sure the charges came before he announced.
I don't believe they did.
Let's see.
I don't believe they did.
Let's see. What if they did? Does that change your mind?
A little bit.
All right, let's see. When was Trump charged in hush money?
But he was also trying to beat Biden in 2020, so it would depend on the timeline.
What? Trump was in office in 2020.
Running for re-election.
Let's see when
he wanted to run for a second term.
All right, he announced it November 15th after the investigation had already been underway. He was aware the investigation was underway. Official charges were brought to him about it was from November 15th to March, about 3 months later. So once Trump knew he was under indictment or that he was under investigation, then he announced his candidacy. So we already knew that he was being investigated before he announced his candidacy. Do you want to amend your story now?
No, that's not before he announced his candidacy.
He announced his candidacy on November 15th, 2022. The first that I can find of stories that he was being investigated come in August of 2022. Official charges were in March of 2023. So it seems like he was made aware that he was being investigated before he announced for the presidency. Mm. Yeah, they and at this point, like what, August, he was already in other investigations. August 8th, he had been the FBI. That's when they did the search warrant at Mar-a-Lago. So he knew he was he knew at that point that he was being charged with other crimes. So Donald Trump, it appears, announced his candidacy after he knew he was investigated.
And do you remember when I brought up the 200 lawyers?
And you are claiming that they announced these only after he was announced his candidacy. Would you like to amend your statement, sir?
And now I'll have to do my own research, but if it's true, then I will admit that I'm wrong.
All right. Well, look right here.
But
here it
that
is,
doesn't change the fact that Mershon.
If you can't see the screen, it says right here, so everybody can see. On August 8th, 2022, the Federal Bureau of Investigation executed a search warrant at Mar-a-Lago, the residence of then former U.S. President Donald Trump in Palm Beach. If I go back here, that's going to say on November 15th of that same year, Trump announced his candidacy at Mar-a-Lago in an hour-long speech. So if I'm doing my calendar right, November comes after August, meaning Trump knew that he was being criminally investigated before he announced his candidacy. And your entire point has been that the reason that these came was because he had announced his candidacy and they didn't want him to win. That kind of fucks up your narrative, right?
And no, you don't
No, it doesn't.
think that you don't think that the implication was he was going to run for a second term?
No, I think that he's a fucking criminal. I think he's a fucking criminal. He always has been a criminal. His entire life has been as a serial criminal, and it's baffling that you guys are going to bat for a serial criminal.
That's how he made his billions.
Just
a criminal.
He was handed $300 million, just under $300 million in assets, and he went bankrupt. And then, while he was bankrupt, and he was trying wait, hold on. And then, when he was trying to figure out some shit, figure out his way back on his feet, he got a call from a producer at NBC, and they said, "Look, we've got something for you. What you're going to do is we're going to create a reality TV show, and then you're going to be the star." Because he was a media whore, he always was. And so they built.
So he got knocked on his ass.
Yeah, and then they built a TV show around him where he pretended to be something he wasn't, made a bunch of money, and then he was losing his money again, even after the ratings had died there, and he wasn't getting income anymore. He didn't turn it into billions. He was bleeding money. Almost all of his properties were underwater, and then he ran for president, and then people from all over the world started visiting his properties, people who had business with the United States government. Suddenly the post office building at DC, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, was full, and they were paying above rack rate. Suddenly Bedminster,
she was a billionaire back in the 80s.
Bedminster, no, he wasn't. He said that. He said he was a billionaire. He wasn't a billionaire before then. But Donald Trump, at best, since he's been president, he was worth like 1.2 billion. He's worth about 60 billion now. He has turned his presidency into a fucking cash cow. He's doing business deals right now. He's literally leveling Gaza to turn it into a property. And you can point to Obama all you want, but I can look at Obama's money, and Obama made most of his money off of a book deal. Trump has made $50 billion off of 2 crypto pump and dump schemes and a absolute Ponzi scheme that is, and this is his net worth. It's not cash. His net worth is 50 billion, and it's based off of 2 crypto pump and dump schemes and a Ponzi scheme that is Donald John Trump Media. DJT Media bleeds money every year. It is a shit asset, and it's propped up by foreign investors who want Donald Trump to do favors for him.
Real quick, I don't want to change subject, but just like we talked about before, if it was really a genocide, they would have leveled Gaza already. They would have killed all of them.
Have you seen
if Israel
Gaza?
Really wanted to do
Have you seen Gaza? It is leveled. They've been carpet bombing the fuck out of it.
Then why is their population growing? Why is their population growing?
You think the population of Gaza is growing?
No, the Palestinian population is growing.
Because not all the Palestinians live in Gaza.
Yeah, that's fine. Who lives in Gaza? They were warned to get out. Civilians were warned to get out.
So they could level it, and Trump could come in and build his properties.
I think that's just what you're saying.
Explain to me why the same people that are going to invest in Gaza now, the same exact people lining up to fill Trump's pockets, are the people from the Abraham Accords. How did that happen?
I want to make a correction real quick earlier. Okay. Right here. Do you consider Politico a right-leaning organization or left-leaning?
No, left.
Okay. Right here. Politico. Prosecutors' decision to elevate business records charges with felonies by linking them to an underlying violation of election laws was a novel, which means new, legal theory. Some critics contend that prosecutors overstepped by transforming simple bookkeeping violations into a case about election interference.
What's the name of this? What's the name of this argument or this article, by the way?
I can link to you. It's called "Tracking the Trump Criminal Cases," and it's from Politico.
All right. So what you just said. Hold on. What you just said there is that some legal scholars think that it's a novel theory.
They didn't even say something. It's saying, according to the New York penal law, 175.10.
Sorry, so I can follow along. What's the header say above it?
Oh, here, let me see. It's called "Tracking the Trump Criminal Cases."
No, the header in the there's all these like bold headers.
Yeah, that's the bold header.
That's the title.
Yeah, here. That's the title of the article. I can link it.
Well, I think I have the article. I'm just trying to figure out where you're talking about.
Look down to the right, called "Weaknesses in the Case."
Oh, maybe it's not the same article then. Let me see.
I just linked it in Discord.
All right, go on. I'll pull it up.
Okay, so it's attorney Todd Blanche. This is his attorney, so I'll give you credit for that. The Daniels payoff as a private matter. No, that wasn't from Trump's attorney. The next part is. The next part is, not the part I just said.
Wait, what
okay,
am I? So hold on, let me control F it because it is the same one.
Yeah. No, but the first part I read you wasn't from Trump's attorney. It was from other people. Okay. And so the next part I'm going to read you is from Trump's attorney. Trump's attorney, Todd Blanche, portrayed the Daniels payoff as a private matter intended to protect the Trump family and brand. He also argued the former president paid Cohen only for legitimate legal services and had no personal involvement in how his organization recorded the payments to Cohen.
Yeah, the problem with that is that Michael Cohen then testified that that was a lie, and then they had a piece of paper where that Michael Cohen. Excuse me. Well, Trump has shit credibility, but it doesn't matter because the cool part about what Cohen said is Cohen had already went to jail for this exact crime, which is a bizarre thing to do. Like, why would he go to jail for doing this crime and plead guilty? Why? Why did he plead guilty? Why did he plead guilty?
Resentful.
What's that?
He's resentful and he hates Trump because he blames Trump for going to jail.
No, he defended.
It's a no-brainer.
Wait, he pled guilty to this crime. You're telling me Michael Cohen went to jail, lied about why? Like, he pled guilty to something he didn't do, and then went to jail for it, so that years later he could be a witness in Trump's trial? Is that what you're saying?
No.
He left his family. He felt
like
all his money.
He felt like he went to jail for Trump.
No, he went to jail for this crime. No. He went to jail for this crime. This exact crime that he did with Trump.
So he blames Trump.
Why do you plead guilty if it wasn't a crime? If he wasn't really paying, if he didn't really pay this money back.
She committed the crime.
Wait, no, she didn't. He did. She did not commit a crime.
What do you mean? No, she committed the crime.
No, she didn't. Stormy committed a crime?
Talking about Stormy Daniels?
What crime did she commit?
Stormy Daniels, the one who changed her story, the one who said it was consensual and that she pursued Trump?
What crime did she commit?
I didn't say she did. I said Cohen committed crime.
This crime.
I said he committed this crime.
One. This same one that Trump did.
Exactly.
They did it together.
He committed this crime. No, he committed this crime, and voicemails show that he said, I'll take care of it. I'll take care of it. Don't worry about it.
He can't commit this crime without Trump. It's not a campaign finance violation without a campaign.
No. But he committed this crime to protect Trump, and then he got caught for it.
Yes.
And then now he hates Trump, so he's trying to bring Trump down with him.
Yeah,
it's obvious.
Yes, he hates Trump because he went to prison and Trump did the crime with him, and he was the only one that paid a price for it. Wouldn't you be a little upset if you if your boss convinced you to do a crime, or even if you convinced your boss, I'll do this crime with you, and you and your boss did a crime together, and you went to jail, and he never had to? Wouldn't you be a little pissed?
Yeah, I'd be pissed, but I wouldn't go to I wouldn't go to jail for. I wouldn't commit a crime, and I wouldn't go to jail for someone else.
Well, he did commit a crime, and he committed that crime with Trump, and he went to jail for it. And not only was his testimony available for the jury, and by the way, like, the fact that somebody has lied before doesn't mean that that what they're saying isn't true. Two things: when they say
no, but his credibility is bad.
Excuse me. When their defense or their attack on Michael Cohen was that Michael Cohen lied to Congress. What did he lie about?
That Trump knew.
No. He lied about doing the crime. He said none of this happened. He lied to Congress. Then the FBI said, check out this evidence. And the evidence that they had was a piece of paper.
Overwhelming.
It was incredibly overwhelming. That's correct. Because they knew that he didn't do any attorney work for Trump. They knew that he and Weiselberg had sketched out a repayment plan, and they stupidly kept that piece of paper. And so you had Weiselberg, the CEO, sketching out this repayment plan, and you had checks from Trump in those exact amounts. And so Cohen had no choice. He was cooked. And so once he was faced with that, and he's like, dude, you're dead to rights. He's like, all right, here's what I'll do then. I'm dead to rights. You guys caught me. I'll admit that I lied.
So,
and listen, hold on, because this is part of it. And he probably got a softer sentence for cooperating.
Yeah.
So does
So
but
that gives them
none of
incentive.
that, but none of that makes the evidence untrue. When you look at the evidence against Trump,
You wouldn't lie for a lighter crime?
When he didn't lie for a lighter crime. He lied for a lighter
Or
sentence.
for a lighter sentence.
For a crime.
The same thing, you
Yeah,
know.
but the crime happened. He did the crime with Trump. It happened. This is what's crazy. Why? Like you're so
proof that
Michael
Trump-
Cohen's not credible. He's the fucking co-conspirator. They did the crime. There's nobody possible that could be more credible on this particular charge than Michael Cohen. In fact, if Michael Cohen had done nothing, if Michael Cohen had done nothing his entire life but lie, and we knew everything he had ever said was a lie, he would still be credible in this scenario because he did the crime with Trump, who is, guess what? Also a pathological liar. Trump said that Michael Cohen never did this. Trump said that he never negotiated with Stormy Daniels. Trump said he never met Stormy Daniels. Trump lied about Stormy Daniels multiple times. This was an open and shut case, and you're just desperate. I don't know why. I don't know why you guys have this allegiance to Trump. It makes no fucking sense to me.
I don't.
Yes, you
don't.
do.
Like I said, I didn't.
Yes,
I didn't even vote for him in 2016.
You do have allegiance to him.
Not at all.
No,
I care about the truth.
Well, then why
I
don't you
about
care about the truth? The truth is he committed a crime.
I do. That's all I care about.
Then why don't you care that he committed
because
a
the
crime?
thing is, they didn't submit 1 ounce of evidence showing that Trump knew and was complicit in this.
How would you?
They knew that Trump
How would you
wanted
do that?
Stormy Daniels to office.
It doesn't matter, brother. It doesn't fucking matter.
Because Cohen had recording.
No. Listen.
Cohen didn't have one recording,
Listen.
not one voice recording saying,
Listen.
"Hey, pay her off. I can't
Listen.
have this during the campaign." You know.
Hey, guess what? Doesn't fucking matter.
What?
It's still a crime.
It does.
It's a crime to falsify business records. Even if you don't know, even if you didn't know. One thing we do know for sure, though, Trump knew that Michael Cohen wasn't providing legal services. So if Michael Cohen wasn't providing legal services, what was Trump paying him for? And even if you had an excuse for what Trump was paying him for, why did they lie about what was? So they lied about what the payment was for, and then Trump signed the check. I can tell you, as somebody who's run a business, if somebody in my business commits fraud, like let's say my accountant does something fraudulent. Well, actually, here's a better example. I have a tax attorney that does my taxes every year. And there's a waiver I sign at the end that says, listen, we prepare your taxes, but we're not responsible. If you sign this and these taxes are wrong, you're held liable. It's your signature. It's your business. Trump is held to that same standard. If he is signing documents and he doesn't know anything about them, he still is responsible. He should know better. He should double check it. It doesn't matter if there's not a recording at all. He paid expenses. He paid things listed as legal expenses that were repayment. This is an open and it was the easiest case in the world, dude. It was so easy. They didn't even offer a defense. And when you say you're not loyal to Trump, maybe not. Maybe you just hate us. Maybe you're loyal to the idea that Trump is a victim. But he's a lifelong criminal. And we could have had a real president. We could have had somebody who wasn't a criminal. Somebody who wasn't constantly trying to divide. We could have had somebody better to replace Joe Biden. You guys had some good options. And you chose a fucking criminal. And here we are a year later, or not, I guess a couple months later, relitigating whether or not the obvious crime that he committed, that the judge or the jury unanimously said he committed, was actually a crime. You can't tell me that this doesn't have everything to do with you tying your identity to Donald Trump, because it does. Otherwise, you would look at these facts like everybody else did. There's nobody outside of Trump world, nobody who is saying, yeah, he didn't falsify business records. Nobody. All right, I think maybe we lost you for good. I'm an hour over anyways. All right, I got to get out of here. I gotta go hang out with my kid. You're welcome to come back any other time. I appreciate
Wait.
Oh, all right, go ahead. You can have the last
one. One last thing.
How about it?
Okay. Okay. So you can spout your theories about me and tied to Trump. I was never a forever Trumper. I was very critical of him, and I'm critical of some of the dumb shit he says and some of the dumb shit he does. He is not a perfect human, and he does plenty of shit wrong.
Well, like what?
And I'm not saying he's an ethical human.
Tell me some of the things that you don't like about Trump. Specifics, though, not
Oh,
like
he's
I don't
just
want to. I
some
don't because everybody
dumbass
always
shit.
says like he says dumb things. Specifically, what about Trump don't you like?
I don't like how reactionary he can be.
No, specifically,
And
please.
he can often
Specifics,
say
please.
things.
Specifics, please. Because every Trumper I've ever talked to says the same shit you do, and then when I ask for something specific they don't like, they just give me generics. I would like something. 3 examples specifically of things that you don't like that Trump does. Specific things.
3 examples.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't like the fact that, let's see. I don't like how divisive he can be at times.
Specifically what? Give me a specific example of him being divisive.
I don't like him in terms of left and right. I don't have like a specific quote for you.
Not a specific. You don't have a specific thing that Donald Trump is in the whatever 10
yeah,
years,
because I care more about what people do and what people say than what people say. And I think it was stupid of him to do some of these things like the bookkeeping thing. Probably should have gone about it a different way. He has enough money to do it.
What do you mean the bookkeeping thing? You mean the felonies that he committed?
No, the misdemeanor of him putting a bookkeeping error.
Wait, so you're admitting that he committed a crime?
No. Well, yeah, no, I'm admitting that he may have committed a misdemeanor. Yeah.
How many?
Back when it happened.
How many?
1.
What? Not 34?
No, because I don't think it's right for our judicial system to charge for every payment for one specific item.
It's not the payments. It's the.
I think that.
Yeah,
I think that's how people get. I think that's how people get unjustly put in prison. I think that's how people get.
I know. We covered this
unjustly get put in prison.
Yeah, we covered this already.
No,
you think if you commit a crime one time, you should be able to commit it as many times as you want. Yeah, I get it.
But here's the thing. You can have your theories about me and what my motivations are. Hold on.
No, because I asked you.
But I was going to say this before you interrupted me.
I don't care.
I was going to say this before you interrupted me.
Excuse me. I'm giving you plenty of time.
Oh, you said I would have the last word.
Excuse me.
I would have the last word.
I know, and you're going to. You're still going to. You have 2 more chances. So the first thing that you don't like about Trump is that he commits crimes. What are numbers 2 and 3?
I never said commits crime.
Is a misdemeanor not a crime?
I said 1 crime. I said 1 crime.
Okay, so which of the 34 did you think was the crime?
The initial bookkeeping error that he had labeled as a legal fee when it wasn't officially a legal fee, which is a technicality, which I think is still kind of a bullshit charge. But
so you don't care about that?
No, not really. Not really.
So let's
because I don't.
Right,
you,
so
you know. Hold on. You know.
0. We're back to 0.
What I think made more of a difference.
What are 3 things that you don't? What are
51,
3 things
hold
that
on.
you don't like about Donald Trump?
The
51 intelligence agents. I don't fucking care. Now you're muted. Because you're running from this. Yes, okay. I need 3 things specifically you don't like about Trump, and you've already flipped on the first thing. You're like, yeah, I didn't like this. Never mind, I like it. Oh, let's talk about the 51 intelligence agents.
I never said I like it. I never said I like it.
3 things specifically that you disagree with Trump
saying that I don't care about it, which you've said plenty of times during this debate.
3 things specifically, please. 3.
I can't think of it.
Oh yeah. You're not a bootlicker. You definitely disagree with him on lots of things, except for you can't think of any.
Not.
Yeah, you just can't think of a single thing you disagree with him on. But you're not. You're definitely not a
bootlicker.
Because
I thought he spoke stupidly in his first term. I think he talked before he thought.
Brother, get your own personality, man. Don't borrow his. You're in a fucking cult, man. You can't tell me. You can't tell me. You can't give me.
You know, it shows a sign of weakness when someone has to do ad hominem.
I don't care. Shut up. Now you're muted. I don't give a shit. Nobody can hear you. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. Yeah. I was talking. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. I'm talking.
You didn't let me even say what I was.
You won't give me an example.
What I was saying.
3. Okay, here's
because
your chance.
I was telling you something before.
One more chance.
No,
3 things specifically that you disagree with Trump on. 3 things specifically. You're muted. Nobody can hear you. 3 things specifically that you disagree with Trump on. Go ahead. Just the 3. I remember, guys. He said, you remember when he said, like, there's so many things. I didn't even like him. I disagree with him on lots of stuff. Specifically, what? I don't like the misdemeanor. Oh, so he committed crimes? Never mind. I like the misdemeanor again. You there still, Chief? Or are we gonna go? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All right, brother, you gotta go this time. You put up a valiant effort. I appreciate you. Thanks for coming.
Can you hear me?
Oh my
Can you
God!
hear me?
Why is it every time? Jesus. Oh, nope, can't hear you. I got dragged into a new one. All right, everybody. Let me read some comments. We'll get out of here. I gotta go. The hell is that?
I just wanted to say one last thing.
How the hell are you talking still? That's
I just
crazy.
wanted to say one last thing.
No,
that's it. I mean, if you want to silence me, that's fine.
The only thing you're allowed to
You care about freedom of speech.
I don't. Not on my platform. I care that you answer the question. I asked for 3 specific things, and now I'm asking for 1. Oh, Jen took care of it. Sorry about that.
I'm done.
Let me read comments.
I'm done.
Hope we got a little back feed from you, Jen. Hope said, was there anything here? I didn't see it. There's not a message with that one. Maybe let me check. Locked me out. Sorry, guys. 1 sec. There we go. Oh, it didn't. Maybe it didn't have anything. All right. Well, thank you, Hope, for that. Appreciate it. If you meant to send a message, send it to me, and I'll read it out. Natalie says, "Whataboutism is so tiring." It's what they got. I like how they always try and say that they're not like. Well, I'm not. I don't just bootlick. And Joan for overtime pay. Thank you very much. Jen, did you send me some? Oh, probably a lot. All right. Charles said, "Sorry, I'm late. Not live, but I'm still listening." Kevin says there will be an after Trump. Berserker says this guest should gargle Trump's nuts already. Jen says Trump administration ordered to court by a federal judge for a review on the deportations over the weekend. It was supposed to start 15 minutes ago. Do you know if that started yet? There's Jen saying stick a fork in him. He's done. Benny said Jay's cooked, let him rest. Hey, Howdy said for overtime, thank you guys so much. FOD said deportation of the supposed gang members against the judge order was conspiracy worthy of RICO in my humble opinion. Ali says your YouTube live got up to 824 viewers at one time today. A lot were haters, but engagement is engagement. That's cool. Alyssa, thank you for the donation. I got Boston Brian's. Did I miss any? I don't think I missed any. All right, Jen. Anything from you?
Yeah, Jamar dropped one too. I said, in quotes, I don't love Trump at all. Agrees with everything Trump supports.
That's wild. All right. Anything before we go?
Just if you guys haven't already subscribed to us on YouTube or Twitch, please do so. And then a reminder again, tomorrow we've got that scheduled debate with Lens. We'll be streaming it to YouTube on Admir's Live on TikTok. So.
All right. So it'll be here on TikTok. Thanks, guys. You indulged me. We haven't had a debate in a long time, so it's good. Nunya, you're welcome to come back another time. Jen just got tired of you, or maybe you and I can schedule like a real debate. So if you want to schedule an actual debate, we can do it. I'm happy to do it. Not on the live, but Jen's in charge around here, so we do what Jen says at all times. All right, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow morning, every weekday morning, 9:30 a.m. to 1. Yeah, 1 Pacific Standard Time here on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Facebook, and sometimes on TikTok. Tomorrow's live will probably cut short. Tomorrow's live is probably going to be like 2 hours, just because I do have a debate later, so I've got to prep, but also spend some time with my daughter before the debate. So we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow, but it'll probably go till like 11:30. In the meantime, like Jen said, you can subscribe to us anywhere. We do have paid subscriptions on both Twitch and YouTube and TikTok if you'd like to support us that way. Otherwise, if just liking and subscribing, sharing it out with your friends, that helps us a great deal. Love you guys. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning. Stay cute and cool and have a great summer.